Chapter 2550. There were many onlookers in front of the warlord pagoda. They were dumbfounded when they saw the ice goddess hugging a strange man. Isn't that the seventh disciple of the warlord? Isn't she very cold and never talks to other men? Who is this brother? He's so daring. He even dares to flirt with the disciple of the warlord? Humph. She usually pretends to be pure, but in the end, she's still sleeping with other wild men. The onlookers discussed animatedly. Star and Moon didn't care about the discussion at all. She was only thinking about Fong Chun. The latter, on the other hand, was a little unwilling. He wanted to intervene several times, but was stopped by Star and Moon. After a long time, the two of them gradually separated from each other. Brother Chun, there was a flash of joy in Xing Yu's beautiful eyes. I thought I'd never see you again. Fong Chen's palm gently caressed Star and Moon's beautiful face. I made you suffer all these years. Star and Moon shook her head. No, not at all. Don't worry, I won't make you suffer again, Fong Chun said in a low voice. Star and Moon only remembered then. Brother Chun, why are you here? She realized that she was in the Blackstone prison. Although they were husband and wife, her heart was filled with anxiety. It's a long story, Fong Chun said. His gaze signaled to the people who were walking out of the warlord pagoda. Little junior sister. One of them frowned and said in a low voice, as master's disciple, you must pay attention to your image outside. You must know that you're not only representing yourself, but also the bloodline of the warlord pagoda. Where did this trash come from? How dare you seduce my junior sister? Kid, get out of my sight, or don't blame me for being rude. Junior sister, hurry up and challenge the warlord pagoda. None of the 6 senior brothers had a pleasant expression. While they were berating Star and Moon, they were also mocking Fong Chun. Fong Chun looked on calmly. Weren't these 6 people relying on their master, the warlord? If you weren't the Battle King's disciples, I would have killed all of you with a single slap. Why do you have to say such words in front of me? Fong Chun said coldly. Brat, you're courting death. Third senior brother was a little angry. He couldn't help but shout, Steward, kill him for me. He knew that he was not as strong as his opponent, but he threatened to have the butler kill Fong Chun. Just as the butler was in a dilemma, Star and Moon spoke up. Third senior brother, the 3 of them are the protectors I chose. Star and Moon's words were filled with displeasure. What? You chose the 3 of them to be your protectors? Junior sister, are you crazy? Third senior brother asked in disbelief, as if he had heard a very funny joke. How can these 3 trash be your protectors? Junior sister, if you can't find a suitable protector, I can help you. Yeah, no matter what, we're from the same sect. The 6 of us will help you. Hearing this, Star and Moon shook her head and sneered. Now you remember that we're from the same sect? What are you doing? Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brothers. I appreciate it. With that, Star and Moon did not enter the warlord pagoda. She brought Fong Chun and the other 2 back to the warlord palace. Seeing this scene, the 6 senior brothers' eyes flashed with coldness. Especially third senior brother. Everyone knew that he had feelings for Star and Moon, but the latter had always been cold to him and had never smiled at him. But now, she was hugging a strange man. This made third senior brother very angry. Damn you! How dare you touch my woman? You're dead meat, third senior brother said coldly. The other 5 senior brothers looked at each other with murderous intent. Star and Moon chose these 3 as her protectors. He asked for it. He can't blame us, eldest senior brother said. Third junior brother, bear with it. The warlord soul pool will open tomorrow. When the time comes, we can enter the warlord soul pool and openly let our protectors kill him. Wouldn't that be better? That's right. As long as her protectors are dead, junior sister will obediently submit to you. Third senior brother, fourth senior brother said. I'll let you live for 1 more day, third senior brother said coldly. At the warlord palace, Star and Moon's residence. Fong Chun and Star and Moon looked at each other as they sat on the stone bench. Their faces were full of happiness. This was the Blackstone prison. For them, it was very likely that they would not be able to leave this place for the rest of their lives. However, as long as they could be together as husband and wife, this little difficulty was nothing. Brother Chun, I deliberately said that the three of you were my protectors to shut third senior brother up, Star and Moon said apologetically. I was reckless and didn't consider your feelings. Fang Chun stretched out his finger and placed it on Star and Moon's red lips. The three of us went to the Warlord Pagoda to find you and become your protectors. We'll enter the Warlord's soul pool and protect you, Fang Chun said. Xing Yu revealed an anxious look and said, but they hadn't seen each other for decades. She still didn't know how strong Fang Chun was. She also didn't know the details of the barbarians and Qing Ho, so she didn't want them to take the risk. Brother Chun, you don't have to do this. Master came to me and told me that if I don't have suitable protectors, he can help me find one, Star and Moon said. Fang Chun shook his head. He had made up his mind. Don't worry, don't you trust me? Fang Chun said with a smile. Seeing this, Star and Moon didn't say anything else, but she looked worried. Not far away, the barbarians and Qing Ho stood on a small hill and looked down at the ground. As the wind blew, waves of coldness appeared. The warlord, one of the 5 kings of the Blackstone prison, has reached the level of the peak sovereign and is comparable to an ancient god of the primal chaos void. Why are his disciples so weak? Qing Ho didn't quite understand. Logically speaking, since the master was so strong, his disciples should at least be at the mystic light realm or even the mystic true realm. However, none of the 7 disciples had a cultivation higher than the mystic light realm. What do you know? The barbarians said from aside. When he mentioned the battle monarch, his eyes were filled with admiration. The warlord is a dragon among men. When he chooses disciples, he never looks at their strength. What he values the most is potential, the barbarians retorted. Don't look at how weak these 7 disciples are right now. This is how the warlord's disciples teach their disciples. The warlord's disciples focused on the foundation. Therefore, every time they increased their cultivation, they would continuously consolidate it. They would only be able to advance to the next level after completely comprehending a level. Furthermore, there weren't many top cultivation resources in the Blackstone prison. As the warlord's disciples, their standards were very high. They didn't care about normal cultivation resources. This caused their cultivation to be on the weaker side. However, this didn't mean anything. In the eyes of the warlord, their greatest strength was their potential. You might be stronger than me now, but what about 10 years later, 100 years later, or even 1,000,000,000,000 years later? If your potential is weak, your limit might be the mystic light realm. If my potential is strong, my limit might be the mystic true realm, mystic god realm, or even the ancient god realm. This was a fundamental difference. The bigger the clan, the more they valued potential. This was because a person's potential often determined their limit. The 7 from the Star and Moon sect were all monstrous geniuses with great potential in the primal chaos void. The warlord patiently taught them. He didn't want their cultivations to be too high. He only wanted them to increase their potential and comprehend the martial Tao. So what if they have great potential? Do you think the enemy will show mercy when fighting? Qing Ho retorted, not to be outdone. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have needed to bring protectors into the Battle Soul Lake. Qing Ho pointed at Fang Chun and said, this brother of mine is a true prodigy. He's strong and has great potential. Who knows how many times stronger than the warlord's disciples? The barbarian didn't agree with the first part. However, when it came to Fang Chun, he agreed. Only those who had interacted with him would know how terrifying he was. Brother Fang does indeed have great potential. He can even fight above his level, the barbarian muttered. I can almost see a young ancient god rising up. That's my brother. Every time he saw Fang Chun, Qing Ho would feel very proud. That was his brother. One day, he would stand at the peak of the martial Tao with his brother and look down on everyone else. At that time, he would still proudly tell others that he was Qing Ho's brother. Chapter 25:51. That night, the news reached the Battle King's ears. The Battle King didn't say anything about it. After a night of silence, the 7 disciples gathered in front of the Battle King Palace early in the morning, waiting for the Battle King to appear. Each disciple had 3 protectors behind them. Fang Chun and the other 2 followed behind Xing Yu and were at the very back. They could feel countless malicious gazes shooting at them from all directions. The barbarian sect glared at them, but Qing Ho ignored them. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was calm. The 18 protectors of the 6 disciples were all at the mystic light realm, but Qing Ho could take care of them all by himself. Who knew where they got their confidence from? A bunch of idiots, Qing Ho said as he shook his head. That's right. Brother Qing Ho, you can take care of this trash by yourself, the barbarian sect leader said. Although their voices were soft, they were heard by the other 18 protectors. Their faces suddenly darkened. Are all the youngsters nowadays so careless? Don't they know how to respect their elders? One of the protectors of the eldest senior brother said, I don't know where this ant came from, but you dare to cause trouble in front of the Battle King Palace? If it wasn't for the Battle King, I would have killed you with one slap. The barbarian sect leader couldn't take it anymore and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fang Chun. What's the point? Fang Chun shrugged and said nonchalantly. The barbarian sect leader's anger slowly calmed down. Just wait and see. The other protectors laughed when they heard what he said. They all thought that the 3 protectors that Star and Moon found were too weak. Junior sister, what did I say? Your 3 protectors only know how to talk big. When they actually fight, they'll be the first to run, the 5th senior brother said with a smile. Junior sister, I'll say the same thing again. It's not too late to find protectors now. 3rd senior brother has prepared 3 protectors to ensure your safety. The 3rd senior brother walked next to Star and Moon and said in a low voice. Star and Moon politely shook her head. Little junior sister, you should be clear about the current situation. Do you think that with just the 3 of them, you can still survive after entering the battle soul pool? 3rd senior brother did not give up and continued. If you agree to be with me, I will definitely persuade the other senior brothers to stop targeting you. When Fang Chun, who had been expressionless all this while, heard these words, his expression changed. In the depths of his eyes, an imperceptible killing intent flashed. Trash like you is not worthy of sister-in-law. The barbarian's personality exploded, and he said directly, in the Blackstone prison, the strong were respected, and the fist was the biggest. The barbarians had long since gotten used to this kind of rhythm, and the people in front of them were all weaker than them in terms of cultivation. They were just relying on the Battle King's reputation to intimidate others. The barbarians hated people like this the most. Therefore, they mocked him mercilessly. 3rd senior brother's face darkened, and he was about to speak. All of a sudden, the doors of the Battle King Palace opened, and a rumbling sound came from underground. What a powerful vibration. Fang Chun frowned slightly and was quite surprised. As expected of a limit venerable, this kind of method was amazing. Ordinary people would not be able to see the vibration from the ground just now. Only Fang Chun managed to make out some clues. That was the legendary Earth Pulse. Even with his current cultivation, he was unable to do so. By stepping on the ground, using the power in one's body to cause the earth to resonate and form a rhythmic pulse. Each pulse could cause landslides and tsunamis. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the Battle King wanted to kill them, the pulse just now would be enough to kill them all. This was the terrifying thing about a limit venerable. Moreover, he was infinitely close to an ancient god. Countless people's eyes fell on the door of the Battle King Palace. A cloud of black fog slowly flew out from within. Surrounded by the black fog, a silhouette could be seen. The Battle King. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and spread his divine sense, trying to explore the black fog. However, the strange thing was that before his divine sense could get close to the black fog, it disappeared. Amazing! After seeing the Battle King with his own eyes, Fang Chun had a new understanding of him. The Battle King's aura was much stronger than that of the Xiao family patriarch. This was a true limit venerable. However, he was restricted by the special environment of the Blackstone prison and could not break through. Otherwise, once he stepped out, he would be able to absorb the rich origin energy in the world and break through to the ancient god realm. Everyone present felt the pressure at the same time. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 7 disciples, standing at the front, cupped their fists at the same time. Greetings, Master. An ancient voice came from the black fog. Today, the battle's soul pool will open. The 7 of you should do your best to find opportunities. The Battle King was a man of few words and did not want to say anything. He had already said the rules. They all understood that the next step was to open the battle soul pool. Whoosh! Fang Chun could vaguely see the Battle King's open palms in the black fog. There was a faint golden light around his palms. Whoosh! The Battle King flicked his finger, and an ordinary golden light shot out and hit the space opposite the Battle King Palace. Rip! The space was torn apart, and a black hole appeared. A pool filled with black liquid gradually appeared. The pool blocked the black hole, and a terrifying aura came out from it. This battle soul pool is a little strange, Fang Chun said softly when he sensed the aura released by the battle soul pool. Although he had never been to the Holy War Tribe, he had heard of it. The Holy War Tribe could cultivate battle intent and was unique. The battle intent in the battle soul pool kept surging. It had the intention of the Holy War Tribe. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the battle soul pool became calm again. Open. The Battle King's voice came from the black fog. Rip! A whirlpool appeared in the calm black liquid. Go in. The first disciple led the 3 protectors into the whirlpool. Then the second disciple, the third disciple, and so on. Finally, it was the 7th disciple star in Moon's turn. She led Fang Chun and company into the whirlpool. During this process, the black fog didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on Fang Chun the entire time. Interesting. After the battle soul pool closed, it disappeared and all the cultivators left. The Battle King floated in front of the Battle King Palace and smiled. As a peak sovereign, he could see through Fang Chun with one glance. His potential in the Tao of the sword is heaven-defying, the Battle King murmured. He had also noticed the 10,000 sword body, but that didn't attract his attention. The only thing that surprised him was that Fang Chun's potential in the Tao of the sword was the strongest he had ever seen in his countless years of cultivation. Even the sword god, sword saint, sword maniac, and many other experts in the Tao of the sword weren't as strong as this mystic light realm cultivator. Rumble. Boom. Space trembled as dark clouds gathered and an oppressive aura spread. A figure suddenly appeared above the Battle King Palace. Battle King. This figure only had a giant head, and its eyes were as big as gongs as it looked at the Battle King. The black fog around the latter's body quickly disappeared. What are you doing here? The Battle King asked. 100 million years have passed. Don't you want to try? The Battle King's expression changed, and he shook his head. Is the lesson from 100 million years ago not enough? What? Even the Battle King, one of the 5 kings, knows fear? The giant head in the sky said, We've been trapped in the Blackstone prison for countless years and can't leave. So what if we've become one of the 5 kings? We're still prisoners in the eyes of others. They were like little birds. No matter how smart they would be locked in a cage by their owners. King Qing, I'm different from you, the Battle King sighed. How are we different? Even if our paths of cultivation are different, our goals are the same. Could it be that time has already worn away the war monarch's fighting spirit? The giant head asked, somewhat forgetting himself. You still don't understand, the Battle King said. I don't need to understand anything. All I know is that the Battle King is scared. As soon as it finished speaking, the huge illusory head dissipated in the air. Although it caused a huge commotion, none of the cultivators of the Battle King continent saw it. The Battle King stared at where King Qing disappeared for a long time. The pressure of an unparalleled expert disappeared and was replaced by a pale and lonely face. King Qing, why wouldn't I want to leave this place? The Battle King said, We've been trapped here for so long. Why don't we wait a little longer? Chapter 2552. The Fighting Soul Pool was created by the Warlord, one of the 5 great kings. Combined with the harsh environment in the Blackstone prison, he condensed his fighting spirit into the pool and used the black sky bloodwater as a guide to form the so-called Fighting Soul Pool. The Fighting Soul Pool was very famous. Almost all the warriors in the Warlord continent wanted to soak in it. However, the Blackstone prison was too short on cultivation resources, so the Fighting Soul Pool was not open to the public. No matter how strong one's potential was, it was impossible to enter the Fighting Soul Pool. Since the creation of the Fighting Soul Pool, only the disciples of the warlord and his generals were qualified to enter. Whoosh! After entering the Fighting Soul Pool, Fang Chun and the other three kept diving. What's that? As soon as they entered, they saw blood-red balls. These balls were mixed in the black sky blood water and surrounded by fighting spirit. It was very shocking. Those are fighting spirit blood balls. Star and Moon knew more about the Fighting Soul Pool, so she recognized the blood-red balls at a glance. The fighting spirit blood balls contain traces of inheritance information. The more you accumulate, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. Star and Moon said. While she was speaking, Fang Chun could vaguely see that less than 100 meters away, the sixth senior brother was leading the three guardians to absorb the fighting spirit blood balls. We'll protect you. Focus on absorbing, Fang Chun said to Star and Moon. Star and Moon nodded and began to absorb. The number of fighting spirit blood balls in the Fighting Soul Pool was limited. There would be a time when they would finish absorbing. Rip! With the help of the three guardians, the sixth senior brother absorbed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had finished absorbing all the fighting spirit blood balls around him. Only 15. The sixth senior brother curled his lips and said helplessly. He looked around casually and found Star and Moon absorbing the fighting spirit blood balls. His eyes flickered, revealing a sinister light. Then, he quickly approached Star and Moon. Get lost. Seeing the sixth senior brother approaching, the barbarian scolded him. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the iron hammer whizzed out, smashing toward the sixth senior brother with great force. Bang! The three protectors appeared in time and blocked the hammer's attack for sixth senior brother. You did. The Battle Soul Pool was created by the Battle King. You want to monopolize it? This place belongs to our master. Leave this place quickly and take out all the battle blood balls that you obtained earlier. The three custodians declared in a domineering manner. Trash! You're too inexperienced to fight me. Sixth senior brother, who was hiding behind the three protectors, stared at Fang Chun and sneered. His face was full of ridicule. He could almost see the scene of Fang Chun and the other two begging for mercy. He also saw Star and Moon kneeling in front of him, offering the blood sphere of battle will with both hands. Thinking of this, sixth senior brother was extremely excited. Protectors, kill these three eyesores. I want to have a good chat with junior sister. A lustful expression appeared on his face. When Fang Chun saw this, he frowned slightly and had the intention to kill. You want to kill us with just the three of you? The barbarian swung his hammer at the three of them. Dong! The water rippled. The three protectors acted together and blocked the hammer. The rebound force pushed the barbarian back. Ching Ho supported the barbarian and asked, Are you okay? The barbarian shook his head and said, I'm fine, but these three old guys are quite capable. I need Brother Ching Ho's help. Ching Ho stepped forward and was about to activate the annihilation puppet. However, Fang Chun spoke at this time. You don't need to do anything to deal with three ants. As he spoke, Fang Chun walked in front of the three protectors. Didn't you want to kill us? Fang Chun asked calmly. Now, I'll give you a chance. However, if you can't kill us, then I'm sorry, but I'll kill you with my own hands. After that, Fang Chun looked at sixth senior brother and said, And you? Sixth senior brother was enraged by Fang Chun's arrogant words. Sixth senior brother's face twisted as he roared, Tear him to shreds. The three protectors snickered coldly and said, Brat, you're courting death. Boom! The cultivation techniques that the three protectors cultivated were obviously water-type cultivation techniques. In a battle soul pool, they would be greatly strengthened. Wong. Ripples appeared in front of the three protectors. The three of them formed complicated hand seals at the same time. After a while, the three of them roared and pushed their palms forward. In an instant, a terrifying power swept over. The ripples in front of the three of them turned into powerful arrows that whistled through the air, carrying the black sky blood with them. Too weak. Fang Chun shook his head. Although the three of them were at the mystic light realm, they were simply too weak. Whoosh! The 15th move of the Shura sword art whistled out. Crack! The sharp sword light pierced through the black sky and stabbed into the powerful arrows. Rumble. Everywhere the sword light passed, the arrows shattered. Even the ripples in the center turned into nothingness. The Shura's sword light carried unparalleled power and pierced through the head of one of the protectors. Crack! Blood spurted out and quickly merged with the black sky. How was this possible? The remaining two protectors were shocked. They were extremely shocked. Just how strong was this guy to be able to kill one of their companions with one sword? Not good. Young master, run. The remaining two protectors ran for their lives. However, they were still met with a sharp sword light. He didn't even need to use the 16th move of the Shura sword art to deal with them. 3 swords had killed 3 people. In the blink of an eye, 6 senior brothers' 3 protectors were all killed. At this moment, 6 senior brother was already 100 meters away. His heart was filled with fear as he ran. Bang! He blindly ran forward. Suddenly, with a bang, he felt like he had crashed into a wall. 6 senior brother's body bounced back. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Barbarian. Barbarian was tall and strong. He specialized in physical strength and was very strong. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Barbarian chuckled. You, 6 senior brother, finally felt the threat of death. He kept retreating and used the warlord's name to scare the 3 of them. If you dare to touch me, Master won't let you go. If you die in the battle's soul pool, who will know that we killed you? Ching Ho said, besides, do you really think the warlord is a fool? The reason why he let you choose 3 protectors is to let you compete with each other until the winner is decided. To put it bluntly, you are just cannon fodder. No. 6 senior brother shook his head frantically. He was afraid of death. Please let me go. Seeing Fong Chun walk over, 6 senior brother's body trembled, and he begged for mercy. Little junior sister, for the sake of our many years of brotherhood, please let me go. 6 senior brother turned to Star and Moon, hoping to move her with their brotherhood. Senior brother, I was too stubborn to realize my mistake. I colluded with the other senior brothers to go against junior sister. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I swear that I will listen to junior sister's orders in the future. In order to survive, he would do anything. Unfortunately, Star and Moon had already seen through the fickleness of the world. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chun. Her meaning was obvious. She would let Fong Chun make the decision. Hand over your battle will blood balls. Fong Chun said. Whoosh. 6 senior brother handed over all 15 battle will blood balls with trembling hands and threw them to Star and Moon. I have also handed over my battle will blood balls. I also promise that I will give every battle will blood ball I get to junior sister. Now, can you let me go? 6 senior brother said. People like you deserve to die. Whoosh. With a flick of his finger, a blade cut open 6 senior brother's chest. The latter's body fell directly into the battle soul pool. Wasn't the battle soul pool also a Jianghu? The warlord had already given them a chance to choose 3 protectors. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish the opportunity. After all, this guy is the warlord's disciple. Won't killing him like this anger the warlord? Ching Ho asked with some fear. The barbarian beside him was also worried. No, the warlord asked them to choose the 3 protectors to test their judgment. If the guardians they chose are weak, who can they blame if they die? Don't forget that this is the Blackstone prison, Fong Chun said. Star and Moon nodded. Before the battle soul pool opened, Master talked to me once. Although he didn't say it directly, I could understand. This battle soul pool is indeed a test. The price for failure is death. For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2553. Absorb these blood balls of battle will first, Fong Chun said. Star and Moon nodded and began to absorb them. Fong Chun and the other 2 surrounded Star and Moon in a triangular formation. The warlord stood in the air above the warlord palace. His pitch-black eyes continued to stare at the void. It looked empty, but it was actually where the battle soul pool was. He could easily see through the void and see the hidden battle soul pool. He could even see what was going on inside the battle soul pool. My little disciple. When he saw Fong Chun kill the 6 disciples' 3 protectors, the corners of the warlord's mouth curled up into a smile. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to choose a better protector. I was thinking too much. With these three protectors, Star and Moon's life was no longer in danger in the Battle Soul Pool. As for whether or not she could get the inheritance, that was a matter for another day. Just then, Fang Chun killed the sixth disciple with a flick of his finger. The warlord's expression changed when he saw this. He stared at the cold corpse of his disciple. After a long while, he sighed. Blackstone Prison is going to change. I can't always take care of you. Whether you live or die will depend on your abilities. Besides, at this point, the War King suddenly stopped talking. Forget it, forget it. The warlord shook his head and returned to the warlord palace. He didn't care about the Battle Soul Pool anymore. As the warlord, he had his own worries. He wasn't as happy as the other warriors who saw his name intimidate the Blackstone Prison. He returned to the Battle Soul Pool. Star and Moon absorbed the 15 blood balls of battle will from her sixth disciple. The blood-red glow around her became even brighter. Continue. Star and Moon's red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth. She looked very charming. A few days later, Star and Moon had basically absorbed all the blood balls of battle will on the surface. The blood balls of battle will were in short supply. At this time, her eyes were fixed on the depths of the Battle Soul Pool. Once you enter the depths, you will definitely fight with your other senior brothers. Fang Chun said. Star and Moon gently nodded and said, Brother Chun, you don't have to say more. I know what to do. A cold glint flashed in Star and Moon's eyes. For more than 10 years, her 6 senior brothers had been ganging up against her, especially her third senior brother. He coveted her beauty and even wanted to forcibly take her when her master was away. All kinds of humiliation were engraved in his heart. This time, he would settle it in the Battle Soul Pond. Dive. Fang Chun was at the front, Star and Moon were behind him, Ching Ho was on the left, and the barbarians were at the back. When the 4 of them reached a depth of 10,000 meters, they met 5th senior brother and 4th senior brother. Junior sister. 4th senior brother smiled sinisterly, and 5th senior brother was even more direct. Junior sister, you came at the right time. Hand over your blood balls of battle will, and let these 3 eyesores kill themselves, and we won't make things difficult for you anymore. What do you think? Star and Moon shook her head. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope, but now her heart was very cold. The 6 guardians joined forces and surrounded Fang Chun and the other 2 in middle. Their eyes were full of sarcasm. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you so down now? Boy, I've long disliked you. Now you can go to hell. Fang Chun and the other 2 looked at each other and divided the work clearly. They attacked at lightning speed. The barbarians swung his war hammer and smashed it on one of the guardians. Bang! The guardian's head was smashed open. Blood spurted out, and a miserable scream was heard. At the same time, Fang Chun pierced the head of another guardian with his sword. The remaining 4 guardians were surrounded by 9 annihilation puppets. Although the annihilation puppets' attack power was greatly reduced in the black sky bloodwater, it was more than enough to deal with these 4 guardians. How could this be? The 4 great protectors panicked. What are you waiting for? Kill them. 5th senior brother shouted. Swoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through his head. 5th junior brother. 4th senior brother shouted, his face full of horror. You dare to kill my junior brother. Master will not let you go. At this moment, 4th senior brother was also scared silly. He was stunned on the spot. Bang! The annihilation puppets joined forces and instantly killed 2 of the guardians. The remaining guardians were pierced by Fang Chen's sword. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the 6 great protectors were all dead. This sudden turn of events left 4th senior brother dumbfounded. No! He shook his head mechanically. He was scared silly. I've long disliked you. The barbarian killed him with a hammer, collected their battle spirit blood balls, and handed them to Star and Moon. The bloody scene did not make Star and Moon say anything. In just half a day, 3 of their senior brothers had died in the Battle Soul Pool. Son of AB *Tsich, you didn't dare to do anything outside because of the warlord. How dare you be so arrogant in the Battle Soul Pool? The barbarian kicked away 4th senior brother's corpse and cursed. If the 3 of us join forces, I'm afraid that even the 18 guardians together are no match for us, Ching Ho said with a grin. They killed 3 of the warlord's disciples, but the latter did not do anything. This made Ching Ho even bolder. He did not believe that the warlord could not see what happened in the battle soul pool. If he did not do anything, it meant that he agreed. It seems that sister-in-law has a higher position in the warlord's heart, Ching Ho thought to himself. They continued to dive deeper and deeper. Along the way, they did not run into the other 3 senior brothers, which surprised Fong Chun. Is there another world at the bottom of the battle soul pool? They helped Star and Moon quickly absorb the battle spirit blood balls. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Star and Moon had absorbed enough battle spirit blood balls. Her battle spirit had become stronger. At first glance, it was like seeing a member of the Holy War Tribe. There are fewer and fewer battle spirit blood balls in the battle soul pool. We need to go to the bottom, Fong Chun said. Finally, we can go down and take a look, Ching Ho said. Those 3 sons of B** cheese. My hammer has been thirsty for a long time. The barbarian was as bad-tempered as ever. The 4 of them dived for more than 10 days before they could see the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was blood red. However, there was not a single battle spirit blood ball. Where are the battle spirit blood balls? Why are there none? The barbarian asked. Those 3 fellows must have snatched it away, Ching Ho said. Fong Chun looked around and carefully checked every inch of the water. Finally, his eyes fell on a reef. He quickly swam to the front of the reef and carefully observed it. Brother Fong, is there something wrong with this reef? The barbarian asked. Or is it a treasure? What did you see? Fong Chun didn't answer the barbarian. Instead, he turned to Ching Ho and asked. The latter said, this reef used puppet techniques. Based on my years of experience, this reef should be the head of a puppet. What? The head of a puppet? The barbarian was shocked. If the head of a puppet fell here, then the puppet must be nearby. If we find the puppet, we may be able to find those 3 guys, Ching Ho said. Blackstone Prison, in the clouds of the 9th heaven. 5 figures appeared one after another. They looked at each other and emitted violent energy. Ha ha! The 5 of us haven't gathered for a long time, right? The bearded old man said with a smile. Time is merciless. We're all old. King Ching, weren't you preparing to break through a while ago? How is it? Did you succeed? King Ching smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy to break through to the ancient god realm? Besides, it's not like you don't know the situation in the Blackstone prison. In the Blackstone prison, it was impossible to break through to the ancient god realm. The 5 kings knew, but there was nothing they could do. King Jean, you're going all out. The bearded old man looked at King Jean, who was a little sad. For this opportunity, you're even willing to give up your own disciples. King Jean sighed and shook his head. When I took them in as disciples, I said that they have to rely on themselves. Cultivation depends on themselves. The battle soul pool this time is a test for them. Whoever can walk out of it will be able to inherit my mantle, said the battle king. It seems that you're ready for the final battle. You've even found your successor. So what? Your edge has been worn away by time. You've lost the heart of an expert, King Ching said coldly. Chapter 2554. Battle Soul Pool. The battle was monstrous, and the sea of blood was boundless. The huge battle soul pool was filled with black sky blood. If it wasn't for the super strong defense, the skin and flesh of ordinary people would have been corroded long ago. This bloody water is too annoying. Ching Ho was speechless. Every time he activated the meteoric black iron, it would be corroded by the black sky blood. He was very distressed. In the Blackstone prison, the origin energy was very scarce, and the annihilation puppet's self-healing ability was reduced. He was reluctant to use the annihilation puppet unless it was a last resort. Found it. Suddenly, Ching Ho's voice was heard. Fong Chun and the other 2 hurried to Ching Ho's side. In the mud, there was a tattered statue, which seemed to have been corroded by the black sky blood. It was beyond recognition, but Ching Ho still found it with his powerful puppet skills. He gently dug the mud away, and the broken statue appeared in front of them. This statue was made by a puppet master, and there is something inside. If I'm not wrong, Those three guys should have entered the statue, Ching-Ho said. Inside the statue, the barbarian was stunned. Whoosh! Ching-Ho waved his hand, and a puppet aura emerged. He opened the statue's entrance with a special method. A very narrow gap appeared under the statue's armpit, but it was enough for Fong Chun and the others. Let's go in. With Fong Chun in front and Star and Moon behind, the four of them entered the statue. Boom! As soon as they entered, they noticed the vast black sky blood surging toward them. Then, they saw densely packed battle spirit blood balls. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? The barbarian couldn't help but curl his lips. They had worked hard for a few months and only managed to accumulate a small amount of battle blood balls. However, there were so many of them here that they could just casually grab them. So, the battle spirit blood balls were hidden here, Ching-Ho said with a smile. You are, Fong Chun called. Star and Moon understood and began to absorb the battle spirit blood balls with all their might. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar, followed by a furious roar. Stop! Fong Chun and the others looked up and saw an old man. Third senior brother's protector? Fong Chun recognized him. This person was one of the protectors of his third senior brother, and his strength was slightly stronger. This is not a place you should have come to. Since you barged in, then die. The protector did not allow any explanation and attacked at lightning speed. Suddenly, he slapped out with his palm, and a blade whistled through the air. Violent winds and torrential rain gathered together, forming a terrifying whirlpool that resembled a black hole. A terrifying aura burst out from within the vortex. Before the aura could spread out, the blade whistled past and pierced through the vortex. In an instant, all the power in the vortex gathered on the blade. Azura sword technique. Fong Chun executed the 15th move of the Azura sword skill. Bang! The blade and the sword light collided, and a dazzling light burst out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blade seemed to contain an extremely strong corrosive force, and it was forcefully corroding the sword light. Dong! After the violent collision, the blade and the sword light exploded. The protector sneered. How dare you challenge me with such little strength? The protector leaped up and spread out his hands. 2 blood balls of fighting spirit appeared in his palms. Buzz! He squeezed hard and crushed the blood balls of fighting spirit. Violent fighting spirit surged out like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. Azura sword skill, 16th move. Fong Chun let out a soft cry and executed his strongest sword move. Buzz! The surrounding black sky blood evaporated in an instant, and a vacuum appeared in the void. The sword light that burst out from the hidden star sword carried a powerful Azura sword chi and pierced the protector's body. I'll block it. The protector was full of confidence. He stretched out his palm and blocked Fong Chun's sword light. Poochie! His palm was pierced, and the tip of the sword pierced through his arm and into his chest. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. His body trembled and swayed, and his vitality dissipated. His pupils dilated, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely dead. This guy is considered one of the more difficult to deal with among the 18 protectors, the barbarian said. Since he's here, it means that the others are not far away, Ching-Ho said. Star and Moon also gave up on absorbing the blood balls of fighting spirit. The others had passed by, but they did not absorb the blood balls of fighting spirit. This meant that there was something more attractive ahead. 10,000 li away from here, there was a wasteland. 3 senior brothers and 8 protectors were fighting against a beast. The monster had ferocious horns on its head, and its body was covered in blood thorns. Sky Sprinting Clan. Eldest senior brother's eyes were burning. It's a sky sprinting clan. Master once said that an adult sky sprinting clan member's strength is comparable to a top-notch venerable, second senior brother said. We must capture this sky sprinting clan member, third senior brother shouted. The 8 protectors joined forces and fought fiercely against the sky sprinting clan member. This sky sprinting clan member seemed to be underage, and it was seriously injured under the continuous attacks of the 8 protectors. Why isn't Protector Cho back yet? Could it be that he encountered some problems? While the three of them were talking, they suddenly saw four people rushing toward them from afar. It's them. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun and the other three arrived at the wasteland. That's the Sky Sprinting clan. As Warlord's disciple, Star and Moon recognized the Sky Sprinting clan at a glance. Then, she said anxiously, "Brother Chun, we can't let them get this monster." Star and Moon's voice was urgent. Although Fong Chun did not know this monster, he seemed to understand something. "Little junior sister, you came at the right time." Third senior brother's eyes were burning as he chuckled. "Have you made up your mind about what I told you before?" Third senior brother said shamelessly, "We're well matched in terms of social status. We're a match made in heaven. As long as you're with me, I promise I won't attack those three guys." Third senior brother knew that Star and Moon valued Fong Chun, so he threatened him with the lives of the three of them. "Oomph, you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to threaten others?" The barbarian raised his war hammer and smashed it. Bang! Although third senior brother dodged in time, his arm was still hit by the war hammer, and blood flowed out. His face was ferocious, and he was furious. "Two protectors, kill him for me." Hearing third senior brother's angry roar, his two protectors retreated from the battle and surrounded the barbarian. The latter was not to be outdone. He raised his war hammer and smashed it wildly. The barbarian was fighting against two people. Although he was at a disadvantage, Fong Chun and Ching Ho were not worried at all. The barbarian's skin was thick, and his life was not in danger for the time being. "Your companions are about to die, and you can still laugh," third senior brother said coldly. "But don't worry, you're next." Third senior brother pointed his finger at Fong Chun and said, "I'll save you for last. I'll let you see with your own eyes how Star and Moon kneel before me and serve me. You." Originally, Fong Chun did not intend to kill third senior brother so quickly, but his words sped up the process of his death. "You shouldn't have humiliated you, Fong Chun's aura sword." He took a step forward and arrived in front of third senior brother. "Boy," before third senior brother could finish his sentence, Fong Chun punched him. The fist radiance, which seemed to be poured with gold, carried an extremely powerful force. With a bang, it smashed into third senior brother's head. The latter's body was imprisoned in an instant, and he could not dodge at all. Bang! Third senior brother's head shattered, and he died instantly. "Young master." The two protectors, who were besieging the barbarian, saw this and cried out. While the two were distracted, the barbarian counterattacked. Bang! He smashed the injured protector to death with a hammer, and the other protector, who was about to attack the barbarian, suddenly had his head separated from his body. Not far away, Fong Chun's finger fell slowly, and there was still a trace of terrifying finger radiance around his fingertip. "You dare to kill my junior brother?" Eldest senior brother and second senior brother kept retreating, their hearts filled with fear. At this moment, the Skyrush clan's aura was already weak, and he was about to die. "Protectors!" Eldest senior brother shouted, and the remaining 6 protectors came to the two of them one after another, surrounding them in the middle. "How is this possible?" Eldest senior brother and second senior brother were shocked. How could Fong Chun be so powerful? He killed a protector in the blink of an eye. Wasn't he too powerful? Even the 6 protectors' eyes flickered, and they wanted to retreat. "Brother, we were in the wrong before. For the sake of the warlord, let's forget about this matter. What do you think?" Eldest senior brother asked, suppressing the hatred in his heart. Chapter 25:55. Hearing what first senior brother said, Fong Chun smiled faintly. He had met countless cowardly people like first senior brother since he was on the ancient sword continent. Before he showed his strength, first senior brother kept provoking him and even wanted to control his life and death. However, when he revealed his absolute strength, he kept on begging for mercy. He brought out all his backings and wanted to escape. People like him were destined to never be able to walk far on the martial path. "Weren't you very cocky before?" The barbarian sneered. "When we were outside the Battle Souls pool, didn't you say that you would kill us all? Now that I've given you a chance, have you taken it?" Facing barbarian's mockery, first senior brother smiled bitterly and felt helpless. Who would have thought that an ordinary mystic light realm cultivator could be this strong? Thinking back to how Fong Chun killed the protectors with a flick of his finger, First Senior Brother's body trembled as he looked at Fong Chun warily. The 6 protectors didn't dare to attack. Fong Chun's strength was close to that of a mystic light realm expert. In particular, his swordsmanship was even more astonishing. Since they weren't strong enough, they started to negotiate. First Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother forced themselves to remain calm and started to negotiate with Fong Chun. Unfortunately, Fong Chun didn't want to bother with the 2 of them. Junior sister. The 2 of them looked at the star and moon, hoping that the latter would ask for mercy. Kill scum like him, Ching Ho said as he shrugged. Bang! Barbarian raised his hammer and smashed Second Senior Brother's body, killing him instantly. Seeing this, the 6 protectors made up their minds and attacked together. Kill! Fong Chun understood what the 6 Great Guardians were thinking. They wanted to create an opportunity for chaos so that eldest Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother could successfully escape. Unfortunately, their plan went awry. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, he killed 1 person. With 6 flicks of his finger, he killed 6 people. In the blink of an eye, only First Senior Brother was left. He trembled as despair filled his heart. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Eldest Senior Brother had already sunk into a state of numbness. As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. No need. The barbarian raised his war hammer and continued to smash down. However, he was stopped by Ching Ho. Do you know why the battle of blood balls are all here? Ching Ho asked. According to what I know, the statue puppet was once created by an expert. After Master created the battle soul pool, that expert forced his way in. After obtaining an item, he managed to escape unscathed. However, his statue was trapped here. Eldest Senior Brother said in horror. What else do you know? As for the rest, he didn't know the rest. Fong Chun realized that he couldn't get any useful information out of him. With a flick of his finger, he killed it. On the path of martial arts, if you were not ruthless, the one who would die in the end would be you. For martial cultivators, the greatest taboo was to let a tiger return to the mountain. Fong Chun wasn't as strong as the warlord, who could ignore everything and sweep through the Blackstone prison with his iron fists. Brother Chun, save the Skyrush clan, Star and Moon suddenly said. Hearing that, Fong Chun realized that they were besieging a demon beast. At this moment, the demon beast was crawling on the ground, covered in blood. Its eyes glanced at the approaching Star and Moon. It wanted to dodge, but it didn't have the strength. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. We're here to save you. Star and Moon tried to communicate with the Skyrush clan. The demon beast actually understood Star and Moon's words. Its eyes turned, and it no longer rejected Star and Moon. Fong Chun and the other 2 came to the Skyrush clan and hurriedly treated its injuries. Although its injuries are serious, it doesn't affect its life. After communicating with the Skyrush clan, they kept it in the demon ceiling tower and threw it to the demon tiger and beast. After a while, the demon tiger and beast replied, Master, don't worry. I can completely deal with this injury. Hearing that, Fong Chun nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. What's the Skyrush clan? It was the first time Fong Chun had heard of such a demon beast clan. The Skyrush clan was one of the strongest clans of the demon clan in the ancient times. Their clan was very powerful and was one of the most important clans of the demon clan, the barbarians said. Unfortunately, after the battle of the fall of the ancient gods, the Skyrush clan disappeared from the chaos void. At first, I also thought that the Skyrush clan had completely disappeared. Who would have thought that I would see them in the Blackstone prison? The barbarian exclaimed. It was unknown how many years had passed since the ancient age. The universe had been destroyed again and again, and the chaos void had also experienced disintegration and reorganization again and again. It was only now that things had gradually stabilized. At that time, the Skyrush clan was extremely powerful. When they reached adulthood, they could reach the combat power of a top venerable. No one dared to provoke the Skyrush clan, who was at the peak of their power. They led the demon clan to glory. Unfortunately, after the battle of the fall of the ancient gods, the Skyrush clan was severely injured by an unknown creature, causing their clan to disintegrate. Then, the other demon clans took the opportunity to completely exterminate them. The Skyrush clan was too powerful and provoked many enemies. Moreover, they suppressed the other clans of the demon clan with their absolute strength. For various reasons, the Skyrush clan completely disappeared. Currently, only the Blackstone prison had members of the Skyrushing clan. After listening to the Star and Moon and the Barbarian's explanation, Fang Chun was shocked. He did not expect the Skyrush clan to have such a powerful background. What surprised him even more was that their combat power was comparable to that of a top venerable. Then, after cultivating for a period of time, would they be able to become an ultimate venerable? Did an ancient god appear during the Skyrush clan's most powerful period? Fang Chun asked. The barbarian shook his head. The Skyrush clan's divine ability was too powerful. They were blessed by the heavens, but they were also limited. It was easy for their clan to reach the ultimate venerable level. However, it was too difficult to reach the level of an ancient god. During the Ancient Age, when the Skyrush clan was at its peak, there were only 5 ancient gods in the clan. Those 5 ancient gods had lived for countless years and broke through the limit to become ancient gods. Fang Chun nodded. Everything had its own balance. If it cannot be broken, the heavens and the earth would be out of balance, the void would shatter, and the world would be destroyed. The heavens had bestowed the Skyrush clan with extraordinary talents, but they had cut off their path to becoming ancient gods. This was also relative. When you gained something, you had to lose something. Since ancient times, it was difficult to have the best of both worlds. Brother Chun, is the Skyrush clan all right? Star and Moon was very concerned. Don't worry, their lives are not in danger, Fang Chun said. In that case, I'm relieved. Let's take advantage of the time when the Skyrush clan is recovering from their injuries to look for other inheritances, Star and Moon suggested. Okay. The barbarian took the lead and ran wildly on the ground, constantly looking for inheritances. Time passed. A year later, hard work paid off. The barbarian finally found a power inheritance that was suitable for him. Although it was not the inheritance of a warlord, it was enough to support his cultivation until he reached the profound god realm. This made the barbarian wild with joy, and he immediately began to cultivate. 3 years later, Qing Ho found the inheritance left behind by the puppet master who had forced his way into the battle soul pool. Qing Ho, who happened to be at a bottleneck in the puppet realm, was very excited. 10 years later, Star and Moon finally absorbed all the blood balls of fighting spirit. Finally, they activated the inheritance left behind by the warlord and successfully accepted it. In the past 10 years, the 3 of them had gained a lot. Only Fang Chun did not gain anything. He did not mind. He was very happy to see their strength increase. During this time, the demon tiger and beast had also completely healed the Skyrush clan's injuries. Originally, Fang Chun planned to let the Skyrush clan stay in the demon ceiling tower to cultivate with the demon tiger and beast. Unexpectedly, the Skyrush clan refused and chose to stay with Star and Moon. Moreover, it cut its finger and automatically recognized Star and Moon as its master. You ungrateful bastard! Fang Chun curled his lips and said, Your injuries were so serious. I had to work hard to heal you. Can this bastard really have the combat strength of a top venerable when it reaches adulthood? Qing Ho was a little doubtful. Bang! The Skyrush clan raised its leg and kicked Qing Ho's nether regions. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Qing Ho's mouth. His face twitched, and he was in great pain. I'm going to kill you. Qing Ho chased the Skyrush clan all over the world. Little clan, stop fooling around. A bell-like voice spread. The naughty Skyrush clan immediately became obedient. It returned to Star and Moon's side and stuck its tongue out at Qing Ho. It's been more than 10 years. We should go back. They had obtained the warlord's inheritance, and the trip to the Battle Soul Pool was over. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2556. In front of the Battle King Palace, the sky was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. Blinding light shone on the ground, making the area around the Battle King Palace seem peaceful and quiet. Everyone knew that the Battle King continent was the Battle King's territory, and the Battle King was the absolute ruler here. No one wanted to cause trouble here. For more than 10 years, the five kings had been discussing important matters. The Battle King hadn't returned yet, but this didn't affect the normal operations of the Battle King Palace. Rip! A crack appeared in the sky in front of the Battle King Palace, and the Battle Soul Pool appeared. The Battle Soul Pool stood in the middle of the terrifying whirlpool, and the black sky blood water spun around, making the entire place seem eerie. Splash! A wave burst out from the blood water of the black sky and rose into the sky, forming a magnificent water pillar. There were 4 people standing on the pillar of water. "It's out." Fong Chun grinned as he stood on the pillar of water and looked down. The appearance of the Battle Soul Pool shook the entire Battle King continent. All the martial artists rushed to the Battle King Palace immediately. In a short while, the Battle King Palace was completely surrounded by martial artists. The Battle Soul Pool has appeared. I wonder which of the 7 disciples obtained the Battle King's inheritance. Eldest senior brother has the highest chance of obtaining it. He's the strongest of the 7 disciples. That's right. I think so too. After all, his 3 protectors are comparable to mystic true realm cultivators. Everyone was discussing, and many people guessed that eldest senior brother had obtained the inheritance. Of course, most people thought that the youngest disciple of the Battle King, Star and Moon, had died. After all, the 6 disciples were working together against him. After entering the Battle Soul Pool, it was like 18 mystic light realm protectors fighting against him. Even if his 3 protectors were strong, they wouldn't be able to block it. "Look, there's someone on the pillar of water." Suddenly, it was unknown who shouted. Immediately, the gazes of all the martial artists turned to look at the towering water pillar. The huge wave formed by the black sky blood water spun rapidly, forming a thick water column. Taking a closer look, there were 4 people standing on top of the water pillar. Isn't she the youngest disciple of the Battle King, the Star and Moon? Soon, someone discovered the Star and Moon. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the 4 members of Star and Moon in disbelief. What's going on? She actually came back safe and sound? He should be lucky that he didn't meet anyone else. That must be it. Otherwise, the other disciples won't let him go. After a brief moment of shock, everyone gave such a reason. Rip! The Battle Soul Pool gradually disappeared into the void. Fong Chun and the other 3 jumped down from the water pillar. After they landed on the ground, they felt countless gazes on them, surrounding them. The Battle Soul Pool disappeared. At this moment, the Battle Soul Pool closed again and disappeared. This scene set off a storm in the hearts of countless cultivators. They stared at the void, dumbfounded. What did the disappearance of the Battle Soul Pool mean? They knew this better than anyone else. Oh my God! Did the other 6 disciples all die in the Battle Soul Pool? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's something wrong with the Battle Soul Pool. With Star and Moon and his 3 useless protectors? Many people snorted, thinking that the other 6 disciples were still in the Battle Soul Pool. Rumble. Noisy noises spread throughout the entire space. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The Battle King Palace opened. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. 5 elders appeared in the Battle King Palace. When their gazes fell on Star and Moon, a smile appeared on their faces. "Princess Yu, congratulations," one of the elders said with a smile. "I didn't expect that the most hopeless person would become the biggest winner. Yes, I'm afraid that your 6 dead senior brothers didn't expect you to be able to turn the tables in the Battle Soul Pool. Princess Yu, don't worry. The Battle King once said that in the Battle Soul Pool, everyone will rely on their own means. If you use normal means to kill them, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky." The words of the 5 elders had undoubtedly pushed Xingyue into the teeth of the storm. What? The other 6 were all killed by Star and Moon? Why is this woman so vicious that she can even kill her own sect? What do you know? That's why the Battle King opened the Battle Soul Pool. Before, when the 6 of them teamed up to attack Star and Moon, the Battle King only turned a blind eye. The Battle King doesn't need trash. Only those who can survive the cruel competition have the right to receive his strongest inheritance. It's obvious that Star and Moon succeeded. Some people argued for Star and Moon, while others thought that the latter was too cruel. Of course, even more people were shocked. 6 disciples and 18 protectors with such combat power were actually no match for the Star Moon team. Where did her 3 protectors come from? There were even mystic Star Realm cultivators among the 3 protectors. However, such an unassuming group had defeated 18 mystic Light Realm protectors. Boom! Just as everyone was pondering, a mighty aura suddenly came from the distant horizon. Figures flew through the air one after another. Their bodies were filled with anger. You'll pay with your lives for killing my young master. That's right. You'll all die. In an instant, dozens of people surrounded Fang Chun and the other 2. Their faces were filled with coldness, and their hearts were filled with anger. The 6 disciples of the Battle King usually formed their own cliques. After their deaths, these people lost their backing and felt that their lives were in danger, so they came to take revenge. They didn't dare to target Star and Moon, so they turned to target Fang Chun and the other 2. Enough! The elder leading the group reprimanded with a gloomy expression. Princess, you didn't break the rules. Choosing protectors was also in line with the Battle King's rules, the elder said. The elder said, your young masters also chose the same protectors, but they died. They can only blame themselves for being too weak. Don't try to cause trouble in front of the Battle King Palace. After being scolded by the elders, everyone became more restrained. A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd. He was leaning on a walking stick and was staggering a little. 5 elders. Someone recognized the white-haired old man and exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Guai? It's Mr. Guai. Mr. Guai was named because he used a cane. Under normal circumstances, an injury to the leg wasn't a big deal for a mystic true realm cultivator. However, Mr. Guai had once fought with an enemy and was injured. He didn't treat it and instead let the injury become a chronic illness, causing him to wobble when he walked. He said that every time he walked, he would remind himself not to forget his revenge. After all, it was rare for a mystic true realm cultivator to use a cane. Adding on the fact that Mr. Guai was very strong, many people would respectfully call him Mr. Guai. He had watched his eldest senior brother grow up and had high hopes for him this time. Who would have thought that his senior brother would die in the battle soul pool? How could Mr. Guai not be angry? We don't blame Princess Resentful Moon for the young master's death. However, her 3 protectors are violent and came from the outside world. We suspect that they purposely sneaked in to cause trouble. Mr. Guai said while holding his cane. Just as the 5 elders were about to speak, Ching Ho spoke first. It's really the same as the outside world. When you beat the young, the old will jump out. When you beat the old will jump out. It's all the same. Being mocked by Ching Ho, Mr. Guai was even more furious. Kid, you're too arrogant. Whoosh! Mr. Crutch suddenly waved his hand, and the crutch in his hand shot out rapidly. Kacha! The cane pierced through the air and appeared in front of Ching Ho. The cane spun at an extremely fast speed and was even more powerful. Even a mystic true realm cultivator wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Ching Ho's face turned serious as he kept retreating. Ha! A crisp sound was heard as a big hand appeared in front of the cane. When the cane was close to him, he grabbed it. This sudden turn of events caused the surrounding people to be shocked. Give it to me. Mr. Guava growled, and a violent suction force appeared. The crutch that was being held struggled out and returned to his hand. Everyone says that Mr. Guai is unparalleled in the mystic true realm. But it turns out that it's just SOSO. Fang Qin grinned. In fact, his hand was hurting, but he was trying his best to endure the pain. Chapter 2557. Mr. Guai's expression was dark, as everyone exclaimed. A mystic light realm cultivator was able to block Mr. Guai's attack with just his physical strength. Where did this person come from? Why is he so strong? Many people started to ask about Fang Chen's identity. The 5 elders also looked at Fang Chen with interest. Star and Moon on the side was slightly worried. Ching Ho and Barbarian both walked up and stood next to Fang Chen. Old thing, don't take advantage of your seniority. If you want to take revenge for your useless young master, just say it, Barbarian snickered coldly. Yeah, just take revenge. Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Even I feel embarrassed for you, Ching-ho said. The three stood there without any fear on their faces. Mr. Guai rubbed his cane as an extremely sharp aura radiated from his body. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the three and didn't hide his killing intent. Hee, it's been many years since a mystic light realm cultivator dared to challenge me. Mr. Guai snickered coldly. Some of the mystic light realm cultivators behind him were enraged. Mr. Guai, please allow us to teach these three arrogant fellows a lesson for you. That's right. Just 3 pieces of trash aren't worthy of Mr. Guai taking action. Mr. Guai was a hero back then. Just 3 ants. Let's take action. At this moment, many mystic light realm cultivators behind him started to beg. Mr. Guai said with disdain, "Do you see this? This is the difference. As long as I, Mr. Guai, stand here, there will be many people willing to risk their lives for me. But what about you? Although it isn't easy for you to reach such heights at such a young age. However, no one here will remember your good deeds." Mr. Guai smiled eerily and waved his hands. "Although the 3 of you were asked by Princess Yu to protect her, you shouldn't have killed our young master in the battle soul pool. This is a capital offense." Mr. Guai looked down at Fong Chun and the others as if he was sentencing them to death. 5 elders. Star and Moon whispered to the 5 elders, begging them to speak. "Princess Yu, don't worry. These 3 protectors of yours aren't simple." The leading elder chuckled. "Perfect timing. Let's take this opportunity to see exactly how miraculous your 3 protectors are." Hearing this, Star and Moon finally relaxed. She had obtained the Battle King's inheritance from the Battle Soul Pool and was now the Battle King's only disciple. Her status had risen a lot. Since the 5 elders said that nothing would happen, then nothing would happen. "You 3 fellows, see how I'll deal with you." A mystic light realm martial practitioner thought he was strong and attacked at lightning speed. Fong Chun turned to the 5 elders and asked, "5 elders, this matter is not our fault. They wanted our lives, and we had no choice but to fight back, so—" The Grand Elder waved his hand. "Life and death are up to the will of the heavens." Hearing this, Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then he could go all out. "Do you really think the 3 of us are sick cats just because the tiger doesn't show its might? Eat your grandfather's hammer." The barbarian had an explosive personality. Seeing the other party attack, he raised his hammer and smashed it down. Bang! The other party's attack was instantly shattered. The barbarian's hammer didn't stop at all and smashed the other party's head. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a mystic light realm martial practitioner died right in front of everyone's eyes, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, many mystic light realm martial practitioners that wanted to kill Fong Chun and the other 2 retreated. This guy's physical strength is too strong. Yeah, smashing a mystic light realm martial practitioner to death with 1 hammer. Isn't that too much? No wonder the other 6 disciples and 18 protectors all died. It's not without reason. Many martial practitioners finally understood after seeing the barbarian's domineering response. Attack together and kill him. A mystic light realm martial practitioner roared, and dozens of them instantly surrounded the barbarian. Bang! The barbarian's hammer whistled through the air, and they instantly entered an intense battle. Fong Chun exchanged glances with Ching-ho and then flicked his finger. Whoosh! A bright light shot out of his finger and arrived in front of Mystic Light Realm Martial Practitioner in an instant. Fuck off. This Mystic Light Realm Martial Practitioner was attacking the barbarian and didn't pay attention to it. Bang! He punched out before turning around and continuing to attack. Bam! However, the moment he turned around, he suddenly felt pain in his chest. Lowering his head, he saw that there was a hole in his chest, and blood was flowing out from it. How is this possible? His voice was hoarse, and his aura was weak. He didn't even manage to finish his sentence before falling to the ground. Whoosh! Huge waves were set off on the ground. All the martial practitioners in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Killing a Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner with 1 finger was shocking to the eyes. Strong, too strong. So this guy is the strongest in the group. That finger, just then, was a stroke of genius. The hearts of many martial practitioners were filled with shock. Some of the mystic true realm martial practitioners squinted their eyes and seemed to have noticed something. Under the combined attacks of Fang Chun and the barbarian, 10 mystic light realm martial practitioners died in just a few breaths. Patting the dust off his body, the barbarian grinned and said, "Too weak, can't take a beating." Everyone was speechless. It wasn't that the opponent was too weak, it was that the two of them were too strong. The other mystic light realm martial practitioners didn't dare to move. If they couldn't see the situation now, they might as well kill themselves by smashing their heads against tofu. Mr. Crutch limped forward a few steps as a dark smile appeared on his old face. He lightly shook his head and sighed. The body refinement Tao has boundless strength, and the sword Tao is exquisite. The two of you are both geniuses, but unfortunately, you met me. Mr. Crutch had a hobby of killing geniuses. And then, Fang Chun said with a shrug, and then, old man, you'll be beaten black and blue by us and run away. Will you change your name and hide from the world? The barbarian said. Mr. Guanzi gently wiped his walking stick, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Do you know why I'm called Mr. Crutch? Before the three could reply, Mr. Crutch continued, I, Mr. Crutch, have dominated the warlord continent for countless years, and no one dares to underestimate me. But today, I'm being underestimated by you three newbies? What a joke. Old man, you talk too much. Ching Ho frowned. What was this fellow trying to say by flaunting his seniority? That he was strong? Very good. Mr. Crutch nodded his head and said, if you can last 3 moves against me today, I'll let you go. But if you can't last 3 moves, then you can pay your respects to my young master. So pretentious. You make it sound like you're strong, but you're actually so weak that you can't even take 1 move, the barbarian said with disdain. Ching Ho also nodded his head in agreement. Stop bragging. You're so old, and you're still limping. How dare you call yourself Mr. Crutch? Why don't you call yourself Crutch? That suits you better. No one had ever dared to talk to Mr. Crutch like that. He felt a great humiliation. All of you will die. Whoosh. The wind started to blow. It was a wild wind that blew from afar. Dust flew into the air as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent energy swept over. Dong! The walking stick in Mr. Crutch's hand shook violently, and the ground shook. The surrounding people retreated. Mr. Crutch was angry, and the consequences were severe. Brother Chun, Star and Moon called out worriedly. Fang Chun gave her a comforting smile. I know that many people have opinions about you and the 3 of us. I'll take this opportunity to let the world know that Er's vision is unimaginable. When the last word was said, Fang Chen's battle intent surged. Crack! Wherever Mr. Crutch's walking stick passed, the ground cracked. He leaped and approached the barbarian, swinging the walking stick in his hand. Dong! The barbarian swung his war hammer and collided with Mr. Crutch's walking stick. A shocking collision occurred. Thump! Thump! The barbarian's body quickly retreated. He felt that his entire arm was numb. It hurts. The barbarian curled his lips, and his face became serious. Too weak. Mr. Crutch looked down and mocked. Then he pointed the walking stick in his hand at Fang Chun, and the wind howled. Chapter 2558. Selah. Fang Chen's figure quickly faded and disappeared into the void. Crack! Mr. Guai's cane missed, and his expression changed. His divine sense wasn't able to find Fang Chen's trace. Umph. Mr. Guai harumphed coldly as his gaze fell on Barbarian and Ching Ho. Now, Fang Chen's space-time collapse art had already reached the strongest level. Once he hid in the void, even the 5 elders at the Mystic God Realm wouldn't be able to find him, let alone Mr. Guai. This guy's movement technique is incredible. Powerful, truly powerful. Just this skill alone is enough for him to do whatever he wants in the Blackstone prison. Yeah, we know he's hiding in the void, but we can't find him with our divine sense. The 5 elders sighed. Unless the battle monarch comes, no one will be able to find him. Who? Mr. Guai's cane was very powerful. He waved it 3 times and forced Barbarian to retreat. Barbarian's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old man, you're only SOSO." Barbarian wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed crazily. He was able to block Mr. Gwai's attacks with his mystic light realm cultivation. Normal people wouldn't be able to do this. "Watch as I shatter your physical body. That's what you get for being so arrogant." Mr. Gwai stepped forward and closed in on Barbarian. Whoosh! Just as he raised his walking stick, a majestic sword light burst out from the void. Mr. Gwai felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but change the path of his cane to block the sword light behind him. Crack! The sword light clashed with the cane and exploded. "You're courting death." Fong Chun attacked, but Mr. Gwai found his hiding spot. Mr. Gwai flew over and waved his cane, his power reaching its peak. Voila! Fong Chun appeared with the hidden star sword in his hand and the 10,000 sword domain as he used the 16th move of the Shura sword art. The dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword as if it could split the heaven and earth. Dong! Before the sword light and the walking stick collided, Fong Chen's mind trembled and traces of will emerged. The way of controlling soldiers. 1. With Fong Chun as the center, everyone within a radius of 100 li felt the strange movements of their weapons. Every single weapon was swaying. Condense. Fong Chen's eyes focused on the walking stick as he uttered a single word. Suddenly, the menacing walking stick was confined in the void. After a short while, Mr. Crutch was shocked to find that he had lost control of his crutch. What secret technique is this? Mr. Guava turned pale with fright. However, this scene only lasted for a breath. Whoosh! The resplendent sword light bypassed the crutch and pierced towards Mr. Gwai. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The powerful sword light forced Mr. Gwai's body to retreat instantly. Boom! When the sword light exploded in front of Mr. Gwai, causing him to be in a sorry state, the trapped crutch finally returned to its original state. However, the majestic power in the crutch had disappeared. In just a breath's time, such a shocking change had occurred. Mr. Gwai's heart was shaken. The weapons of the surrounding people also returned to normal. They were dumbfounded and shocked speechless. In front of the warlord palace, the 5 elders stared straight at Fong Chun. Suddenly, the leading elder said, I see. What's wrong?" The other elders asked. "I've been wondering what method this kid used to imprison Mr. Gwai's walking stick. Now I finally know." The leading elder took a deep breath and said, "The way of controlling soldiers." Hearing this, the other elders were completely stunned. For many of the surrounding martial artists, their memories were too distant and they were unfamiliar with the way of controlling soldiers. But for the 5 elders, it was not unfamiliar at all. The way of controlling soldiers of Bing, Wu, honored master? This guy is not simple. After a long time, several people sighed. Mr. Gwai's face gradually returned to normal as he held his walking stick. His face was ferocious and his eyes were scarlet. He had fallen into a state of madness. "Very good. It has been a long time since someone forced me, Mr. Gwai, to this point. The 3 of you should be proud." As he spoke, Mr. Gwai's body released a wild power. The walking stick in his hand was actually expanding. What a strong power. Mr. Gwai is going to use his trump card. Many people exclaimed. Star and Moon was also a little worried. On the other hand, the 5 elders were curious as to how Fong Chun would block Mr. Gwai's strongest attack. Fong Chun and the other 2 looked at each other and then walked together. Looking at Mr. Gwai, who had fallen into madness, Ching Ho smiled and said, "Are you curious why I, a mysterious star realm martial artist, have the courage to provoke you?" Ching Ho had not made a move. Everyone thought that Ching Ho was protected by the 2 in the Warlord Soul Pool. Now that Ching Ho said this, everyone's eyelids twitched. "Although we can't defeat you, you won't be able to defeat us either." As soon as Ching Ho's voice fell, the aura around him instantly became stronger. Whoosh! 9 consecutive black shadows burst out from the Sumeru ring, forming a joint battle formation and surrounding the furious Mr. Gwai. "It's useless. You're all going to die." Mr. Gwai's face was ferocious as he said coldly, "Take a closer look." Ching Ho pointed at the 9 black shadows. Mr. Gwai turned his head and was stunned for a moment. He immediately shook his head and continued to look. Impossible! Mr. Gwai exclaimed, and the expanding walking stick in his hand also stopped. Everything seemed to be still. Those are puppets condensed from meteorite iron? The 5 elders completely understood. This was probably the reason why the 3 of them were not afraid of Mr. Gwai. It was indeed so. With meteorite puppets, and 9 of them at that, Mr. Gwai could not do anything to them. It turned out that they had something to rely on from the beginning. It was not a hot-blooded decision. Rip! The expanding walking stick shrank instantly like a deflated balloon and fell into Mr. Gwai's palm. He leaned on the walking stick, his body looking a little old. The ferocity on his face disappeared and was replaced by loneliness. The arrogant Mr. Gwai had suddenly become like this. No one had expected this. Although we can't kill you, you can't kill us either. Feng Chen shrugged. Can the battle end now? His tone sounded like he was asking Mr. Gwai, but it was an affirmative tone. The battle was already over. Qing Ho controlled the 9 annihilation puppets and prepared for battle. Mr. Gwai turned his head and grinned as if he was mocking himself. Then he shook his head and said, "From now on, Mr. Gwai is no more in this world." After that, he staggered away step by step, leaning on his walking stick. The 9 meteorite puppets did not attack him and allowed him to leave alone. When everyone saw the lonely Mr. Gwai, especially when they heard his last sentence, "Mr. Gwai is no more in this world," they felt a sense of loss. Mr. Gwai was defeated. It was a shocking scene. Mr. Gwai, who was in the mystic true realm and famous in the Blackstone prison, was defeated by 3 people who were far weaker than him. The hearts of the surrounding people were filled with shock. I've lived for 1,000,000 years. Today's battle really made me gasp in amazement. Even Mr. Gwai was defeated. If the 3 of them worked together, would they be invincible in the mystic true realm? They're too strong. This is a true battle of the pinnacle. Compared to them, Warlord's 6 disciples are nothing. Many people woke up from the shock and sighed. Qing Ho put away the meteorite puppets. Star and Moon walked to Feng Chen's side. Her face was full of sweet smiles. Brother Chun. The 5 elders looked at the 3 people in front of them with complicated expressions, not knowing what to say. Above the Warlord Palace in the clouds, the Warlord stood there silently, his pitch-black eyes looking down at the ground. When the Warlord's soul pool opened, he sensed it and returned from the gathering of the 5 kings. He happened to see the battle between Mr. Gwai and the 3 people. He did not show himself, but watched in the dark. Meteorite puppets. Warlord nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the 3 people, and his heart was in turmoil. The barbarian's physical strength is strong, but his potential is limited. Qing Ho's puppetry is unparalleled, but it's just a side path. He's just borrowing the power of the meteorite black iron. The one who really moved Warlord was Feng Chun. This kid's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and he has never combined the Shura sword way, myriad sword body, and weapon-controlling art in one person. His potential is the highest among the 3. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2559. Mr. Guava had come in a strong manner and left in a sorry state. No one could understand how Mr. Guava felt when he left. Ever since he became Mr. Guava, he had never suffered such a defeat. If he had used his full strength, the 3 of them would not have been able to do anything to him. However, to an expert like him, this was a failure. Furthermore, it was a complete failure. That sentence, "Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world," had stirred the hearts of countless people. However, just as some experts had said, people would only remember the victors. Losers, no matter how dazzling they were, would be forgotten once they failed. For example, just a minute ago, the crowd was still lamenting that Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world. The next minute, the crowd's eyes fell on the 3 of them. Their performance today was dazzling enough. It would not be long before their name would spread throughout the Warlord continent and even the Blackstone prison. The faces of the 5 elders revealed brilliant smiles. Just as they were chatting with each other, the head elder's mind suddenly trembled. His face instantly turned serious. He waved his hand and said, "Today's matter ends here. Disperse." Since an abstruse god realm honorable elder had spoken, the crowd did not dare to delay. Even though they wanted to make friends with Fang Chun, they still retreated. In the blink of an eye, the crowd of onlookers had all retreated. The area in front of the Warlord Palace was empty. There were only the 5 elders and the 4 from the Star and Moon Palace. The 3 of you, please follow me. Fang Chun and the other 2 looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. That was the Warlord Palace. Even the Warlord's generals were not qualified to enter. How could the 5 elders invite them in? Could it be, suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind? Could it be that everything they had done was under the Warlord's watch? The battle in front of the Warlord Palace quickly spread throughout the Warlord continent. After every martial artist heard this, their hearts were incomparably shaken. Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world. Even though most of the warriors did not personally witness it, they could hear the helplessness in Mr. Guava's words. An expert at the limit of the abstruse true realm, an invincible existence in the abstruse true realm. Yet, he was defeated by 3 brats. That's great. I knew that the 3 of them weren't ordinary people. Sooner or later, they would soar into the sky. When Bai heard the news, he was extremely excited. Beside him was the number 1 general. The latter glanced indifferently at Baihe and said, "Don't be too happy just yet. The warlord hasn't declared his position yet. Those 3 friends of yours have all killed his personal disciples." "Master, are the words of the 5 elders not enough to represent the battle king?" Baihe asked. The number 1 battle general shook his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the blue sky. No one could guess the battle king's actions. When the disciples of the Wuji sword sect in the Zhanlan district heard the news, they laughed maniacally. They were very proud to have such a senior brother. Many martial artists who had once bullied them hid far away after seeing them. "Fang Chun is my senior brother. Once upon a time, they were so humiliated that they did not even dare to say that they were disciples of the limitless sword sect. But now, they could proudly say that Fang Chun was their senior." Many warriors in the Zhanlan district purposely avoided the disciples of the limitless sword sect. When the 2nd general in charge of the Zhanlan district heard the news, he was stunned for a long time. "This guy." The 2nd general shook his head and smiled bitterly. While Fang Chun and the others' names were spreading across the Warlord continent, the 3 of them followed the Star and Moon into the Warlord Palace. It was the core of the Warlord continent and the place with the most authority. Only with the Warlord's permission could one enter. As soon as they entered the Warlord continent, they could feel a majestic energy pressing down on them. What a strong battle intent! Fang Chun exclaimed in his heart. The battle intent of the Warlord Palace was so strong that it was comparable to the Hallowed Tribe. Sometimes, Fang Chun wondered if the Warlord was also a cultivator of battle intent. Otherwise, why would he be so full of battle intent? In a battle between experts, battle intent was often the deciding factor. The Warlord Palace was very simple, but it gave off a very oppressive feeling. The 5 elders took their seats in a row below, with Xingyu and the other 3 standing in the middle. Fang Chun and the others did not notice at all that a black shadow had appeared on the throne at the very top. The Warlord. "Greetings, Warlord," the 5 elders said in unison. "Greetings, Master," the Star and Moon said softly. Fang Chun and the other 2 hurriedly bowed and cried out. Inside the black shadow, the Warlord's eyes fell on the Star and Moon, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. You did well," the Warlord said. "Thank you, Master, for your praise," the Star and Moon said. "Your 6 senior brothers have always been against you, thinking that I am biased towards you. However, they have never found the root of the problem. This is also one of the reasons why they died in the Battle Soul Lake," the Warlord continued. "Since you have received my inheritance, from today onward, you are my only disciple. I have high hopes for you, and I hope that you can bring glory to my lineage." From the Warlord's words, it was clear that he doted on the Star and Moon very much, and he also thought highly of her. "I will definitely work hard," the Star and Moon said softly, nodding. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a wave of pressure on him. He looked up, and realized that the warlord was looking at him. Fang Chun felt a lot of pressure from being stared at by a limit venerable. The three of you are quite bold. You actually dared to kill my disciple, the warlord said in a low voice. The Star and Moon was a little anxious. She hurriedly explained, Master, it was the senior brothers who attacked first. Brother Chun was forced to attack. Senior warlord, within the rules, we are allowed to do anything that is beneficial to you. Therefore, I don't think that we have broken the rules. Hearing this, the expressions of the five elders changed drastically. No one had ever dared to talk back to the warlord, not even the five of them. For a moment, they were all worried for Fang Chun. Even the barbarian and Qing Ho, who had explosive personalities, became weak. The Star and Moon gently pulled Fang Chun's sleeve, indicating that he should apologize to the warlord. However, Fang Chun was unmoved. His gaze was fixed on the black fog on the throne. Suddenly, the warlord palace fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Star and Moon were very anxious, and Qing Ho's forehead was covered in sweat. Aren't you afraid of me? The warlord's voice was heard again. Senior warlord, if you want to kill me, you can do it with a thought, Fang Chun said frankly. Hearing this, the warlord's serious face actually cracked into a smile. He nodded in satisfaction and said, It's been a long time since I've met a young person like you. His words were full of praise for Fang Chun. The five elders' hearts were pounding violently. The Star and Moon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that their master was not going to make things difficult for Brother Chun. The Azura sword principle, the body of 10,000 swords, the way of armaments. Behind each technique, there is the shadow of a supremacy. Should I say that you're lucky, or should I say that you're lucky? Luck and luck were two completely different things. This was especially true for a powerhouse like the Battle King. Luck was nothing to them. What they truly valued was luck. Since ancient times, many geniuses have been blessed with great luck. The stronger the luck, the higher the upper limit of their growth. It was no exaggeration to say that a young warrior with the shadow of 3 supremacies was almost invincible among the younger generation. In fact, the warlord did not know that Kanglin and Daiyun were created by Supremacy Kanglin. More importantly, the illusory sword in his mind was a supreme treasure that could help one reach the level of an ancient god. Of course, there is also the inheritance of an ancient god, Great Emperor Su Xian, and the mysterious sky Cone Nail. No matter how strong the warlord was, he was not an ancient god. Therefore, he could not see the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian. As expected of the warlord, one of the 5 great kings of the Blackstone prison, your eyesight is truly admirable. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said, However, an external force is still an external force. The help others can give you is not as good as your own strength. Good, haha. The warlord laughed and cheered for Fang Chun's words. I admire you very much. Through my observation of you, I found that your understanding of martial arts is very deep. You don't seem like a guy who has cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Chapter 2560. The 5 elders' expressions changed. Fang Chun actually had so many tricks up his sleeves. Xingyu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. It was the best that her master and her husband could get along so peacefully. What about you? Your physical body's potential isn't bad, but you might stop at the mystic god realm, the Battle King said to the barbarian. Hearing this, the barbarian's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He had a certain level of understanding of his own potential. It wasn't that easy to reach the ancient god realm. Becoming a sovereign was already pretty good. As for you, puppetry is very strong, and you'll definitely improve in the future. The Battle King looked meaningfully at Qing Ho. In the near future, there might be a puppet sovereign. A puppet sovereign. In the entire primal chaos void, there wasn't anyone who had become a sovereign through puppetry. If Qing Ho could become a venerable one in the path of puppets, it would be a first. Overall, the 3 of you have pretty good potential. The War King paused for a moment and said, I didn't call all of you here to chat. I have something to tell all of you. Glancing at the 3 of them, Battle King continued, 100 years from now, the 5 great forces of the Blackstone prison will select 3 cultivators with the greatest potential to compete and learn from each other. Are you willing to represent my Battle King continent? Hearing this, Fong Chun and the others looked at each other. There were many experts in the Blackstone prison. Mystic Light Realm cultivators weren't much, and there were countless Mystic True Realm cultivators. There were also many Mystic God Realm sovereigns. If the 3 of them fought, they would be courting death. If it was anyone else, they would have already excitedly agreed to the Battle King's invitation. However, Fong Chun and the others weren't in a hurry to agree. Instead, they waited for the Battle King's next words. I can only say that this competition is your chance, the Battle King said mysteriously. The Battle King said mysteriously, if you can win the final battle, you will most likely be able to leave the Blackstone prison. At this moment, the expressions of Fong Chun and the others finally changed. Leaving the Blackstone prison was everyone's dream. Really, the barbarian could not help but ask. The competition in 100 years is related to the plan of the 5 kings, so I can't tell you the details for now. However, all you need to know is that if you win this battle, you will have a chance to leave Blackstone prison, even though the chances are slim. The breathing of Fong Chun and the other 2 quickened. Even if the chances were slim, it was still better than none. Of course, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the Blackstone prison, and in the battle 100 years later, there will even be profound God Realm warriors. With your current strength, it is obviously not realistic to want to fight against profound God. However, I will do everything I can to raise your cultivation to the limit of the Mystic Light Realm. As for whether you can step into the Mystic True Realm, that will depend on your luck. With that, the black ball of light on the throne disappeared. In a garden, a handsome man was sitting on a stone bench. Have you decided? The handsome man smiled when he saw the warlord slowly walking over. I say, King Wu, I really can't stand your current appearance, the warlord said as he curled his lips. No matter what, you're much older than me. Why do you like to change your appearance to a younger one? The handsome man in front of him was one of the 5 kings in the Blackstone prison, King Wu. King Wu's strength was slightly above the other 4 kings. In the meeting between the 5 kings, only King Wu had the same thoughts as the warlord. I've decided. The warlord nodded his head. His expression became heavy when he mentioned this topic. Don't you think you're being a bit reckless? King Wu said. The warlord shook his head. Although the barbarian and Qing Ho's potential is a bit weaker, it's impossible for Fong Chun to leave them behind. Furthermore, the 3 of them can unleash a lot of power if they work together. Seeing this, King Wu did not say anything else and lightly nodded his head. The 3 of them didn't listen to the 2 of us and insisted on choosing experts to participate in the competition. They'll definitely regret it. The warlord harumphed coldly. After accepting the warlord's invitation, Fong Chun and the other 2 stayed with the Star and Moon in the Warlord Palace. They cultivated together every day. One had to say that after the warlord's modifications, the origin energy in the Warlord Palace had become a lot denser. Qing Ho used this chance to repair the Annihilation Puppet, and Fong Chun also worked hard on his cultivation. The warlord also fulfilled his promise and would come to guide the 3 of them in their cultivation every once in a while. The first to break through was Fong Chun. He had been in a Mystic Light Realm for a long time, and he had accumulated enough. Under the warlord's guidance, he quickly broke through to the middle stage of the Mystic Light Realm. After that, the barbarian also broke through. One day, the warlord came to where the 3 of them were cultivating. Whoosh! The warlord waved his hand and threw a scroll to Fong Chun. I saw that you've cultivated the innate soul reversal technique. This is for you, the warlord said. Fong Chun opened the scroll and was instantly dumbfounded. On the scroll, there were 5 bold and powerful words. Innate soul reversal technique. Furthermore, this was the most complete version. The innate soul reversal technique that Fong Chun had obtained before was incomplete. There were 5 levels in total, and he had cultivated all of them. Afterwards, he lacked the rest of the chant and was unable to cultivate it. Something's wrong. After looking closely, Fong Chun was shocked to find that the scroll that the warlord gave him was different from the innate soul reversal technique. Hmm. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't understand what was going on. In the end, it was the warlord who explained. The innate soul reversal technique that you've cultivated is too weak. This is my improved version, the warlord said. However, if you want to cultivate the improved version, you'll have to cultivate the old version to completion first. Thank you, Senior Warlord. Fang Chun thanked him excitedly. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique wholeheartedly. Don't panic. You too have it too. The warlord casually threw out 2 scrolls. When the barbarian and Ching Ho opened them, they were both dumbfounded. You are come with me. The warlord took Star and Moon away, leaving behind the 3 who were cultivating crazily. In the garden. Master, why did you ask Yura to come here? Star and Moon walked into the garden with light steps. The warlord turned around and stared at Star and Moon. There were obvious changes in his expression. Have you ever thought about leaving this place one day? The warlord asked. I used to think about it, but after meeting Brother Chun, I stopped thinking about it. Wherever Brother Chun is, you will be there, Star and Moon replied. If both of you have the chance to leave the Blackstone prison, will you leave? The warlord continued asking. Star and Moon was puzzled. Why would her master ask her these questions? Seeing that Star and Moon didn't answer, the warlord said, If you return to the chaotic void, will you forget everything that happened in the Blackstone prison? Will you even forget about your master? Star and Moon hurriedly shook her head. How can that be? Master treats me like a father. If it wasn't for him, you would have died in the Blackstone prison long ago. The warlord nodded at Star and Moon's words. All right, you can go back and cultivate. Star and Moon was very confused, but she still left. The warlord's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he watched the latter's departing figure. The 5 of them had spent their entire lives trying to leave the Blackstone prison. I hope our plan succeeds, the warlord said. Sometimes, he would feel lonely at the top, especially when the 5 of them were the only ones in the vast Blackstone prison. There was no challenge at all. They lived in eternal darkness and loneliness until their bloodlines dried up. This wasn't the life they wanted. They could have easily become ancient gods and enjoyed the feeling of conquering the chaotic void. But all of this was locked away by the Blackstone prison. Therefore, they were willing to pay any price to leave. This time, they were going to give it their all. If they failed, they would sink into endless darkness. As time passed, the atmosphere in the territories of the 5 kings in the Blackstone prison grew more and more solemn. The meetings of the 5 kings became more and more frequent. Almost every once in a while, they would have a meeting. Each meeting would last for several months. Every time the discussion ended, a hint of hope would appear on everyone's faces. Fang Chun was also completely immersed in the sea of soul path. Cultivating the innate soul reversal technique was even easier. In just a year, he'd reached the 8th level and even touched the threshold of the 9th level. So this is the soul path. After a brief moment of enlightenment, he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Chapter 2561. The martial Tao was dry and boring. If one wanted to reach the peak, they had to be able to endure the loneliness. After entering the Blackstone prison, he didn't have a cultivation environment like this. Furthermore, he could receive pointers from the Battle King. Fang Chen's life was quite comfortable. Boom! His Yuan soul shook as a berserk Tao of the soul surged out. The aura of the soul Tao around Fang Chen's body rose to the peak. Ching Ho and Barbarian also stopped cultivating and looked at Fang Chen. So strong, Barbarian said. Dong! A boundless soul Tao spear appeared above Fang Chen's head. There were specks of golden light on this soul Tao spear. These specks of golden light looked simple, but they were the core of the innate soul reversal technique. Whoosh! The soul Tao spear carried invincible power as it shot into the distance. Rip! Space shattered and the sky shook. Fang Chun let out a breath after successfully cultivating the innate soul reversal technique to the 9th level. If it was before, Fang Chun would be overjoyed, but he wasn't anymore. With his current strength, the innate soul reversal technique couldn't increase his strength by much. His true goal was the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Continue cultivating. Cultivating day and night would eventually pay off. Under the Battle King's pointers, Barbarian was the first to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm. Next was Fang Chun. When he reached the peak of the Mystic Light Realm, he had also mastered the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. His soul Dao attacks were comparable to his physical attacks, and it could be considered one of his trump cards. Qing Ho was the last to break through. The three of them broke through and reached the Battle King's expectations. Within the courtyard, the Battle King looked at the three and nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his face. Not bad. He had once said that he could help the three of them reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm in 100 years. As for reaching the Mystic True Realm, they still needed an opportunity. How do you feel? The Battle King asked. I feel like my body is filled with power. I can kill a mysterious realm warrior with one punch. Barbarian said excitedly. My control over the Annihilation Puppet has improved. My own strength is now comparable to a normal Mystic Realm warrior. If you use the Annihilation Puppet at full power, you won't need to fear anyone in the profound True Realm. What about you? When Qing Ho finished speaking, the warlord's gaze landed on Fang Chun. The latter grinned. In 100 years, he had not only mastered the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Furthermore, his myriad sword body had broken through to the limit of level 10, and his physical strength had far surpassed that of the barbarians. The latter had even called Fang Chun a freak. Most importantly, he had thoroughly comprehended the Azura sword Dao. The illusory sword in his mind had already been depleted by 1/10. With the help of the illusory sword, Fang Chun made 4 moves in a row. Up until now, the Azura sword skill had reached 20 moves. Although he wasn't sure how strong he was, Fang Chun felt that if he used his full strength, he would be able to compete with a mysterious God Realm sovereign. Normal sovereigns shouldn't be a problem. His words were filled with confidence. Not bad. I didn't misjudge you guys. The warlord said. What he valued was their potential. This competition is very important. Mysterious God Realm sovereigns will also participate. As for how to defeat your opponents, it will depend on the three of you, the warlord said. His meaning was clear. Sometimes, fighting wasn't just about strength, but also about intelligence. There's still more than a year before the competition. You guys should use this time to train, the warlord said. At the edge of the warlord continent, Rip, a whirlpool appeared in the air, and a terrifying aura spread out. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun and the other two quickly flew over and floated in the air, staring at the terrifying whirlpool. A moment later, a head popped out of the whirlpool and a beast walked out. After chasing you for several days, I finally caught you, the barbarian said with a cold smile as he waved his hammer. Foolish humans, how dare you ruin this king's business? Go to hell. This beast had come here from another king's territory. In King Qing's territory, he made a mistake and was hunted down, so he fled to the warlord's territory. Since coming here, he had relied on his tyrannical strength and unpredictability to kill innocent martial artists. After the warlord learned of this, he immediately ordered Fang Chun and the other two to attack. This beast's ability to escape through the void was very strong. Fang Chun and the other two felt like they were chasing after a disciple of the void race. Even the space-time collapse technique couldn't catch up to the beast. However, after several days of tracking, they finally found it. The three of them surrounded the demonic beast in the middle. Stupid. Seeing the barbarian come over with his hammer, the beast sneered. Dong! The violent power passed through the warhammer and bombarded the monster's body. Bang! The strong rebounding force sent the barbarian flying. However, the barbarian's powerful force also smashed a piece of flesh from the beast. Damn humans! The beast was completely enraged. He roared and attacked with lightning speed. Shura sword technique, 17th move. Fang Chun performed the 17th move of the Shura sword technique. This was a new move he created and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The vast sword light pierced the beast's body and then dissipated. After that, Fang Chun performed the 18th and 19th moves of the Shura sword technique in succession. At the same time, Qingho controlled the annihilation puppets to entangle the beast, giving Fang Chun a lot of time. Puchi. Two streaks of sword light pierced through the demonic beast's defense and severed its arm. Roar! The beast roared angrily and punched away annihilation puppet. However, it was soon entangled by other annihilation puppets. Shura's sword technique, 20th move. Finally, a big move. This was his trump card. After releasing this move, the illusory sword in Fang Chen's mind also vibrated a little. Rip. No matter how hard the beast tried to resist, it was still easily pierced by the hidden star sword. Roar. The 20th move of the Shura sword technique was extremely destructive. The beast's internal organs were instantly crushed. Its life force was fading away, and its huge body was swaying. Dong! In the end, it was killed by the 9 annihilation puppets. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fang Chun and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. This was their first time fighting a profound, god, realm, honorable beast. Although it was only at the early stage of the profound god realm, it was enough for them to be on guard. I used to think that a profound god realm honorable was unreachable. Now, I feel that it's just so-so. The barbarian laughed. Don't be careless. A profound god realm honorable has been cultivating for too long. Their means are too incredible, Qingho reminded. Fang Chun nodded and said, that's right. This profound god realm beast that we encircled this time is considered lucky. If it was a human honorable, he wouldn't have let us attack like this. Fighting a profound god realm beast for the first time gave Fang Chun a great feeling. Any profound god realm honorable had a unique method that was extremely powerful. It was just that this beast in front of them underestimated its opponent too much and died before it could display its power. At the same time, it also made Fang Chun and the other 2 realize the cruelty of the competition a year later. We have cultivated for too short time. If we can cultivate for billions of years, we will definitely become ancient gods. The barbarian's heroic spirit soared to the sky. Fang Chun and Qingho rolled their eyes at him and left with the beast's body. A profound god realm beast's entire body was a treasure. Its internal organs, skin, and so on could all be used as cultivation resources. At night, the fire shone brightly. Fang Chun and the other 2 sat in front of the fire and roasted meat. Qingho tore a mouthful of roasted meat and chewed a few times and said, "You brat, your brain is not good, but your roasted meat is very fragrant and delicious. You're the one with a bad brain." The barbarian snorted and glared. Ha ha! The 3 laughed heartily. The 5 great kings gathered once again to discuss the competition that would take place a year later. The restrictions of the Blackstone prison are getting weaker and weaker. This is more beneficial for our plan a year later. King Wu glanced at the other 4 and said in a deep voice, "We must succeed this time. We have stayed in this damned place for too long," King Qing said. "We have spent our whole lives for this one time. Let's do it." The other 2 kings said. King Zhan pondered and said, "Although the restrictions are weakening, we must not be careless. We must be well prepared. We have waited for countless years, and this is not the time to waste." Chapter 2562. The Centennial Tournament was around the corner, and the 5 great kings had already selected their participants. King Wu and King Zhan had the same opinion. The 3 participants they selected were all from the younger generation. Although their cultivation wasn't strong, their potential was heaven-defying. They were experts who had the potential to become ancient gods in the future. Other than that, the 3 great kings, led by King Qing, chose some honorables. Some of them were even top honorables. This was what King Zhan had told Fang Chun and the other 2. Their opponents weren't just mysterious true realm martial artists, but also mysterious god realm honorables. He told them to be prepared. After cultivating for 100 years, Fang Chun and the other 2's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It would be very difficult for them to improve. At this time, the 3 of them chose to gather their strength in every corner of the warlord continent. After killing the mysterious god, realm, honorable beast for the first time, the 3 of them had been traveling everywhere. However, they hadn't encountered any honorables. After all, there weren't many honorables in the Blackstone prison. Moreover, many human honorables didn't provoke them at all. The three of them couldn't casually attack others. They hadn't encountered any mysterious God realm honorables, but they had encountered many mysterious true realm martial artists. Under the three's joint attack, the mysterious true realm martial artists couldn't resist at all. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. In the past year, wherever they went, people would tremble in fear. Right now, their legacies were being spread all over the Warlord continent. The Mystic Light Trio, this was the name that many cultivators had given to them. In just a year, the Mysterious Light Trio had become famous in the Warlord continent. They weren't any weaker than some mysterious God realm honorables. King Jean saw all of this and was very happy. He believed that he had made the right choice. In the quiet Blackstone prison, there was an undercurrent. As the day of the tournament approached, every martial artist felt a trace of pressure. The five great kings paid close attention to the changes in the Blackstone prison. At the same time, they were also waiting for the tournament to arrive. Finally, under the anticipation of everyone, the grand competition arrived. The location of the tournament was in King Wu's territory. King Wu's palace, the core of the Warlord continent. It was also the largest area. This place was very prosperous and could be considered the core area of Blackstone prison. Although the five great kings were equally famous in the eyes of outsiders, the five of them were equally powerful. However, only the other four great kings knew that the martial king's strength surpassed theirs. Under the premise that they were at the same level, none of them were a match for the martial king in a one-on-one battle. But King Wu kept a low profile and never talked about these things. The other four martial kings were convinced that the martial imperial palace had organized this competition. On this day, the warlord led Fong Chen's group, as well as his only disciple, Star and Moon, to the martial royal city. Is this the martial imperial city? Fong Chen and the other two exclaimed when they saw the bustling city in the distance. It was said that the Blackstone prison's environment was terrible and there were almost no buildings. But now, it seemed that it wasn't that they didn't have the building, but that they didn't have the ability to do so. Apart from the five great kings, the others could not even obtain cultivation resources, let alone construct buildings. How glorious! Even Star and Moon was a little surprised. Let's go, they should all be here. The warlord's face was calm as he took a step forward and arrived in front of the martial imperial city in an instant. Fong Chen's heart trembled when he saw this. He muttered in his heart, "This should be the legendary ruler of heaven and earth, right?" As soon as they entered the martial imperial city, they could feel the martial aura that assaulted their nostrils. Looks like this martial king is not simple. Just by the violent martial aura in the martial imperial city, they could tell that the martial imperial city was not simple. Warlord, not far away, a man in green appeared and called out when he saw the warlord. He did not purposely emit any aura, but gave Fong Chen and the others a sense of oppression. King Qing. The warlord nodded and looked behind King Qing. As expected, the people he brought were all profound God realm sovereigns. That profound star realm martial artist should be King Qing's disciple, right? Fong Chen thought. Other than King Qing's disciple, there were three other old men with sharp auras. They were obviously profound God realm sovereigns. Warlord, you will regret this. King Qing and the warlord exchanged a few words, then looked at Fong Chen and the others and said coldly. Hearing this, the warlord grinned and ignored King Qing. He turned around and walked toward the martial imperial palace. The martial imperial palace was located in the center of the martial imperial city. In front of the martial imperial palace, there was a huge square. Countless cultivators crowded around the square, leaving no gaps for them to leak out. There's so many people. Fong Chun and the others heard cheers. They saw the excited faces of the martial artists. It seemed like the centennial competition was much grander than they had imagined. Warlord, King Qing. King Wu appeared on the main stage and called out to the warlord and King Qing. Fong Chun raised his head and was surprised to find two old men sitting beside King Wu. The five kings. When King Qing and King Zhan arrived on the main stage, the martial artists below exclaimed. The five kings had finally gathered. The last time they appeared in front of everyone was 10,000 years ago. Every action of the five kings would cause a heated discussion among the martial artists below. King Wu, you'll be the host. The other four kings recommended King Wu to be the host of the competition. King Wu nodded and stood up. He looked around and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. Instantly, the noisy square quieted down. Everyone, the Centennial competition is a competition that will change the structure of the Blackstone prison. It's very important, King Wu said slowly. Fang Chen's black eyes swept across the five kings. He was shocked, as expected of the five kings. When will we be able to reach their level? Barbarian said enviously. Are you kidding? You won't be able to reach their level in your lifetime, Qing Ho said. In just a short while, King Wu on the main stage finished explaining the rules of the competition. For this competition, there will be 3 martial practitioners from each region participating. There will be a total of 15 participants from each region. There are Mystic Light Realm and Mystic God Realm martial practitioners among them. For the sake of fairness, the competition will be held in the one-line sky. King Wu said. Instantly, the crowd below exclaimed. The competition will be held in the one-line sky? Are they crazy? Maybe the five kings want to see how strong their potential is. The one-line sky is the most dangerous place in the Blackstone prison. It's also the place where origin energy is the most scarce. What are the five kings planning to do by holding the competition in the one-line sky? For a moment, everyone started discussing the one-line sky crazily. Everyone will have a token specially made by the five kings. It will last for 100 years. The team that gets the most tokens will be the biggest winner, King Wu said. Just as everyone was discussing, King Wu said something that made everyone's jaws drop. This competition is very important. The 4 regions that lose will unconditionally cede half of their territory to the final winner, King Wu said. This is the result of the discussion between the 5 kings. Hearing this, Fang Chun and the others' expressions changed. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. What do the 5 kings mean by doing this? Fang Chun frowned. The words that King Zhan once said to him were still echoing in his ears. In this competition, it was very likely that they would have the opportunity to leave the Blackstone prison. Could it be that the winner would be able to get the help of the other 4 regions and leave the Blackstone prison? But that didn't make sense. Why? For a moment, Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. King Wu waved his hand, and the square quieted down again. All right, I've said what I need to say. As for the specifics, it'll depend on your luck. After he finished speaking, King Wu waved his hand. Immediately, the 15 people participating in the competition shot out. That was because the legendary one-line sky was thousands of miles away from King Wu City. After seeing the 15 participants enter the one-line sky one after another, the 5 kings acted together and completely sealed off the one-line sky. Finally, the 5 of them stood in the void and looked at each other with a grin. We'll meet again 100 years later. With that, the 5 kings left the one-line sky. Before King Zhan left, his eyes flickered as he glanced at the scene in the one-line sky. All the warriors in the Blackstone prison were paying attention to this 100-year competition, because this competition was related to the future of the Blackstone prison. Chapter 2563. One-line sky. Wind, thunder, lightning, torrential rain. Originally, one-line sky was a towering mountain peak, but it was later split into 2 by a peerless expert. Later, the erosion of the surrounding harsh environment gradually formed one-line sky. Around the 2 precipitous cliffs, there is a very deep mountain stream, surrounded by weeds. The terrain of one-line sky was very complicated, and ordinary people would easily get lost. Just as they entered one-line sky, Fang Chun felt a gloomy aura rushing towards them. What a strange feeling. Fang Chun stopped and signaled the 2 to not act rashly. It is said that there was once a peerless expert who fought, and one-line sky was split into 2. The remnant soul of the expert who failed fell into one-line sky, which made one-line sky so gloomy and terrifying. The barbarian said, After all, he had been in Blackstone prison longer than Fong Chun, and Qing Ho was the expert who failed a demonic cultivator. Fong Chun asked. Although he wasn't a demonic cultivator, it is said that he was a martial artist who cultivated an evil technique. He devoured human martial artists to increase his strength. The barbarian said, "No wonder there's a bloody smell in the air here. I'm afraid it was left behind by that failure." Qing Ho said. The three of them looked around and carefully sized up the surrounding environment. Finally, the three of them began to discuss. This time, we have a total of 5 teams. Other than King Wu's team, which is made up of mysterious true realm experts, the other 3 teams are made up of mysterious god realm experts. Among them, King Qing's team is the strongest. Fong Chun analyzed. So, we have to deal with King Wu's team first. Qing Ho asked. The barbarian held his warhammer and looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun shook his head. Qing Ho and the barbarian were a little confused. We can't deal with King Wu's team for the time being. I have a feeling that King Wu has some unique methods that are not easy to deal with. Fong Chun said, our target should be Thunder King's team. Among the 3 great profound God Realm teams, the Thunder King's team's overall strength was the weakest. There is only one top-notch supremacy, and the remaining 2 were late-stage profound God Realm. This was good news for Fong Chun and the other 2. Our team's strength is on the weaker side. It's impossible for us to fight them head-on, so we can only outsmart them. Fong Chun rolled his eyes and said slowly, the shape of heaven and earth is complicated, which gives us a great opportunity. I'll do as you say, the barbarian said. Qing Ho nodded. First, we need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain here before making a decision, Fong Chun said. All right, the 5 teams were familiarizing themselves with the environment in the one-line sky. They had 100 years, so they were not in a hurry. Familiarize themselves with the environment first before dealing with the other 4 teams. This was probably what all the teams were thinking. Several days later, Fong Chun and the other 2 climbed to the left side of the cliff. This place was about 3,000 meters away from the ground. There was a protruding rock here, and the 3 of them sat on the rock to rest. How is it? Qing Ho asked. There's corrosive devil chi in this cave. If we use it well, we can at least kill a profound God Realm supremacy. There was a cave in front of them. It was pitch black inside the cave. The 3 of them had already explored it. There was a natural swamp inside, which contained powerful corrosive devil chi. The corrosive devil chi was very corrosive. Only top-notch supremacies could resist it. This way, Fong Chun and the other 2 had a lot of room to perform. After thinking for a long time, Fong Chun said, I'll set up a formation here to cover the corrosive devil chi. Qing Ho, you hide in the dark. When the enemy falls into the trap, immediately activate the annihilation puppet. What about me? The barbarian asked. You, of course, lure the enemy here, Fong Chun said with a smile. Simply put, the barbarian was to be the bait. The barbarian was speechless, but he could only nod in agreement. Don't be unhappy. Who asked you to be so tough? You're the best choice for bait, Qing Ho said with a smile. In fact, choosing the barbarian as bait was also after careful consideration. The barbarian stood up, picked up his war hammer, and prepared to leave. Be careful. Our main target is the Thunder King's team. Fong Chun patted him on the shoulder and reminded him. The barbarian nodded heavily. After he left, Fong Chun began to set up the formation. By now, Fong Chun had completely comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations. He could even set up a space chaos level formation. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, flames appeared in the void. These flames seemed to have a mind of their own. They whizzed out and sprayed in front of the pool. Rip! Fong Chun's palms moved quickly, forming a seal. Soon, a bright light fell from the sky and connected with the flames on the ground, forming a huge and vast formation. Rumble! A rumbling sound came from within the formation. Its aura shook the sky. Such a powerful formation, Qing Ho exclaimed. An abstruse God Realm supremacy's full-powered attack will shatter in 3 breaths at most. Therefore, you have to grasp the opportunity well, Fong Chun said. While speaking, Ho walked into the formation and hid in a corner. Two abstruse god realm supremacies sat on a rock in front of a mountain stream. Phew! One of them had a tired look on his face. Big brother, the terrain in the one-line sky is too complicated. At this rate, how are we going to find the other 4 teams? The old man called Big Brother was the only peak supremacy in the Thunder Kings team. Hearing the former's complaint, the old man harumphed coldly and said, "How did you become a supremacy if you don't even have such patience?" After being scolded by Big Brother, the abstruse god realm supremacy did not say anything else and obediently shut his mouth. Time gradually passed. Soon, about an hour had passed. The supremacy that was reprimanded earlier looked into the distance. "Strange, why isn't third brother back yet?" "Wait patiently," Big Brother said in a deep voice. About 100 miles away from the rock in the mountain stream, the third supremacy of the Thunder Kings team, Supremacy Lei Tian, whose name shook the Blackstone prison, was surveying the terrain. The origin energy ahead is obviously dense. Is there an inheritance? Supremacy Lei Tian's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in the forest ahead. He looked around and found nothing. "Forget it. Big Brother and Second Brother are still waiting for me. Let's go back and discuss." Supremacy Lei Tian prepared to turn around. Phew! However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a black figure flashing by from the corner of his eyes. "Someone's there?" Supremacy Lei Tian immediately became spirited. He used his unique movement technique and turned into an afterimage to chase over. After a few breaths, Supremacy Lei Tian saw the person's appearance clearly. A barbarian from the Warlord team? A sinister smile appeared on Supremacy Lei Tian's face. After that, he flipped his palm and suddenly slammed it forward. Rumble! A terrifying palm print whizzed out and rushed behind the barbarian. Scram! The barbarian felt the sharp aura behind him and slammed back with a hammer. Dong! The hammer and the palm print clashed together and exploded with a deafening sound. With the help of the recoil, the barbarian's figure quickly escaped far away. "You're dead." Supremacy Lei Tian sneered and chased after him. He was an abstruse god realm supremacy and was much faster than the barbarian. No matter how the barbarian escaped, he couldn't shake off his pursuit. Dong! Another palm strike, but it still didn't severely injure the barbarian. This made Supremacy Lei Tian grit his teeth. This damn guy, how can his physical defense be so strong? Supremacy Lei Tian gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the barbarian. At this moment, the barbarian was already climbing the cliff. Whoosh! Just as he reached the cliff, the barbarian disappeared. "Let's go." Fang Chen used the formation to pull the barbarian up. At the same time, he stuck his head out and glanced at Supremacy Lei Tian. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Supremacy Lei Tian became even more excited. "The 3 members of the Warlord team must be here. I can catch them all in one fell swoop." Supremacy Lei Tian was secretly delighted. He seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. He leaped and arrived in front of the cave. At this moment, Fang Chen and the barbarian had already disappeared. "Humph. The 3 of you are dead." Supremacy Lei Tian strode into the cave. Chapter 2564. Buzz. Venerable Lei Tian was full of confidence as he strode into the cave. Suddenly, a grayish halo descended from the sky. Caught off guard, they were immediately enveloped by it. Formation. In an instant, Venerable Lei Tian found himself trapped in the formation. The formation's aura was turbulent, and the killing power was fierce. "You want to trap me, Venerable Lei Tian, with a mere formation?" Venerable Lei Tian sneered, thinking that this was Fang Chen and the other two's final struggle. "Venerable Lei Tian." Fang Chen's voice came from the void. Then, a bright and cold sword light pierced through the void and shot toward Venerable Lei Tian. Dang! Dang! Venerable Lei Tian waved his hand to block, but his body could not help but retreat. "Eat my hammer." At the same time, Barbarian's voice came from behind him, and his war hammer struck. "You're courting death." Venerable Lei Tian roared and grabbed the void with his fists. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and quickly condensed into a thunderball. Go! Venerable Lei Tian waved his hand, and the thunderball, which contained boundless lightning, shot toward Barbarian. Dong! Not far from him, there was an explosion. The terrifying explosive force caused the formation to shake, and the Barbarian was directly blown away. Fortunately, his physical strength was strong enough, and he only suffered some superficial injuries. His body was covered in blood. Dong! In the battle between Fang Chun and Venerable Lei Tian, Qing Ho, who was hiding in the dark, finally found an opportunity to release the Annihilation Puppet. Bang! The Annihilation Puppet's full-force attack forced Venerable Lei Tian to retreat. Seeing this, Venerable Lei Tian's eyes widened. Annihilation Puppet? Venerable Lei Tian's heart was filled with greed. He took a step forward and grabbed the Annihilation Puppet. However, when he got close to the Annihilation Puppet, 8 puppets suddenly appeared behind him. The 9 Annihilation Puppets formed a powerful joint attack formation. Dong! The full-force attack forced Venerable Lei Tian to retreat. He steadied himself at the edge of the pool. Just as he turned around and discovered the corrosive demon Qi, the 20th move of the Azura Sword Principle whistled and shot out. The 9 Annihilation Puppets also unleashed their strongest attacks. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Venerable Lei Tian's arm, and the 9 Annihilation Puppets pushed Venerable Lei Tian into the pool at the cost of their injuries. Hiss. When his body came into contact with the pool water, he was immediately surrounded by corrosive devil Qi. Damn it! Venerable Lei Tian screamed crazily, trying to escape. Eat my hammer! At the critical moment, a wretched figure shot out from afar. He raised his war hammer and smashed it on Venerable Thundersky's head that was above the water surface. Dong! The hammer smashed Reverend Lei Tian's body completely into the pool. Hiss. The corrosive devil Qi entered supremacy, Lei Tian's limbs and bones, corroding them. Whoosh! Fang Chun and the other 2 looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Ho checked his Annihilation Puppet with heartache. In order to force Venerable Lei Tian into a corner, one of the Annihilation Puppets was severely injured. It hurts. The Barbarian also sat on the ground, panting. The pain started to spread all over his body. As for Fang Chun, he continued to wait. After a while, a special token floated to the surface of the water. It was surrounded by dense, corrosive devil Qi. Rip! The demonic tiger beast roared out from the demon ceiling tower. He reached out with his big hand and grabbed the token directly. At the same time, the corrosive devil Qi that enveloped the token was absorbed into his body. Master! Demon Tiger and Beast then handed the token to Fang Chun and returned to the demon ceiling tower. Demon Tiger and Beast was Fang Chun's trump card. He didn't want to use it unless it was a last resort. The first token, Fang Chun said with a grin as he toyed with the special token. Ha ha! With Venerable Lei Tian dead, the Thunder King team is no longer a threat. The Barbarian laughed. Qing Ho looked at the pool of corrosive devil Qi with a burning gaze. He sighed and said, if we can absorb the corrosive devil Qi and use it in battle, we'll be powerful. The Barbarian rolled his eyes at him. Only top venerables could resist the corrosion of the corrosive devil Qi. If that was the case, the others didn't need to compete. They could just admit defeat. Let's recover our strength first. We'll lure them later, Fang Chun said. On the blue stone by the mountain stream, Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Hong were still waiting for Venerable Lei Tian. Third brother went to explore the terrain. Why isn't he back yet? Venerable Lei Yu was a little anxious. Venerable Lei Hong didn't open his eyes from the beginning to the end. Venerable Lei Hong said unhurriedly, the terrain is complicated. Third brother might have found something. Big brother. Venerable Lei Yu was worried that something might happen to third brother. No matter what, third brother is still a venerable one. It's almost impossible to kill him silently. If you're worried, you can go find him. Venerable Lei Hong said, but come back as soon as possible. Don't delay our plan. I'll be back soon. Venerable Lei Yu nodded and left. It was the same plan and the same strategy. However, this time the bait was Fang Chun. After their analysis, they found that Venerable Lei Yu was faster than Venerable Lei Tian. Moreover, the latter had the ability to attack from a distance. With the barbarian's strength and speed, it was impossible for him to block Venerable Lei Yu's attack. It was very likely that he would be killed by Venerable Lei Yu halfway. Fang Chun wandered around the small area in front of the cliff. According to their speculation, Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Hong would come to look for him. Fang Chun hid in the void and secretly observed. If the two venerables came together, the plan would be cancelled. If only one venerable came, the plan would go on. Rip, pulling open the dense forest, Venerable Lei Yu's figure appeared on ground. Third brother. Venerable Lei Yu shouted loudly. No one responded. Venerable Lei Yu was a little surprised and continued to search. There's third brother's aura in the air. He must have been here, Venerable Lei Yu said. Then, he continued to move forward. Venerable Lei Yu. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the void. It exploded, deafening everyone's ears. Who is it? Venerable Lei Yu looked up and saw Fang Chun standing in the air. Battle Monarch Team. Fang Chun. Venerable Lei Yu licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. I didn't expect that my first opponent after entering the one-line sky would be you. As he spoke, Venerable Lei Yu leaped and arrived in front of Fang Chun, staring at him. Aren't you afraid of me? Or are you confident that you can defeat me? Venerable Lei Yu asked jokingly. Fang Chun smiled but didn't say anything. Hand over your token and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Venerable Lei Yu said eerily. Fang Chun played with the token and said, the token is in my hand. Come and get it if you can. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared into the void. Void concealment? Venerable Lei Yu sneered. Whoosh! Venerable Lei Yu's figure turned into an afterimage. At the same time, dense raindrops appeared in the void. These raindrops followed Venerable Lei Yu's figure and whistled forward. Wherever the raindrops passed, the void would explode. You can't hide under my lightning raindrops, Venerable Lei Yu said. Boom! The dense raindrops exploded in a certain part of the void. Fang Chun's figure burst out in an instant. He looked a little embarrassed. Venerable Lei Yu, is this all you've got? Fang Chun sneered. He stomped his foot and cast the space-time collapse technique again. Just like this, Venerable Lei Yu chased after him with all his strength. Venerable Lei Yu's speed is really fast. Fortunately, I've cultivated the space-time collapse technique. Otherwise, he would have caught up. While running, he said to himself, in addition, Venerable Lei Yu's means are much stronger than Venerable Lei Tian's. Soon, Fang Chun arrived in front of the cliff. In order to lure Venerable Lei Yu, he deliberately pretended to be injured. Ha! How do my lightning raindrops taste? Venerable Lei Yu laughed, thinking that Fang Chun was hit by his lightning raindrops. He was in a good mood. Hand over your identity medallion. Venerable Lei Yu stretched out his hand and asked for the token. If we're in the outside world, I might really be afraid of you, Venerable Lei Yu. But don't forget, this is one-line sky. Fang Chun said calmly. One-line sky had the most complicated terrain and the worst environment. So what? Do you think you have a chance to escape under my pursuit? Venerable Lei Yu sneered. Everyone knows how to boast. You've been chasing me for so long, but you haven't even touched my clothes. How dare you say this? Fang Chun shrugged. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2565. Facing Fang Chun's provocation, Venerable Lei Yu was enraged. A mere mystic light realm dares to provoke me? I want to see what kind of eyes the warlord has. Why did he choose trash like this to participate in the competition? Suddenly, thunder and lightning intersected, dark clouds gathered, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. Venerable Lei Yu raised both of his hands, and the lightning in the dark clouds flashed down, carrying a power that made people tremble. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Lightning come! Venerable Lei Yu shouted softly. Suddenly, his hands intertwined with the lightning in the sky, forming a dazzling and colorful light. Rip! Suddenly, Venerable Lei Yu swung his palm, and the lightning that was intertwined with his palm carried a shocking power as it whizzed toward Yishuan. Crack! After the surrounding towering trees were struck by the lightning, they instantly broke apart and burned to ashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the lightning arrived in front of Fang Chun. Venerable Lei Yu's face was solemn. Venerable Lei Yu was obviously much stronger than Venerable Lei Tian. Furthermore, Venerable Lei Tian couldn't compare to Venerable Lei Yu's attainments in lightning. The lightning in front of him seemed simple, but contained a vast amount of energy. Shura, sword technique. Venerable Lei Yu quickly waved the hidden star sword, and a vast sword light whizzed out. Venerable Lei Yu held the sword tightly, and the Shura sword chi in his body surged. Rip! A light appeared on the tip of the hidden star sword, and it instantly disappeared into the lightning. Dong! The earth was trembling, and the thunder and lightning exploded, directly engulfing the star-hidden sword. As for Fang Chun, he immediately used the space-time collapse technique to escape into the void. The hidden star sword had its own consciousness. After blocking the lightning, it pierced through the void and flew toward the cliff. Rain come, Venerable Lei Yu sneered. His eyes were filled with coldness. He yelled, and the lightning in the clouds continued to flash. However, the lightning didn't strike down anymore. Instead, it started to rain heavily. Every drop of rain was like a ball of lightning that covered the sky and was about to explode. Whoosh! Fang Chun appeared from the void, took a deep breath, and stared at the raindrops below. Innate soul reversal technique. Facing such a dense rain of attacks, Fang Chun performed the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Rip! The boundless soul power spear charged straight into the raindrops. It directly detonated the tyrannical power within the raindrops, causing the entire void to explode. Damn fellow! Seeing Fang Chun's figure flashing away, Venerable Lei Yu cursed and immediately leaped into the cave through the chaotic explosion. In front of a distant mountain stream, on top of a blue stone, voila! Venerable Lei Hong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. Second brother is fighting? Venerable Lei Hong frowned as he pondered. Very quickly, he stood up and rushed towards the place where second brother was fighting. Second brother must have encountered a powerful enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't use such a method. Venerable Lei Hong thought to himself as he rushed. He knew second brother very well. This was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Thinking of this, he was a little anxious. Second brother, hang in there. In the cave on the cliff. Whoosh! Dust flew in the air. The corrosive demon aura in the pool was mighty and terrifying. Fang Chun wiped the token that Demon Tiger and Beast gave him and felt very happy. After luring Venerable Lei Yu here, the three of them attacked together. Although the process was a little difficult, they finally succeeded in forcing Venerable Lei Yu into the pool. The corrosive demon aura was too strong. Venerable Lei Yu couldn't resist it at all. In an instant, he turned into a pile of bones and died. The consecutive deaths of Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian will definitely attract Venerable Lei Hong's attention. He will most likely find this place, Qing Ho said in a deep voice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave quickly, the barbarian said. The three of them walked out of the cave and quickly disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Venerable Lei Hong came to the cave, Fang Chun and the other two were long gone. The aura of second brother and third brother is in the air. Venerable Lei Hong's face became more solemn. He looked around and found the pool not far away. The mighty aura in the pool was the corrosive demon aura. Corrosive demon aura? Lei Hong, the venerable, cried out involuntarily. His face became increasingly gloomy. As he got closer to the corrosive demon aura, he reached out his hand and grabbed a strand. After sensing it, he was instantly enraged. Second brother, third brother. Venerable Lei Hong looked up to the sky and roared. He saw the bones of second brother and third brother. His anger erupted like a flood and couldn't be controlled. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you hide. I, Lei Hong, swear that I will tear you to pieces. Venerable Lei Hong took a step forward and came to the cliff. He looked around and looked for the murderer. There are three unfamiliar auras in the air. Venerable Lei Hong said in a deep voice. They seem to be fleeing north. After discovering this information, exalted Lei Hong unleashed all of his strength and chased after them. At first, the three of them ran together. But later, Fang Chun felt that the two of them were too slow. He directly used the space-time collapse technique and brought them through the void. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were far away from the cliff. Whoosh! They landed on a rock and stopped for a short while. It's far enough. Venerable Lei Hong shouldn't be able to find us, right? The barbarian said. We can't be careless. Venerable Lei Hong is a top venerable after all. His strength is beyond our imagination. Ching Ho said. Even if the three of them worked together and used all their trump cards, they still wouldn't be a match for Venerable Lei Hong, unless the demon tiger and beast made a move. But once the latter made a move, he wouldn't be able to make another move in a short period of time. The enemies they would encounter in the future would only be stronger. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chun didn't want to use his trump card. Keep running, Fang Chun said. At the same time, Venerable Lei Hong was crazily chasing after them. Suddenly, three figures appeared in front of them. The Martial King team? The three figures in front of them were the three members of the Martial King team. Whoosh! A violent wind blew and lightning flashed. Venerable Lei Hong appeared in front of the three of them with an unparalleled strength. He looked at the three of them, but didn't find the auras of Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian. Venerable Lei Hong. The leader was a mysterious realm martial artist. When he saw Venerable Lei Hong, he cupped his fists. The three of you, hand over your identity badges. Venerable Lei Hong said coldly. The three of them looked at each other with flickering eyes. You don't want to hand them over? Then go to hell. His second brother and third brother had just died, so Venerable Lei Hong was furious and attacked crazily. Run! The leader roared and charged in front of Venerable Lei Hong without any regard for his own safety in order to stall for time for the other two. Whoosh! Venerable Lei Hong waved his hand, and a violent bolt of lightning shot out and wrapped around one of the fleeing people. Crack! In just a breath's time, that person turned into a puddle of blood. After using this attack, Venerable Lei Hong was hugged by the leader of the mysterious light realm martial artists. Run! He roared. He wanted to stall Venerable Lei Hong at all costs. You're courting death. Venerable Lei Hong bellowed and punched him in the head. Crack! His head shattered, and his primordial spirit left his body, still entangling supremacy Lei Hong. Fuck off. Venerable Lei Hong was enraged. He formed hand seals, and lightning flashed and shattered the Yuan spirit of this person. When Venerable Lei Hong looked into the distance, the person from the Martial King team had already disappeared. Damn it! Lei Hong cursed and continued to chase after the person who killed his brother. In just a few days after becoming a first-rate genius, there was already a team that suffered heavy losses. This was the cruelest battle in the Blackstone prison. In here, only the strong survived. No matter how strong one was outside, only one's own strength could save one's life. Several days later, the Clear King team and the Demon King team met and fought. In the end, after a fierce battle, the Clear King squad overpowered them and killed a profound god realm venerable from the Devil King squad. The Demon King team was defeated and only 2 people escaped. On the other hand, the Battle Monarch team that was least favored was safe and sound. Moreover, they had even killed Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian and obtained 2 tokens. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Chapter 2566. One-line sky. In the depths of a dense forest, Fang Chun and the other 2 stared at a tombstone. There were countless broken marks on the tombstone. Because of the passage of time, the words on the tombstone were difficult to read. After a long time, they could barely make out 3 words: Desolate Dragon Sky. Desolate Dragon Sky. What do these 3 words mean? Qingho asked. Fang Chun pondered. Could it be that there was an expert called Desolate Dragon Sky in the Blackstone prison? The barbarian shook his head. He had never heard of such a person. This shouldn't be a person's name. Otherwise, there would be legends in the Blackstone prison. The barbarians said after some thought. Fong Chun boldly guessed that the words engraved on the tombstone were originally Desolate Dragon Sky Emperor. But he quickly rejected this idea. The Blackstone prison probably couldn't trap an ancient god expert. To be able to call himself an emperor in the primal chaos void, he must be an ancient god expert. He shook his head. It shouldn't be Desolate Dragon Sky Emperor. Then what is it? Fong Chun frowned. Ching Ho simply sat in front of the tombstone and seriously looked at it. After a long time, Ching Ho suddenly said, "Do you think it's hinting a place name? The Master of Desolate Dragon Sky. That makes sense." The barbarian patted his head and said hurriedly. But soon he shrugged and said, "But I didn't know Blackstone Prison had a place called Desolate Dragon Sky." Fong Chun and Ching Ho rolled their eyes at him. "If you don't know, why are you so excited?" Ching Ho said, "Why do you care so much? Why don't we just dig the tombstone and take a look?" The barbarian suggested. Ching Ho looked at Fong Chun and asked, "What do you mean?" Although his method isn't very good, we don't have any other method so far. Fong Chun shrugged. Fuck his mother. The barbarian was the most enthusiastic. He smashed the tombstone with his hammer, and the soil above the tombstone was blown away. A pitch-black entrance appeared on the ground. "Go in." With the barbarians in front, Fong Chun and Ching Ho entered one by one. Dong! After the three of them entered the tomb, they looked around and quickly realized that the tomb was neither complicated nor extravagant. It was very simple, and the space was very small. There was only a coffin lying there quietly and coldly. "Take a look." Before Fong Chun could speak, the barbarian came to the coffin and smashed the lid with his warhammer. No, it was too late for Fong Chun to stop him. Woo woo woo. After the coffin lid shattered, a series of ghostly wails and howls could be heard. The atmosphere instantly became extremely strange. So cold. Ching Ho shivered as goosebumps covered his arms. "What did you find?" Fong Chun asked the barbarian. The latter did not move at all. His back was facing the two of them as he stared into the coffin. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Ching Ho was speechless. He walked straight to the barbarian and gave him a push. Bang! Suddenly, Ching Ho felt a strong force on his arm. Then, his body flew backward. Pain spread throughout his body as his body slammed against the wall. "You!" Ching Ho was about to curse when he suddenly realized that the barbarian seemed to have changed into a different person. His pupils had turned green. Like a zombie, he walked woodenly toward Fong Chun. His body emitted an extremely corrosive aura. The smell was terrible. "Barbarian!" Fong Chun shouted, but the latter did not respond. Bang! The barbarian threw a punch. Fong Chun hurriedly dodged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was instantly filled with a corrosive aura. Fong Chun's clothes were rotting. "Use the annihilation puppets to trap him," Fong Chun shouted. Ching Ho endured the pain and activated the 9 annihilation puppets to trap the barbarian temporarily. "What happened to him?" Ching Ho asked. "I don't know. I'll go take a look." "Be careful." Fong Chun walked quickly to the coffin. He looked at it and his body trembled. His pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and moved several meters to the side. Whoosh! A strong corrosive aura burst out and exploded where he was standing, completely corroding the space around him. "Poison corpse?" Fong Chun cried out in shock. At this moment, a corpse in the coffin slowly stood up. Green eyeballs rolled in its pupils, and a creepy smile appeared on its face. The white bones on his body contained a berserk corrosive power. A venerable, profound, god realm poison corpse? Fong Chun was shocked. Without hesitation, he released the 9-feathered sky sparrow, 3-eyed bear king, and demon tiger and beast from the demon ceiling tower. Poison corpse? Seeing this, the demon tiger and beast was stunned. Then, he exerted all his strength and fought with it. "Leave quickly." The 3-eyed bear king protected Fong Chun and the other two as they left the tomb. The 9-feathered sky sparrow teamed up with the demon tiger and beast to fight with the poison corpse. Bang! Before leaving, Fong Chun punched the barbarian's head and knocked him out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After coming out of the tomb, Fong Chun and Ching Ho ran quickly, not daring to look back. After running for about 3 days, they finally stopped. The two were panting. The three-eyed bear king looked around vigilantly. It's a poison corpse. Ching-ho was scared. The poison of a profound God realm poison corpse was very scary. Once it was enveloped by the corrosive aura, it would definitely die. I wonder how the barbarian is. With a thought, Fang Chun released the barbarian. The latter was unconscious and had a strange aura flowing around him. Fang Chun put his hand on the barbarian's head. After sensing carefully, he shook his head. The barbarian's mind seems to be controlled by the poison corpse, Fang Chun said. Is there anything we can do? Ching-ho asked. Fang Chun pondered. We can only know when the demon tiger and beast and the nine-feathered sky sparrow return. A few days later, the demon tiger and beast and the nine-feathered sky sparrow returned. The two were in a sorry state, especially the nine-feathered sky sparrow. One of her wings was broken and she was seriously injured. Your injuries are very serious. Go back to the demon's ceiling tower to heal first. Fang Chun put the nine-feathered sky sparrow back into the tower. The poison corpse is too strong. Fortunately, my demon tiger clan's bloodline is very strong and can counter all poisons in the world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to it, the demon tiger and beast said. Where's the poison corpse? Fang Chun asked. The demon tiger and beast opened his claws and a ball of black liquid appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The poison corpse was suppressed by me and refined into poison corpse liquid, the demon tiger and beast said. This poison corpse liquid is extremely poisonous. Even a peak venerable would be seriously injured if not killed. That's right, the barbarian's mind was controlled by the poison corpse. Although the poison corpse was destroyed, the barbarian would still be affected. This poison corpse liquid can completely remove the chronic illness in his body. Hearing this, Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. Do you have a way? Fang Chun asked. The demon tiger and beast nodded and then placed his claws on the barbarian's body. Wong. The pitch-black aura was forced out of the barbarian's body. At the same time, the demon tiger and beast used himself as a medium to put the refined poison corpse liquid into the barbarian's body. Crack! The poison corpse liquid entered the barbarian's body and wantonly destroyed his internal organs. The barbarian's injuries became more and more serious, and even his life was in danger. Don't act rashly. He's fine. The demon tiger and beast stopped him and said, this is also an opportunity for him. If he can endure it, he will definitely soar to the sky. Hearing this, Fang Chun's hanging heart relaxed. The barbarian's body kept trembling, and wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Black liquid surrounded the wounds. In a moment, the barbarian looked as if he had been burned. It was pitch black, and it was a tragic sight. If not for the fact that he could feel the barbarian's aura, he would have thought that the barbarian had died long ago. You must hold on. Fang Chun prayed in his heart. Ching-ho was at the side, slowly repairing his annihilation puppet. The demon tiger and beast personally oversaw and protected the barbarian. At the same time, he explained to Fang Chun about the poison corpse. This poison corpse was refined by someone while it was still alive, the demon tiger and beast said. Hearing this, Fang Chun exclaimed, a profound god realm, venerable, refined into a poison corpse while it was still alive. Wasn't this too shocking? So what? Back in the day, I roamed the chaotic void and met many capable people. Some unorthodox cultivators didn't care about the level of their cultivation, but were obsessed with researching powerful divine techniques. In the ancient times, the Araji Utenshu sect was the best at refining poison corpses. What did you say? Araji Utenshu? Fang Chun exclaimed, thinking of the 3 words on the tombstone, desolate dragon sky. Chapter 2567. Araji Utenshu? A sect that specializes in refining poison corpses? At this moment, Fang Chun completely understood. The 3 words desolate dragon sky on the tombstone should represent Araji Utenshu. Could it be that this poison corpse was refined by someone from Araji Utenshu? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a wave of fear. Could it be that Araji Utenshu's men were still in the Blackstone prison? The demon tiger and beast seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and said directly, Arajiu Tinshu has existed in the primal chaos void for a very long time and has a very deep foundation. However, they had offended a powerful expert in the past, and that expert had single-handedly wiped out the Arajiu Tinshu. However, I didn't expect that someone from Arajiu Tinshu would enter the Blackstone prison. Fang Chen's gaze was somewhat sluggish. There was actually such a powerful sect in the world. Are all the people from Arajiu Tinshu very strong? Fang Chen asked. Otherwise, how could he refine a profound god realm venerable into a poison corpse? Even an extreme venerable one could not have done that, right? You weren't born in that era, so you don't understand how terrifying Arajiu Tinshu is. The demon tiger and beast took a deep breath and said slowly, their sect has a special secret art that makes them almost invincible against those of the same cultivation level. Actually, it's normal that you can't understand it. After all, a profound god realm, venerable, refining an expert of the same realm into a poisonous corpse is too shocking for you. There shouldn't be anyone from the Arajiu Tinshu in the Blackstone prison. The demon tiger and beast continued. Why? Because their cultivation relies on origin energy. The Blackstone prison's environment is so harsh that they can't survive, the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen recalled the words desolate dragon sky on the tombstone. If this poison corpse was refined by someone from Arajiu Tinshu, then why are these words on the tombstone? Fang Chen thought. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in his mind. Was it possible that someone from Arajiu Tinshu created this poison corpse and perished together with it, and built a tombstone for himself before his death, hoping that future generations would remember that there was once a sect called Tinshu sect that dominated the primal chaos void? However, this was unable to verify it was a Tinshu. Forget it. Shaking his head, Fang Chen decided not to think too much about it. The current situation was tense, and the most important thing was to wake up the barbarian. Moreover, he had to be on guard against Venerable Lei Hong's revenge at all times. Although he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, the barbarian's slumber had far exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian had been asleep for 15 years. The black aura on his body had gradually disappeared, and his wounds were gradually healing. Everything was going in the best direction. During this time, Fang Chen placed him in the demon's ceiling tower, and the demon tiger and beast took good care of him. As for him and Qing Ho, they continued to search for tokens. In the past 15 years, many fierce battles had occurred in the one-line sky. Venerable Lei Hong had a conflict with the Demon King team, and in the end, he fled in panic and disappeared without a trace. As for the Demon King squad, only Supremacy Purple Demon was left. One day, Fang Chen came to a mountain stream. The origin energy here was rich and seemed to be extraordinary. What's that over there? Qing Ho saw something flashing on a small hill in front of them. The two quickly walked over and were about to pick it up to take a look when suddenly a gust of wind blew past, and the flashing thing instantly disappeared. Fang Chen turned his head abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. His entire body was emitting a violent demonic aura. The purple demon of the Demon King team. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said with a solemn expression, the purple demon was a peak venerable and was extremely strong, even stronger than Venerable Lei Hong. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen took Qing Ho and used the space-time collapse technique to quickly escape. Want to leave? The purple demon licked his dry lips, sneered, and chased after them with a stomp of his foot. In a moment, the purple demon caught up to the two. Whoosh! The purple demon blasted out with both of his palms, and their bodies were immediately sent flying. Rip! The 9 annihilation puppets surrounded the purple demon in an instant, and then fought fiercely with him. Fang Chen also took out the hidden star sword and used the 20th move of the Shura sword technique. Dazzling sword light accompanied the attacks of the 9 annihilation puppets, whistling through the air. Ding! Ding! The sound of metal colliding was incessant. The purple demon was extremely strong, and the 9 annihilation puppets were unable to withstand his attacks. Let's go. Fang Chun and Qing Ho continued to escape, and the 9 annihilation puppets entangled the purple demon to buy time for the two of them. After a while, Fang Chun and Qing Ho had already escaped to an extremely far place. Suddenly, Qing Ho stopped in his tracks. "What's the matter?" Fang Chun asked. "Someone has appeared and is fighting the purple demon." Qing Ho saw the battle through the 9 annihilation puppets. "Who is it?" "An old acquaintance." Qing Ho chuckled and then said, "Venerable Lei Hong of the Thunder King Squad." "The two of them are fighting?" Fang Chun said, "We'll wait until they're both injured, then we'll kill our way over." Coincidentally, Venerable Lei Hong had just found some clues about Fang Chun and was chasing after him when he saw the purple demon. Especially when he saw the 9 annihilation puppets beside the ladder, his eyes burned with desire. "Kill!" Venerable Lei Hong waved his hand, and thunder and lightning intersected in the sky, and a violent storm flashed endlessly. In an instant, the sky completely darkened, and a shocking power spread out. Thunder come, rain come, wind come. After roaring 3 times in a row, the entire sky completely changed, and a violent power softened. Thunder, rain, and wind, the 3 combined into one, erupting with unprecedented power. Not good. Seeing this, the purple demon cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. Although he was slightly stronger than Venerable Lei Hong, the latter had risked his life and used a forbidden technique, so he was a little afraid. Purple Demon Heavenly Art. The purple demon was furious and immediately used the purple demon Heavenly Art. A purple vortex appeared in front of him. Buzz. The tyrannical attack formed by the combination of wind, rain, and thunder rushed into the purple vortex. Explode. Venerable Lei Hong roared, and the sound of an explosion instantly spread. The earth trembled and sank, and the surrounding hills were instantly flattened. As for the weeds on the ground and the surrounding towering trees, they had long been burned to ashes. Boom! The vast explosive power, as if destroying the world, broke through the purple vortex and engulfed the purple demon. "No!" The purple demon screamed miserably as he desperately tried to resist. Crack! The explosive power blasted half of the purple demon's body into smithereens. But because of this, he was also severely shaken. Poochie! The rebound power severely injured Venerable Lei Hong. His body flew out and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. He was motionless. Bang! The explosive power dissipated, and half of the purple demon's body fell heavily to the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. Both sides were injured. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause came from the void. Fang Chun and Qing Ho strolled out, smiling as they looked at the 2 people lying on the ground. "How wonderful!" Qing Ho grinned and put away the 9 annihilation puppets. "You." Seeing this, the purple demon glared fiercely at the 2 of them. Venerable Lei Hong, on the other hand, roared hysterically. "I want to avenge my brother. Why don't you take a look at the state the 2 of you are in now? How dare you make such a fuss?" Qing Ho sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Venerable Lei Hong. "Wait a moment," Fang Chun called out. "Kill him first." Fang Chun pointed at the purple demon. "No." The lower half of the purple demon's body kept retreating, its heart filled with fear. "Let me go, and I can give you anything you want." Purple demon said in a panic. Qing Ho didn't stop and walked straight to the purple demon. The latter's face was pale as he said, "I can give you all of my tokens, as well as my most precious purple zinc ring." As he spoke, he struggled to take out a purple ring from his bosom. This ring was about as thick as a person's neck and looked very ordinary. Purple zinc ring. Fang Chun's pitch-black eyes stared at the purple ring. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2568. This purple zinc ring is a personal weapon that I painstakingly nurtured throughout my life. Although it is only a supreme grade space chaos level weapon, It contains the orthodoxy of my purple demon sect. Supremacy Purple Demon hurriedly explained. He hoped that the purple zinc ring could save his life. At the same time, I can also swear that I will never betray the two of you. Before Fong Chun could say anything, Purple Demon had already made the vow. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. In the end, he didn't attack Purple Demon. Seeing Qing Ho walk towards Venerable Lei Hong, Purple Demon let out a sigh of relief. His life was saved. He was a peak sovereign, the strongest warrior under the Demon King, but he was begging for mercy from two mystic light realm cultivators. Thinking about this, he could only sigh. Fong Chun played with the purple zinc ring, while Qing Ho raised his hand and attacked Venerable Lei Hong. If you kill me, you'll all die. Venerable Lei Hong went crazy and couldn't fight back at all. The Thunder King won't let you go. Crack. Unfortunately, this was the last thing he said in his life. What about him? Qing Ho asked. Since he's already made the vow, let him go, Fong Chun said with a shrug. Thank you, Purple Demon said. Fong Chun played with the purple zinc ring. He didn't care about this weapon. What he cared about was the power within it and the Purple Demon's sex teachings. Wong. Fong Chun gripped the purple zinc ring tightly and sent his divine sense in. Instantly, a large amount of information entered his mind. This is the Purple Demon's sex teachings, Fong Chun said faintly as he started to absorb the power within the purple zinc ring. Rumble. The purple zinc ring was made with Purple Demon's blood, sweat, and tears. Its power was shocking. It wasn't easy to obtain such a large amount of cultivation resources in the Blackstone prison. Who? While absorbing the power within the purple zinc ring, Fong Chen's power also rose rapidly. In particular, the aura emitted from his body had risen to the extreme. So strong. Is he going to break through? Qing Ho's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chun. Dong! After a long while, the sound of tremors could be heard. Fong Chen's body flickered with multicolored lights. Soul Dao, physical body Dao, and martial Dao were all integrated. His mind was unprecedentedly clear, as if his comprehension of the martial path had suddenly increased. The Xianjun realm focused on the Dao of the soul, the integration of the physical body and the Dao of the martial Dao. After that, one would reach the true state of returning to one's original state. Fong Chen's body emitted a bright light. Qing Ho even had the misconception that he could no longer see through Fong Chun. It clearly feels very strong, but I can't sense any aura at all, Qing Ho exclaimed. Although the difference between the mystic light realm and the Xianjun realm was only one word, the difference was huge. Only after entering the Xianjun realm and returning to one's original state would one have the right to come into contact with the Xian God realm. This is the Xianjun realm? Fong Chen's heart was calm, returning to one's original state and keeping everything simple. He shook his head slightly and grinned. It turned out that everything he cultivated before wasn't the true state of returning to one's original state. Only after reaching the Xianjun realm could he do this. I never thought that I would be able to break through after absorbing the power of the purple zinc ring. If one didn't comprehend anything, it would be very difficult to break through from a mystic light realm to the Xianjun realm. Congratulations, Brother Fong. Qing Ho clasped his hands together and congratulated. The former's cultivation had increased, and his strength had increased. You were able to fight against an early-stage Xian god when you were only at the mystic light realm. Now that you've entered the Xianjun realm, I wonder how strong you are now. Qing Ho was also curious. I should be able to kill anyone below the peak of the sovereign realm. Fong Chen murmured. Taking a step forward, heaven and earth separated. His strength had increased by 10,000 times. That's great. Our chances of winning have increased, Qing Ho said excitedly. In the end, Fong Chun still kept his promise and let the purple demon go. The latter was heavily injured and had to hide. Otherwise, it would be dead for sure if it was found. The Devil King team had already given up on the competition, and the Thunder King team had been completely wiped out. As for the Martial King team, one of them was still on the run. The only one that posed a threat to Fong Chun and the other two was the Clear King team. After reaching the Xianjun realm, Fong Chen's strength had reached a level that made even Qing Ho tremble in fear. If he encountered a Xian God Realm beast, he would be able to kill it with a single punch. His body had undergone a transformation in the truest sense of the word. With this breakthrough, my control of the Tao of armament controlling has also reached a new level, Fong Chen murmured. The Tao of armament controlling had a total of 5 levels, and he had already mastered 3. With this breakthrough, he had successfully mastered the 4th level. How terrifying was the 4th level of the Tao of armament controlling? As long as it was not a limit venerable, Fong Chen could control the other party's weapon. In such a battle, if one was caught off guard, not to mention an ordinary venerable one, even a top-notch venerable one would be defeated. In a one-line sky, who would the Battle King team be afraid of? When they first entered the one-line sky, the Battle King team was the weakest and was also the prey in the eyes of the other teams. More than 10 years had passed, and the situation had changed. Now, the former hunters had become the prey. As for Fong Chen and the other two, they had changed their roles and became hunters. Now, everyone's life and death were in their control. The breakthrough itself was already very joyous, and today was even more of a double blessing. The barbarian, who had been sleeping for more than 10 years, had finally woken up. He carefully sized up his body and curled his lips. My body hasn't changed much. You slept for more than 10 years, Qing Ho complained. The barbarian was sleeping, while they were fighting bitterly to collect tokens. Suddenly, the barbarian said, "By the way, why do I feel a scorching power in my body? It seems to have spread throughout my body." Fong Chen was about to speak when the barbarian suddenly screamed. "How is this possible?" The barbarian's face was filled with despair. "Poison! How can there be so much poison in my bloodline? What should I do? Although my skin is thick and my flesh is thick, it's the least resistant to poison. I'm finished." The barbarian jumped up and down, very anxious. "Don't worry, that's the poisonous corpse fluid," Fong Chen said. "What?" The barbarian's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily, "You too! What did you do to my body when I was unconscious? Why is there such a poison in my bloodline?" The barbarian still had some understanding of the poison corpse. In addition, after Fong Chen and Qing Ho's explanation, he already knew that he had been controlled by the poison corpse. It's over. My wish hasn't been fulfilled, and I'm going to die." The barbarian grabbed Fong Chen's arm and said with a bitter face. Fong Chen was a bit speechless and said, "You bastard, don't act like you're the victim. Others can't even ask for it, but you're crying here. I really want to beat you up." Qing Ho echoed from the side. "When you were controlled by the poison corpse, the poison entered your body. The demon tiger and beast suppressed the poison corpse and refined it into poisonous corpse fluid. Then he used himself as a medium to inject the poisonous corpse fluid into your body, thus expelling the poison from your body." Fong Chen said, "But don't worry, the demon tiger and beast has already checked your body. The poisonous corpse fluid that should have disappeared actually miraculously blended into your blood. What's strange is that it's very compatible. This also means that you'll become an old poison monster in the future. Your entire body will be filled with poison. Anyone who touches you will be poisoned, and those who are weak will die on the spot. Moreover, your blood has blended with the poisonous corpse fluid. This gives you a great chance to obtain the inheritance of Arajiu Tenshu from the poisonous corpse fluid," Fong Chen said with a smile. Once he could refine it, it would be truly amazing. Arajiu Tenshu's method of refining the poison corpse was truly unparalleled. After many explanations from Fong Chen and Qing Ho, the barbarian finally understood. Simply put, his body would become a poison body in the future. After learning about Arajiu Tenshu's various deeds, the barbarian returned to his previous mischievous smile. "Ha ha, you two better not provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I'll directly poison you to death," the barbarian said. "Don't keep thinking about poisoning us. Hurry up and extract the inheritance of Arajiu Tenshu. If you can obtain the inheritance of Arajiu Tenshu and casually refine a few profound God Realm poison corpses, wouldn't we be able to do whatever we want in the Blackstone prison, or even the Primal Chaos Void?" Qing Ho joked. The barbarian rolled his eyes. How could it be so easy? To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2569. It was a blessing in disguise for the barbarian. He accidentally entered Aragiu Tensu's tomb and opened the coffin carelessly, causing him to be controlled by the poisoned corpse. If it wasn't for the demon tiger and beast and the nine-feathered sky sparrow, he would have most likely died. This also made the barbarian extremely grateful to the demon tiger and beast. It was the latter who gave him a new life and gave him a new start. His body now had a super strong poison body. Mystic Realm warriors would almost certainly die if they touched him. What made him most excited was Aragiu Tensu's mysterious method of refining poison corpses. Thinking of this, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. In the following time, the three of them could finally run rampant in one-line sky. They no longer had to worry about being chased by mystic god realm sovereigns. This feeling is really good. On the way, they encountered a mystic god realm sovereign level beast. Before the two of them could make a move, the barbarian was one step ahead of them. He clenched his fist tightly, and a vast amount of poison surged out. Bang! The mystic god realm sovereign wasn't smashed to death by him, but by the poison. After countless experiments and the demon tiger and beast's approval, Fang Xun and the other two discovered that the poison was more poisonous than the poison. The poisonous corpse fluid was even more deadly to demonic beasts, as it would speed up the deterioration of their internal organs. For example, the barbarian could kill an ordinary mystic god realm warrior with one punch, but he couldn't poison a mystic god realm human warrior to death. This was the difference. Haha, then won't I be the nemesis of the beast race in the future? The barbarian was jumping wildly in excitement. It was as if he could already see the scene of him becoming the king of all beasts in the future. Seeing the barbarian like this, Fang Xun and Qing Ho were speechless. One-line sky was only so big. There would always be a time when everyone would meet. Fang Xun didn't know that the Martial King battle team had already collapsed. Only one person was left, and his whereabouts were unknown. He also didn't know that the Clear King battle team and the Demon King battle team had fought before. On this day, the two sides met on the Wind Cloud Stone in one-line sky. The Clear King battle team only had two peak sovereigns left. There were still wounds on their bodies, and they looked a little miserable. It seemed that they had encountered some trouble. The Battle King battle team, Venerable Qingxiu revealed his white teeth and gave a sinister smile. Venerable Qingling, who was at the side, sized up the three prey in front of her seriously. I had thought that the three of you would be the first to fall. Who would have thought that you would actually live for so long? The barbarian raised his war hammer and pointed at the two venerable ones with a strong aura. He sneered and said, "You two idiots, quickly kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Perhaps we'll let you go." "Idiot," Venerable Qingling sneered. "The purple demon was the same as you. He wanted to kill us, but in the end, half of his body was blasted to smithereens. In the end, he even swore a martial arts oath that he would never betray the three of us. Only then did he survive." The barbarian said, "As for the three members of the Thunder King squad, we killed two of them earlier. That venerable Lei Hong even said that he would avenge his brothers, but in the end, he still died in our hands." After pausing for a moment, the barbarian continued, "Do the two of you think that you're stronger than the purple demon and Venerable Lei Hong?" Venerable Lei Hong was still fine, but when he mentioned the purple demon, the two venerables' expressions clearly changed. However, they quickly recovered and sneered. "With just the three of you, you want to kill Venerable Lei Hong and force the purple demon to swear a martial arts oath? How laughable. You want to use this to scare us? Your wishful thinking is wrong," Venerable Qingling said. As he spoke, a green luster appeared on his body. It became brighter and brighter, finally condensing into a void blade that shot toward the barbarian. Boom! The barbarian raised his war hammer and used all the strength in his body to strike. Dong! The war hammer and the void blade collided, and a violent force attacked. The barbarian's body was quickly pushed back, his hand hurting. As for the void blade that was blocked by the war hammer, it flickered and gradually disappeared after a while. The poison on the war hammer was corroded by the void blade. Seeing this, Qingling's expression became serious. He continued to increase his strength and bombarded the barbarian. Although the barbarian's poison is strong, it can't do anything to venerable Qingling, Qing Ho said. Fangchen nodded and took a step forward. He pressed his hand on the barbarian's shoulder and pulled him back, then rushed in front of venerable Qingling. Scram! Seeing Fang Chen attack, venerable Qingling roared and the void blade flashed again. Crack! Fang Chen's punch shattered venerable Qingling's void blade. Thud! 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 Venerable Qingling's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you've broken through to the mystic true realm. Venerable Qingling smiled eerily with killing intent. Even so what? I'll let you know the difference between the mystic true realm and the mystic god realm. Venerable Qingling spread out his hands, and the azure light around his body intensified. A wild energy whizzed out. Fang Chen slowly raised his hand and executed the 20th move of the azure sword art. The dazzling sword light was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Be careful! Venerable Qingxiu, who was standing far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes and roared. But it was too late. Fang Chen's sword light had already enveloped Venerable Qingling. Venerable Qingxiu attacked with all his strength. Vast energy surged out, and he wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. Boom! The sword light pierced through the void and struck Venerable Qingling's body. No! At this moment, Venerable Qingling finally felt a trace of fear, and he cried out in pain. Pucci! No matter how hard Venerable Qingling tried to block, the sword light was like a blade of judgment that sentenced him to death. No one knew better than Venerable Qingling how terrifying Fang Chen's sword was. Bang! The sword light exploded and Venerable Qingling's body exploded. He died instantly. Venerable Qingxiu, who saw that the situation wasn't right, had already escaped. When Fang Chen landed on the ground, Barbarian and Qing Ho's eyes widened in shock. That was a peak Venerable. How could he be killed by Fang Chen just like that? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Amazing. Qing Ho and Barbarian gave a thumbs up. They admired Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Venerable Qingling was extremely strong. If he didn't underestimate his opponent, he wouldn't have died so quickly, Fang Chen said. After all, every peak Venerable had their own special methods. If they were forced into a corner, they would jump over a wall. Peak Venerables were considered true peak experts in the primal chaos void and the Blackstone prison. However, before entering the Blackstone prison, Fang Chen could only fight against mystic light realm experts. But in less than 200 years, he had improved so much. It was shocking. There was a type of cultivator called a genius. There was a type of improvement called a leap. Without a doubt, Fang Chen was one of the top geniuses since ancient times. There was no one like him. Venerable Qingxiu escaped, Qing Ho said. He originally thought that he could wipe out the King battle team in one fell swoop. However, Fang Chen didn't mind. A mere Venerable Qingxiu was already scared out of his wits. He couldn't pose any threat to them. After collecting Venerable Qingling's identity token, the number of tokens in their team had reached 13. Only the Martial King battle team and Venerable Qingxiu's token were outside. The final ranking was based on the number of tokens each team had. Even if the competition ended now, the Battle King battle team was undoubtedly first. There was no competition. Outside, in the Battle King Palace, Star and Moon sat in the garden and looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were in the direction of the Martial King city. The one-line sky was in that direction, and her husband was there. Are you still thinking about him? The Battle King suddenly appeared behind her. Star and Moon gently nodded and lowered her head. The Battle King gently patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. My judgment won't be wrong. I have a strong premonition that Fang Chen will give us an unexpected surprise in this competition." Star and Moon had mixed feelings. She had been praying for Fang Chen. She didn't ask him to be first. She only hoped that he could come out alive. The 15 participants each have their own magical powers. However, I believe that the more difficult the situation is, the more Fang Chun will be able to unleash his killer nature. On the path of martial arts, the true power wasn't absolute strength. Instead, it was using the surrounding environment to kill an invincible opponent when there was a great disparity in strength. This was a true prodigy. Since ancient times, which peerless powerhouse didn't come from such an environment? Don't worry too much. 100 years is just the blink of an eye, the Battle King said. Chapter 2570. One-Line Sky. Fang Chun and the other two were strong enough to sweep through one-line sky. Since Venerable Qingxiu escaped, no one could pose a threat to them. After a long time of exploration, the three finally found a place with a strange environment. On a cliff towering into the clouds, Fang Chun and the other two sat cross-legged in a cave. This cave was different from the previous one that contained corrosive demonic qi. Compared to the previous cave, this place was very suitable for cultivation. With the number of tokens we have now, it's enough for us to be number one, Qing Ho said slowly. The barbarian put away his war hammer and grinned. Before he came in, he was still worried about how the three of them would be able to fight for a chance of survival in the one-line sky that was filled with experts with their strength. But now, only a dozen years had passed, and they had already reached this step. It had to be said that sometimes fate was truly unpredictable. One-line sky will be closed for 100 years. During this period, we can't go out. We can take the opportunity to consolidate our realm, the barbarian said. That's the only way. In his mind, a large part of the illusory sword had been consumed. Imperceptibly, the illusory swords were changing the potential of his swordsmanship and even his myriad sword's body. Now that the myriad sword's body had reached the complete LV, 10,000 sword's body was also thinking about how to proceed in the future. In addition, he had to comprehend the Azura sword principle and improve his cultivation. Although he was now a warrior in the abstruse realm, his enemies were very strong. The patriarch of the Sky Pillar Zone family was a legendary limit honorable. Unless he could step into the abstruse god realm, it would be difficult to shake him. I wonder what the 5 great kings are planning. Fang Chun lifted his head and looked at the azure sky as he muttered to himself. Although the warlord did not say in detail, he said that this battle was very likely to give him a chance to leave Blackstone Prison. Fang Chun's heart was filled with excitement. The Blackstone Prison was not his stage after all. It would be best if he could leave. However, he was not clear about the 5 great kings' specific plan. He could only improve his strength first. Only by increasing his strength would he have the confidence to do so. Time passed by as the 3 of them cultivated. During this time, the heavens line was exceptionally calm. After Venerable Qingxiu escaped, he never appeared again. He was secretly recuperating and waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Unfortunately, Venerable Qingxiu's wishful thinking was wrong. 30 years after being forced to retreat by Fang Chun, it was nearly 50 years after Fang Chun and the others entered One-Line Sky. His hiding place was discovered by a mystic realm martial artist. Supremacy Qingxiu? The young warrior's eyes were filled with coldness when he saw Supremacy Qingxiu. It's you? Venerable Qingxiu's face was gloomy as he suddenly punched out. Dong! The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying force instantly exploded in the void. The next moment, the young man took a few steps back. From today onwards, there will be no more venerable clear cultivation in One-Line Sky. The man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his palms together and a terrifying aura burst out. Behind him, a dazzling golden energy appeared. Whoosh! A majestic hand blade whizzed out. Crack! Seeing this, Venerable Qingxiu's pupils shrank. His body kept retreating, and at the same time, he let out a roar. Damn guy, if it weren't for my injuries, you would have died long ago. The young man's taboo technique was too powerful. The aura contained in the hand blade made Venerable Qingxiu fearful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although Venerable Qingxiu kept retreating, he was still hit by the hand blade in the end. Puchi! Like glass shattering, his arm instantly broke. Wu Xiang! Venerable Qingxiu's pupils shrank as he cried out. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his head was smashed by the hand blade, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bang! Venerable Qingxiu's body fell to the ground softly, and he lost his vitality. If the people outside saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked. A mystic realm martial artist could easily kill Venerable Qingxiu, who had been famous for a long time. One should know that Venerable Qingxiu was a true top venerable, and he was considered the highest level of combat power in the Blackstone prison. For the past 50 years, I have been comprehending the Buddhist inheritance day and night. By chance, I have cultivated the Wu Xiang skill to the highest level. A mere Venerable Qingxiu is nothing to me. This person was the only remaining member of the Martial King battle team, Wu Tong. Let the hunt begin. Wu Tong's eyes shot out a scarlet light, and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. His voice was hoarse, emotionless, and extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared into the void. After 50 years, Wu Tong, who was chased by the Martial King battle team, finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he killed Venerable Qingxiu of the Martial King battle team, and then began to look for the other battle teams. However, a month later, Wu Tong's heart was filled with doubts. What's going on? Why can't I see anyone after I've searched the entire one-line sky? Wu Tong stopped in his tracks and muttered to himself. Logically speaking, there were a total of 5 battle teams and 15 martial artists. Even if the competition was cruel, there should be at least 1 battle team left. However, why did he only find Venerable Qingxiu? Where are the others? Were they all killed by Venerable Qingxiu? Wu Tong said faintly, but he quickly denied his own thoughts. This was because he only found an identity token on Venerable Qingxiu's body. This meant that the others were not killed by Venerable Qingxiu at all. Thinking of this, Wu Tong's eyes burned with passion, and his heart trembled. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that there were still people hiding in the dark and one-line sky, but he had not discovered them yet. I don't believe that you can hide anywhere. With this thought, Wu Tong leaped into the void again and began to search. This time, Wu Tong searched for more than 10 years before he found traces of Fang Chun and the other 2. There's a cave above. In the past 10 years, Wu Tong had been there many times. However, he did not find anything unusual each time. This time, it was a coincidence that he could see a looming cave above the cliff from where he was standing. Wu Tong stomped his feet and leaped up. His figure leaped over the cliff. After a while, he arrived in front of the cave. Sure enough, there's someone here. There was a strong restriction in front of the cave. Before Wu Tong got close, he could feel a strong force coming at him. You want to stop me with a mere restriction? Wu Tong sneered. He put his palms together, and a golden light shone brightly. Finally, he slammed his palm out. The void blade carried a sharp and domineering aura as it cut through the void and hit the restriction. Hiss! The restriction did not resist at all and was shattered by Wu Tong. Crack! As the forbidding aura shattered, the figures of Fang Chun and his crew appeared before Wu Tong's eyes. Battle Monarch Team? Wu Tong clearly remembered Fang Chun and the other 2 because the Battle Monarch Team was similar to the Battle Monarch Team that he used to be in. They were all people with strong potential. Powerful indeed. Wu Tong sighed after looking at the 3 of them. He could feel the aura fluctuation from the 3 of them. Fang Chun in particular gave him a feeling of fear. No one can stop me, Wu Tong. Wu Tong growled, and the void blade blasted out again. Poochie! The incomparably sharp void hand blade actually dissipated when it hit the barbarian's body. Wu Tong was a little shocked by the scene. His physical strength is so strong. The barbarian, who was in the middle of enlightenment, did not move at all. There were only shallow wounds where the void blade hit. I don't believe it. Wu Tong grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, 10 void blades appeared in the void and blasted toward the barbarian. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the cave. The continuous bombardment of more than 10 void blades finally hurt the barbarian. Poochie! Wounds appeared on the barbarian's body. Blood flowed out from them. The pain spread throughout his body and finally reached his brain. The barbarian woke up from his epiphany and looked at his body. Damn it! The barbarian was furious. He raised his head and looked ahead. Wu Tong was looking at him mockingly. Martial pupil? The barbarian coldly said, "Don't tell me that everyone in the Battle Monarch team likes to sneak attack others from behind." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2571. The barbarian was really angry. The three of them were cultivating here, but this guy barged in. If he had not woken up in time, he might have been killed. Thinking of this, the barbarian clenched his fists and raised his war hammer, ready to attack. Wu Tong ignored the barbarian's words. So what if it's a sneak attack? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Don't you know this? Wu Tong shrugged and said with an arrogant look on his face, "Humph! Why would King Wu choose trash like you?" The barbarian sneered. "Usually, only trash would call others trash." Wu Tong said, "With your strength, I can kill you in minutes, but you don't see the truth." Truth my ass. The barbarian had a bad temper and did not want to listen to Wu Tong. He raised his war hammer and rushed toward Wu Tong with a surge of violent power. Seeing this, Wu Tong shook his head. In his eyes, the barbarian was at most a boorish man. There was nothing to be afraid of. Bang! When the barbarian's war hammer was close to him, Wu Tong gently raised his hand, then clenched it into a fist and punched out. Dong! Wu Tong's fist was wrapped in golden light. The golden light contained a strong Buddhist power. With a loud bang, the barbarian's war hammer was blown away. His body flew out like a kite and hit the wall of the cave hard. Crack! Stone chips fell. The barbarian's skin was torn open. Too weak. Wu Tong looked at him as if he was looking at a weak ant. He shook his head and said with disdain, "Struggling like an ant, anyone can easily trample you to death. What's the point of living like this?" Humph! Acting all high and mighty. "Do you think you're King Wu?" The barbarian endured the pain and said sarcastically, "If you're strong, why would the King Wu team be destroyed? And why would you disappear for more than 50 years? Facing the barbarian's question, Wu Tong's face finally darkened. The annihilation of the martial king group was a huge blow to him. And at that time, if he did not run fast enough, he would have died in the one-line sky. Buzz! He opened his hand and golden light flowed in his palm. He released an extremely powerful killing intent as he walked towards the barbarian. The latter stood up with difficulty and stared at Wu Tong with an unyielding gaze. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Wu Tong asked curiously as he moved forward. "You can't kill me," the barbarian said confidently as he glanced at Fong Chun and Qing Ho, who were still in a state of epiphany. "Oh, do you still expect to be saved? Let me tell you, they can't even save themselves, so no one can save you." Wu Tong walked up to the barbarian as he spoke. In the center of his palm, the golden light had already reached its peak. Wong, a vast Buddha light enveloped his entire body before it was compressed onto his fist. "With this punch, your head will shatter." Wu Tong licked his dry lips and said grimly. At the same time, he waved his fist in front of the barbarian. The most painful thing was not accepting death, but the fear before death. Wu Tong wanted to see the fear in the barbarian's heart and his expression of begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was wrong. From the beginning to the end, the barbarian's face was full of unyielding fighting spirit. Finally, Wu Tong was completely enraged. He narrowed his eyes and threw out a punch. Rumble! Wherever the fist passed, the void shattered, and a deafening sound rang out incessantly. The barbarian laughed, as if he was mocking Wu Tong. "Die!" Wu Tong let out a furious roar. His fist sped up and whizzed toward Yi Futian. At the critical moment, an annihilation puppet appeared in front of the barbarian and helped him block Wu Tong's punch. Bang! The doomed puppet took a few steps back and stabilized itself. It formed a battle formation with the other 8 puppets and surrounded Wu Tong in the middle. Wu Tong's pupils shrank when he saw this. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. This is a doomed puppet. Wu Tong's heart began to burn. He turned his head and saw Qing Ho open his eyes and slowly stand up. "Are you okay?" Qing Ho asked. The barbarian grinned. "If you woke up a little later, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore." After making sure that the barbarian was fine, Qing Ho let out a sigh of relief and focused on controlling the Doom puppet to deal with Wu Tong. Wu Tong from the Martial King battle team. Qing Ho stared at Wu Tong. Before entering the one-line sky, he had met Wu Tong once. At that time, Wu Tong was just an ordinary mystic light realm martial artist. Many people were curious why King Wu chose Wu Tong. At that time, Wu Tong was too ordinary. There was nothing special about him. Now, Qing Ho finally understood. Among the 3 members of the Martial King battle team, Wu Tong was the one that King Wu valued the most. No wonder, Qing Ho murmured. Before this, King Wu's tone was very confident. You probably already knew that Wu Tong was not ordinary. Since you have a Buddhist technique, you must be a Buddhist, right? Qing Ho asked. What's the point of knowing that? Wu Tong curled his lips. If it weren't for these 9 Doom puppets, you wouldn't even be able to block one of my fingers. Qing Ho naturally ignored Wu Tong's mockery. The Doom puppets are also a part of my strength. Humph! Watch me destroy your 9 annihilation puppets. As he spoke, Buddhist light shone from Wu Tong's body. Formless Buddhist technique. Wu Tong uttered a groan as he executed the art of Bodhi. A strong aura of Bodhi lingered around his figure, increasing his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he grabbed at the air and clenched his fist. Bang! Wu Tong's golden fist whizzed out and attacked one of the annihilation puppets. Formless Divine Fist. The Formless Buddhist technique. When the Formless Divine Fist was used, the entire cave was lit up by Buddhist light. The terrifying aura made Qing Ho's body tremble a little. He also felt a little suppressed. What a powerful Buddhist technique. Qing Ho took a deep breath and kept forming seals with his hands. He controlled the 9 Doom puppets to change their direction and fight against Wu Tong. Bang! The scorching light shrouded one of the Doom puppets. Qing Ho instantly realized that he had lost contact with it. Oh no! Qing Ho cried out in his heart, and then he retreated rapidly. Boom! The Formless Divine Fist was too powerful. Wu Tong's punch directly sent one of the Doom puppets flying. It lost its combat power for a short period of time. The remaining 8 Doom puppets' joint attack formation was broken by itself. Without the joint attack formation, their attack power was greatly reduced. They were no match for Wu Tong. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, a great change had taken place on the battlefield. Qing Ho's expression was grave as he stood with the barbarians. Now, what else can you do? Wu Tong stood in front of the Doom puppets and looked at the 2. You. Qing Ho and barbarians' expressions were originally extremely anxious, but suddenly their bodies shook slightly. Immediately, a touch of excitement appeared in their eyes. Humph! A clown like you only knows how to bully the weak. You'll be the first one to run when you're faced with a strong opponent. Qing Ho's expression changed. He became confident and sneered. That's right. When the Martial King battle team was destroyed, you ignored your teammates and ran away. Now, you still have the face to stand here? Barbarian did not give Wu Tong any face. The 2's words completely enraged Wu Tong. He clenched his fists. The Buddhist light around him shone. His killing intent was overbearing. You all have to die, Wu Tong said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he performed the Formless Divine Fist again. Boom! The mighty Formless Divine Fist drew a perfect arc and appeared in front of Qing Ho and Barbarian in an instant. The 2 stood quietly with a mocking look on their faces. Pretentious, Wu Tong sneered. He increased the strength of his fist and punched toward the 2. Enough! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the void. Then, the space exploded. Rumble! Tumbling airflow escaped from the explosion and instantly wrapped around the Formless Divine Fist. Crack! In a flash, the Formless Divine Fist was dissolved. Wu Tong's body staggered backward. Wu Tong's face was gloomy. He looked at Fang Chun, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Chapter 2572. Bang! Before Fang Chun could react, Wu Tong suddenly threw a punch. The power of the Formless Divine Fist increased again. The golden fist whistled through the air, heading straight for Fang Chen's head. Crack! However, something unexpected happened. Fang Chen did not open his eyes from the beginning to the end. When Wu Tong's fist was about to reach his head, he made a surprising move. He raised his palm and stretched out 2 fingers, catching the incoming fist as fast as lightning. "Break!" Wu Tong shouted. The power on his fist surged, but he could not break Fong Chen's seal. His fist was firmly caught by Fong Chen's fingers. "Damn it!" Wu Tong cursed in his heart. At the same time, 2 golden rays shot out from his eyes. Rip! The golden rays turned into sharp blades in the void and pierced toward Fong Chen, forcing him to give up resisting Wu Tong's fist. Wu Tong took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He suddenly saw that there were 2 clear handprints on his fist. He looked at Fong Chen again. His heart trembled. Crack! He suddenly opened his eyes. A substantial ray of light shot out from his eyes. It collided with the sharp blades whistling toward him, causing a powerful explosion. Fong Chen stood up in a flash. He seemed to be surrounded by the power of heaven and earth. He gave off a feeling that he could not be surpassed. So powerful. Even the barbarian Qing Ho could not help but exclaim. They had been in seclusion for more than 30 years. Fong Chen's strength had increased to such a level. The aura emitted from his body alone made the 2 of them feel suffocated. As expected of Brother Fong, Qing Ho gave him a thumbs up. Fong Chen exchanged glances with the 2 of them. Then, he stepped forward and looked at Wu Tong with a smile. "You're Wu Tong from Battle Monarch Team?" Fong Chen looked at the latter with great interest. "You have the body of Buddha, and you cultivate the most powerful cultivation method of Buddhism. You have great potential in Buddhism. No wonder King Wu values you so much." Wu Tong's expression changed when he heard that. He couldn't see through the latter, but the latter saw through him with a single glance. He could even tell that he possessed the Buddha body. He had no choice but to re-evaluate this fellow in front of him. "You're not weak yourself. I underestimated you before," Wu Tong said. "However, I don't think you can withstand my formless Buddha technique." Fong Chen shook his head. Until now, Wu Tong still believed that he could defeat his opponent. He was too naive. "What? You don't believe me?" Wu Tong's clothes fluttered, and his Buddhist aura soared. He suddenly threw 2 punches into the air. This was the strengthened version of the formless divine fist. It was much stronger than before. The formless divine fist shattered the void and arrived in front of Fong Chen. However, what was shocking was that Fong Chen did not move at all. Instead, he allowed the formless divine fist to hit his body. Crack! When the 2 boundless fist auras collided with Fong Chen's body, they were actually completely shattered. At this moment, there was a faint, illusory sword light wrapping around Fong Chen's body. 10,000 swords body. Wu Tong cried out involuntarily. Obviously, the latter's 10,000 swords body had reached its peak. Illusory sword light wrapping around the entire body. "I didn't expect your 10,000 swords body to reach such a height." Wu Tong was shocked. When the 10,000 swords body reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative change. There was no doubt that Fong Chen's 10,000 sword body had changed after more than 30 years of hard work. Wu Tong's attack was something that even an ordinary profound God realm honorable could not withstand. However, the latter blocked it easily. What did that mean? It meant that his physical strength alone had surpassed most ordinary profound gods. Wu Tong had a hint of retreating in his heart. However, he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. "For the sake of King Wu, leave the token and I can let you go," Fong Chen said casually. "In your dreams." Wu Tong rebuked angrily, and then the golden light around him surged again. The formless Buddha technique was pushed to the extreme. Formless Buddha blade. Wu Tong roared, and one of his arms turned into a peerless saber. The saber contained a powerful aura. It was the saber technique of the formless Buddha technique, formless Buddha blade. Once used, a part of one's body could be turned into a peerless saber to attack. However, Wu Tong's formless Buddha blade was not cultivated to perfection. If cultivated to the extreme, one's entire body could be turned into a peerless saber. Its power would be even more powerful. Wu Tong tiptoed and turned into an afterimage. He carried the peerless saber and whizzed over. "Interesting." Fong Chen grinned. All along, he had rarely come into contact with Buddhist cultivation techniques. Now that he saw it, it was indeed mysterious. It was no wonder that many people were afraid of Buddhist experts in the ancient times. The formless Buddha blade's attack power was very strong, and the peerless saber that the arm turned into was far harder than a top-grade space-level weapon. It was much stronger than the star-hidden sword. However, this attack alone is not enough. Feng Chun performed an improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. The violent power of the soul path turned into a soul power spear. I'll slash. Wu Tong controlled the peerless saber and slashed at the soul power spear. Rip! In an instant, the soul power spear turned into rich soul path power and wrapped around the peerless saber. Break! Wu Tong tried his best and pushed the power of Buddhism to the extreme, but he could not break free from the soul path aura. Damn it! After struggling for a while, Wu Tong was a little anxious and secretly cursed. At the same time, the soul path aura that wrapped around the peerless saber also quietly changed. Bang! All of the soul path aura quickly drilled into the peerless saber and destroyed it from the inside. Crack! A crisp sound came from the inside of the peerless saber. Wu Tong's body swayed, and his face turned pale. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tong's body fell heavily to the ground. The peerless saber had long disappeared, and in its place was a blood-stained arm. Wu Tong quickly bounced up, his arm drooping and bleeding. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. I'm going to kill you. Wu Tong was already in a frenzy. One of his arms was crippled by his opponent, just like that. And he did not even touch his opponent's clothes, which undoubtedly made Wu Tong even crazier. Thousand Buddha greeting of the formless Buddhist technique. Wu Tong, who was in a frenzy, did not care so much. He had used a taboo technique from the formless Buddha method, which was clearly beyond the scope of his control. Rumble. The berserk Buddhist aura was unleashed and bombarded the entire cave. In the blink of an eye, the ground shook and the cliff collapsed. Let's go, Feng Chun shouted. The three of them quickly escaped into the void and left the cliff. Crack! The towering cliff finally could not withstand Wu Tong's frenzied attack. It broke from the middle and collapsed. Like a skyscraper collapsing, it poured down. The entire one-line sky could feel the tremor. In the distant void, Feng Chun and the other two stood in the air, staring at the collapsed cliff. That guy's Buddhist technique is really powerful. The barbarian sighed. This guy's last move was obviously out of his control, or it wouldn't have become like this. Qing Ho said, the mountain collapsed, and he was trapped inside. No matter how capable he is, he can't escape, right? Qing Ho thought that Wu Tong should have died in the collapse. Feng Chun shook his head gently. A complicated look appeared in his black eyes. If he can really control the last move, Thousand Buddha greeting, he'll definitely be able to fight against a limit venerable. By then, even I won't be his opponent. Feng Chun murmured. The three of them stared at each other for a long time, and finally left together. The cliff shattered, and all the broken stones piled up together tightly. A few days later, the boulder at the top shook slightly, and then a golden light shone from below the boulder. Crack! Suddenly, a large hand pierced from below the boulder, penetrated the boulder, and appeared on top of it. Around this huge hand, there was a vast and mighty Buddhist aura. Rip! The large hand waved left and right, and the surrounding boulders rocked down. A figure walked out of the thousands of boulders with difficulty. His head had been deformed, and his body had turned into pieces of flesh. Only his primordial spirit was still intact. A blood-red luster surged in his eyes. When the golden light appeared, it was mixed with bits of black light. Wu Tong was not dead yet. Chapter 2573. That day, Wu Tong went crazy and used all his strength to activate the Thousand Buddhas greeting technique. In the end, he went mad, causing the mountain to collapse and drowning himself. Qing Ho and the barbarian both thought that he must have died in the rubble. However, a few days later, he dragged his battered body out of the rubble. His heart was filled with anger, and he wanted to destroy the whole world. I must avenge this. Standing in the rubble, Wu Tong said in a deep voice. His pupils looked into the distance, and in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and left this place. The day when my 1,000 Buddhas greeting technique is the day when the 3 of you die. Wu Tong's life and death were not important to Fang Chun and the other 2. After entering the one-line sky for nearly 50 years, Fang Chun and the other 2's strength had significantly improved. Especially Fang Chun, he did not even use the Shura sword technique to deal with Wu Tong, and he was able to force him to such an extent. The barbarian and Qing Ho were full of praise for him. Brother Fang, you've improved too quickly in the past 30 years, haven't you? The barbarian looked at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. He really could not associate this harmless guy in front of him with the demon who killed without blinking and forced Wu Tong to turn into a demon. The contrast between before and after is too big, wasn't it? The barbarian knew very well how strong Wu Tong's strength was. He attacked with all his strength, but he could not block Wu Tong's punch. He guessed that the latter's strength was comparable to a top venerable. Even a top venerable was no match for him. Wu Tong's strength is so strong, and he's a Buddhist, but he couldn't fight back at all. The barbarian continued, if Wu Tong knows that you haven't used your most powerful Shura sword technique, I wonder if he'll collapse in hell. Yes, even my annihilation puppet couldn't resist Wu Tong's formless Buddha technique. But Brother Fang, you broke it with a raise of your hand. You're really a hero. Qing Ho gave him a thumbs up. After the incident with Wu Tong, the 2 of them really admired Fang Chun from the bottom of their hearts. By the way, Brother Fang, what level have you reached? The barbarian chuckled and asked curiously. Qing Ho was also curious. His eyes flashed with excitement. Seeing their gazes, Fang Chun shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy to become a limit venerable one? Plus, I'm only a mystic realm martial artist. Even if I were to fight someone of a higher realm, I wouldn't be able to challenge an extreme honorable. Since Fang Chun said this, it proved that he had not become a supreme venerable one. So you're saying that you're as strong as a top-notch venerable one? The barbarian continued to ask. Fang Chun shook his head. Wu Tong should be stronger than ordinary top-notch venerable ones. Strictly speaking, his strength is almost on par with a top-notch venerable one, while at this point, Fang Chun deliberately kept them in suspense. Qing Ho and the barbarian looked anxious. I'm probably between a top-notch venerable one and a supreme venerable one, Fang Chun muttered. According to his guess, he could only be comparable to a supreme venerable one when his cultivation base reached the mystic god realm. Therefore, there was still a long way ahead, and he could not afford to be careless. That's still very powerful. At least in this Blackstone prison, other than the 5 great kings, no one is your match. The barbarian laughed and was very excited. Back then, he and Fang Chun unified the boundary space together. At that time, they were not strong enough and had to be careful in everything they did. And now, in less than 200 years, Fang Chun had already reached such a height. Don't think too much. With your potential, as long as you work hard, it's only a matter of time before you step into the Venerable One realm. Fang Chun comforted them. His potential was too shocking, causing the 2 of them to be shocked. Therefore, Fang Chun comforted them. One-line sky, wind, thunder platform. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, wind and rain intertwined. Standing on the wind-thunder platform, it was as if one could control the entire one-line sky. Wu Tong enjoyed this feeling very much. He opened his arms and let the raindrops hit his face and then slide down. The power of thunder and lightning bombarded his body. Traces of thunder patterns flickered and covered his entire body. He looked up to the sky and roared. His roar echoed in the clouds. I want this world to crawl under my feet. After the thunder and lightning in the sky gathered to a certain extent, Wu Tong roared. Immediately, he raised his hands and suddenly intertwined with the thunder and lightning in the clouds. Rip! He swung his hands violently. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning in the clouds whistled down and hit the wind-thunder platform hard. At the same time, golden light burst out from his body. His Buddhist aura was even more powerful than before. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Wu-Tong used the thousand Buddhas greeting to attract the thunder and lightning in the sky and bombarded the legendary Wind Thunder platform. Wind Thunder Beast. At this moment, Wu-Tong's mind was shaken. He forgot everything except the 4 words, Wind Thunder Beast. He learned from King Wu that a Wind Thunder Beast was trapped on the one-line sky Wind Thunder platform. For countless years, the Wind Thunder Beast had been waiting for an opportunity to escape. However, the 5 kings worked together to seal it to prevent it from destroying the environment of the Blackstone prison. The environment was already very bad. If it was destroyed, it would be even more impossible for it to survive. Wu-Tong also learned this secret by accident. All this time, he didn't dare to enter the Wind Thunder platform, because standing on the Wind Thunder platform would cause him to bear all the thunder and lightning in the sky above the one-line sky. However, this time, he had mastered the formless Buddhist technique. With the help of the Buddhist technique's transferability, he transferred the thunder and lightning that bombarded him to the Wind Thunder platform. He wanted to take this opportunity to blast open the Wind Thunder platform and release the Wind Thunder Beast. I want this world to be destroyed. Hatred filled his head and drowned his reason. Endless thunderbolts bombarded the Wind Thunder platform with loud rumbles. Crack! A crack appeared on the Wind Thunder platform. Wild demonic aura escaped from it. Then, a roar that seemed to have traveled through time and space came from the Wind Thunder platform. Seeing this, a wild smile appeared on Wu-Tong's face. Thousand Buddhas greeting. He was taking this opportunity to refine the thousand Buddhas greeting and attract thunder to bombard the Wind Thunder platform. Wind Thunder Seal. Under the storm-like thunder and lightning bombardment, cracks finally appeared on the Wind Thunder platform. Demonic aura soared into the sky and shook the sky. At this time, Wu-Tong waved his hands and formed a series of seals. The Wind Thunder Seal was used to communicate with the Wind Thunder Beast. In another area of the one-line sky, Fang Chun and the other 2 were walking slowly. Suddenly, they felt the one-line sky shaking. What happened? Ching Ho asked hurriedly. The barbarian raised his war hammer and looked around vigilantly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Only Fang Chun remained relatively calm. He leaped up and hovered in midair, looking into the distance. What he saw was a surging sea of thunder and violent thunderclouds. In the thunderclouds and sea of thunder, bolts of lightning swooped down. That's the Wind Thunder platform. All the lightning was targeting the Wind Thunder platform. Seeing this, Fang Chun's expression changed drastically. The Wind Thunder platform is the core of the one-line sky. Why is there such a phenomenon? Fang Chun asked. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? Since ancient times, when a supreme treasure appeared, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth, causing a storm in the world. Look, the Wind Thunder platform is about to shatter. The barbarian's voice suddenly sounded hurried. Fang Chun and Ching Ho looked over and suddenly realized that there was a tiny figure standing on the Wind Thunder platform that was filled with cracks. It's him. Fang Chun and the other 2 recognized Wu-Tong. What is he doing? Ching Ho shouted. Is he summoning something? The barbarian said hurriedly. Stop him. Fang Chun yelled and performed the time collapse technique. He rushed toward the Wind Thunder platform at lightning speed. Ching Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and followed closely behind with a serious expression. At this moment, the Wind Thunder platform was full of cracks. It would not be long before it shattered. The lightning in the thunderclouds was still swooping down and bombarding the Wind Thunder platform. Wu-Tong, who was standing on the Wind Thunder platform, was communicating with the Wind Thunder Beast using the Wind Thunder Seal. Roar! After communicating for a long time, a sound that shook the sky was suddenly heard. The next moment, Wu-Tong was overjoyed. Okay, I'll help you get out of here today. The Wind Thunder Beast and Wu-Tong had reached a secret agreement. Wu-Tong focused on guiding the lightning, using his Buddha body as a medium to bombard the Wind Thunder platform wildly. Chapter 2574. Wind and Thunder Rise. Wu-Tong roared in the face of the thunderbolts that swooped down from the thunderclouds. On his body, the power of thunderbolts trembled and thunder patterns flickered. Using his body as a medium, he transferred it to the Wind Thunder platform. Crack! The violent power bombarded the Wind Thunder platform. No matter how hard the Wind Thunder platform was, it could not withstand the bombardment of thunderbolts. Finally, after holding on for a while, it exploded. Rip! Debris flew all over the sky. A steel cage appeared in front of Wu Tong. In the cage, a demonic beast was crazily dancing and roaring. Its claws scratched the steel cage until it creaked. Wind and Thunder Beast? Seeing this, Wu Tong's eyes were engulfed in flames. His heart shuddered slightly. Hurry up and activate the thunderbolts to help me break the cage. A voice came out of the Wind and Thunder Beast's mouth. The thunderbolts swooped down crazily. Wu Tong's eyes turned red, and he gradually fell into a state of madness. He used his Buddha body as a medium to withstand the bombardment of thunderbolts. However, there was a limit to the Buddha body. Blindly transferring the thunderbolts caused his Buddha body to be severely damaged. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void far away, Fang Chun and the other two quickly flew over. Oh no! As soon as the Wind Thunder platform shattered, a terrifying aura came out of the Wind and Thunder Beast. Fang Chun and the other two appeared from the void. They could feel the terrifying waves of air rushing towards them. Bang! The barbarian and Qing Ho were directly knocked away. Only Fang Chun could barely withstand it. He looked up, and his eyes fell on Wu Tong. However, when he saw the thunderbolts on Wu Tong's body move down, he finally saw the steel cage. What's that? Fang Chen's pupil shrank, and he was shocked. Wind Thunder platform? The power of wind and thunder. Is it the legendary one? At this time, the barbarian hurriedly got up. His eyes were full of disbelief. Do you know what it is? Qing Ho asked hurriedly. Wind Thunder Berserk Beast. It's actually the Wind Thunder Berserk Beast. We're finished, we're all finished. The barbarian's heart was filled with despair. What's going on? Fang Chun shook the barbarian's body to wake him up. The latter briefly explained the terror of the Tempest Berserk Beast to the both of them. After hearing this, Fang Chun's heart stirred. Stop him! Suddenly, Fang Chun roared. He leaped up and activated the body of 10,000 swords to the extreme. The domain of 10,000 swords opened up and controlled the surrounding air. Whenever a violent aura approached, it would be blocked by the body of 10,000 swords. At the same time, he took out the star concealing sword. Azura sword skill, the 20th move. He could feel how terrifying the Gale Thunder Beast was, so he used his strongest sword technique right from the start. When the 20th move was executed, heaven and earth trembled. The thunderbolts and the thunderclouds were tumbling under the impact of the terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! After brewing for a while, the hidden star sword pierced through the sky like a rainbow, carrying a power that made people tremble. It pierced toward Wu Tong. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chun, a wild smile appeared on Wu Tong's face. He waved his hands, and thunderbolts roared out and blasted toward Fang Chun. Boom! The thunderbolts hit his body, and he felt a slight pain. The body of 10,000 swords helped him block the thunderbolts' attack with absolute strength. Crack! The terrifying sword light pierced through the void and pierced toward Wu Tong. A crisp sound was heard, and Wu Tong's chest was pierced. Puff! Wu Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Trash! The Tempest Berserk Beast's voice was heard. He suddenly stretched out his claws toward the void. Suddenly, a vast power swooped down and enveloped Fang Chun. Continue. The Tempest Berserk Beast's vibrating voice came into Wu Tong's ears. The Buddha's light on Wu Tong's body was even more dazzling, completely enveloping him. At the same time, Wu Tong's 1,000 Buddhas greeting technique was activated to the extreme. Rumble. In the sky, the thunderbolts were still swooping down crazily, and Fang Chun was blocked by the Tempest Berserk Beast's power, unable to move. Crack! Working together from the inside and outside, the iron cage could no longer withstand the powerful pressure and could shatter at any time. Let's go! Qing Ho tried his best, even at the expense of destroying the annihilation puppets, to forcibly shatter the power surrounding Fang Chun. and the barbarian was also crazily waving his war hammer to beat the power. Crack! At the cost of sacrificing 3 annihilation puppets, he finally rescued Fong Chun. "Let's go, or it'll be too late," the barbarian shouted. Fong Chun did not dare to delay. He performed the space-time collapse technique and quickly left the wind thunder platform. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, the thunder rumbled, and all the thunderclouds in the sky gathered together, forming a thick thunderbolt that swooped down. The sound of the thunderous rumble echoed throughout the world. Crack! Under the impact of the violent thunderbolt, and with the help of Wu Tong's 1,000 Buddha pilgrimage technique, finally, the iron cage could no longer withstand it and shattered. Roar! After countless years, the Tempest Berserk beast finally broke free. His face was full of joy. He roared to the sky, and the entire wind thunder platform was instantly destroyed. From now on, there will be no more wind thunder platform and no more one-line sky. The Tempest Berserk beast's huge body stood on the ruins of the wind thunder platform. With a stomp, the wind thunder platform was instantly destroyed, and the ruins sank into the ground. From now on, there would be no more wind thunder platform in one-line sky. "Ha ha, I'm finally free." The Tempest Berserk beast laughed, very excited. The wind thunder platform had trapped him for countless years. Now that he was free, he immediately shattered it. Buzz! As the wind thunder platform shattered, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly dispersed. The gloomy sky gradually cleared up. Wu Tong's face was a little pale. He fell to the ground and looked at the tall Tempest Berserk beast with a complicated expression. After the Tempest Berserk beast destroyed the wind thunder platform, his eyes fell on Wu Tong. "You're not bad." The Tempest Berserk beast nodded to Wu Tong. "From now on, you're mine. Bullying you is the same as bullying me. Get up." The Tempest Berserk beast calmed down. With a flick of his finger, a bright light entered Wu Tong's body. The latter's body trembled, and his face was immediately filled with shock. My power is not something you can imagine. Since you helped me escape, this is your reward," the Tempest Berserk beast said. Wu Tong felt that the power of Buddhism in his body seemed to be burning. In his mind, the bottleneck of the Buddhist Tao that had once been a huge hindrance actually disappeared at this moment. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Thinking of this, Wu Tong was overjoyed. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the 1,000 Buddhas greeting. A few days later, Fong Chun and the other 2 finally escaped to a place that they thought was safe. The 3 of them were panting, and their minds were filled with the image of the Tempest Berserk beast. Wu Tong is crazy. The Tempest Berserk beast is too strong. If he is released, the Blackstone prison will be filled with blood, the barbarian said angrily. "It's too late to say this now. We should think of a way to escape from the one-line sky," Ching Ho said. Fong Chen's face was solemn. He guessed that Wu Tong and the Tempest Berserk beast had reached an agreement. He was most worried that the Tempest Berserk beast would chase after the 3 of them for Wu Tong. With the Tempest Berserk beast's strength, if he chased after the 3 of them, they would have no chance of survival. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun took a deep breath and said, "The Tempest Berserk beast has just escaped. He should recover his strength and not chase after us." However, just as he was about to say the second sentence, the one-line sky suddenly shook. Rumble. Like an earthquake, the entire one-line sky was shaking. "What happened?" the barbarian asked. "Oh no, the Tempest Berserk beast wants to destroy the one-line sky," Fong Chun shouted. Immediately, the 3 of them rushed out of the one-line sky as fast as they could. Outside the Martial King city, a crack suddenly appeared in the unusually calm void. Immediately after, an extremely violent energy was emitted from it. King Wu rushed into the void immediately. His dark eyes stared in the direction of the one-line sky. "Oh no!" King Wu sensed the Tempest Berserk beast's aura and shouted in his heart. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the other 4 kings arrived one after another. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at King Wu. "I sense the Tempest Berserk beast's aura," King Wu said in a deep voice. Could it be that the Tempest platform has been destroyed? The Tempest Berserk beast has escaped? Damn it, he is destroying the one-line sky. Suddenly, King Wu roared and his eyes turned scarlet. The 15 contestants were still in the one-line sky. They could not resist the Tempest Berserk beast at all. Chapter 2575. The Wind Thunder Beast was not in the ancient god realm, but it had the power of an ancient god. It was regarded as the most powerful demonic beast in the world. There were even rumors that it was the ancestor of the demonic beasts. However, even the demonic beasts did not know if the Wind Thunder Beast was their ancestor. In ancient times, the Wind Thunder Beast had once appeared in the chaotic void. When it first appeared, it caused a huge commotion. That was because no one had ever discovered the existence of the Wind Thunder Beast before. When many warriors in the chaotic void learned of the terror of the Wind Thunder Beast, their hearts palpitated. In the end, all the experts joined forces to attack. Even the ancient god experts were mobilized. In the end, the Wind Thunder Beast was banished to the Blackstone prison. In the dark ages long ago, the king of the Blackstone prison was the Wind Thunder Beast. However, it was too ferocious and often killed. It did not give others any chance. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. The 5 great kings appeared one after another. After hundreds of millions of years of chaos, they finally suppressed the Wind Thunder Beast in the Wind Thunder platform in the one-line sky. At that time, they also knew that it was not a solution to suppress it. However, they could not completely destroy it. That was because the composition of the Wind Thunder Beast's body was very strange. They did not know where to start. Even the ancient gods could not completely kill it, let alone the 5 great kings. Now, countless years had passed. It was so long ago that even they could not remember. The Wind Thunder Beast finally rushed out of the prison. The Blackstone prison was about to be attacked by Doomsday. The 5 great kings stood side by side in the void. Their auras shook as they prepared to fight. Crack! Under the attack of the Wind Thunder Beast, the seal could not withstand a single blow and shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the seal shattered, 3 figures whizzed out. Behind them, raging flames instantly drowned the one-line sky. Bang! If the 3 of them were a little slower, they would have died without a doubt. The 3 of them were exhausted. They fell to the ground, panting. Fong Chun. Seeing this scene, Warlord rushed to the side of the 3. With a wave of his hand, he brought the 3 of them to a safe place. It seems like they used the Wind Thunder Beast to rush out when it destroyed the one-line sky, Warlord Wu said. The other 3 kings were also anxiously looking at the crack in the sky. Their team members had yet to come out. From now on, there will be no more one-line sky. A furious roar came from the one-line sky. The 5 king tiers looked at each other. The Battle King brought Fong Chun and the others back to the Battle King Palace as quickly as he could and had the Star and Moon take care of them. As for him, he once again arrived in front of the one-line sky. On this day, the Blackstone prison shook. All the martial artists cried out in alarm. Could it be that the end of the world was coming? Although the Blackstone prison's environment was harsh, at least they could survive. The one-line sky was completely destroyed by the Wind Thunder Beast, and a shocking battle began. It was said that someone had been watching the competition from afar, and the energy fluctuations emitted from the competition had shattered his head. One could easily imagine how terrifying the battle between the 5 great kings and the Wind Thunder Raging Beast was. Even a top-notch venerable one would die, without a doubt, if they were caught in the storm. Warlord Palace. Brother Chun, how are you? The Star and Moon's pretty face was a little worried. I'm fine. After resting for a while, Fong Chen's face was a little rosier, and his injuries were much better. Qin Ho and the barbarian were a little heavier, but it was not a problem. It's good that you're fine. The Star and Moon said. What happened in the one-line sky? It was supposed to be 100 years, but only 50 years have passed. Moreover, when Master came back, his face was very serious. For the Battle King to be so serious, something big must have happened. The Wind Thunder Beast escaped from the Wind Thunder platform and is destroying the one-line sky. I think the commotion now should be caused by the battle between the 5 great kings and the Wind Thunder Beast, right? In the Battle King Palace, one could still feel the fluctuations of the battle. This battle lasted for 3 whole months. No one could see the scene in the center of the battle storm. It covered the sky and the sun, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Finally, a sound that shook the sky sounded, and the wind thunder beast was forced to retreat by the 5 great kings. I will be back. The wind thunder beast's roar reverberated throughout the Blackstone prison. After being trapped for so long, his strength had not recovered to its peak, and he was at a disadvantage against the 5 great kings. In the end, the wind thunder beast chose to hide for the time being. In fact, he had underestimated the 5 great kings' strength. He thought that no matter how much the 5 great kings improved, they would not be able to catch up to him. However, when he really fought, he realized the terrifying potential of human martial artists. However, the 5 great kings could not do anything to the wind thunder beast. Although the latter's cultivation had not recovered to its peak, his strength was too strong. King Qing was even injured in the process of the battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Blackstone prison gradually regained its peace, and the fluctuations of the battle directly destroyed the martial king city. The 5 great kings were in a sorry state. They stood in the void and stared at the completely destroyed martial king city and the sunken ground within a radius of 10,000 miles. Their faces were somewhat serious. After a long time, King Wu sighed and shook his head gently. When he suppressed the wind thunder beast, he should have known that this day would come. The wind thunder beast is too strong. If we let him continue to grow, the 5 of us will be killed, King Qing said. That's right. The wind thunder beast has retreated for the time being, but he will return soon. At that time, the danger will be even greater, King Imo said. King Zhan, who was at the side, muttered, "The one-line sky has been destroyed, and only Fangchun and the other 2 have come out. Does this mean that the competition of the century has ended?" Hearing this, the other 4 great kings' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, King Wu nodded in the end. The competition of the century has ended, and the king team has won. Due to the appearance of the wind thunder beast, our plan to break the Blackstone prison has been brought forward, King Wu said. Although the other 3 were unwilling, they could not be careless when it concerned their future. Let's go back and discuss the details. On the 5th day after the shocking battle, King Zhan finally returned to King Zhan Palace. As soon as he returned, he immediately summoned Fangchun and the other 2, as well as the star and moon. Senior King Zhan, Fangchun and the other 2 cupped their fists. After a few days of recuperation, Barbarian and Qing Ho had recovered a lot. Fangchun had long since recovered. The competition of the century has ended ahead of schedule. The 3 of you have won the final victory, and the plan of us 5 great kings has been brought forward, King Zhan said with a serious expression. Master, what exactly is the plan? Star and Moon asked. A long time ago, we 5 great kings would join forces to attack the weakest area of the Blackstone prison every once in a while, but we failed every time. King Zhan did not answer Star and Moon's question. Instead, he said slowly, "Despite our repeated failures, we never gave up. After hundreds of millions of years, we finally gained something. Not long ago, we discovered a slight change in the weakest area of the Blackstone prison. Perhaps it was caused by our continuous attacks over the endless years, or perhaps it was caused by the changes in the chaotic void outside. No matter what, this is our next plan." After muttering to himself for a moment, he continued, "Originally, our plan was to join forces to shatter the realm wall and leave the Blackstone prison. However, after our probing, we discovered that the most we could do was open an unstable passage in the weakest area. However, this passage was unable to bear the weight of us 5 great kings. Once we stepped into it, the passage would definitely shatter, leading to the complete destruction of the Blackstone prison." Hearing this, Fangchun and the other 3's expressions changed greatly. If the Blackstone prison was destroyed, everyone inside would die. Obviously, the 5 great kings did not want to die. As long as there was a chance, they did not want to give it up. According to our speculations, those below the level of limit venerable can only bear the power of 4 people at most. Thus, at that time, We were planning to choose the most suitable 4 people to leave the Blackstone prison, King Jean said. As long as one of them can leave, they can cultivate in the outside world until they reach the level of ancient God, shatter the Blackstone prison, and release us. This is our only chance, and it is also a risk. After all, we cannot guarantee that the person we risk our lives to send out will be able to cultivate to the level of ancient God. Besides, even if they manage to cultivate to the level of ancient God, whether or not they will be willing to save us is another matter. However, we have no other choice. King Jean spread his hands helplessly. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2576. After hearing Zhan Wang's words, Fang Chun roughly understood. Zhan Wang had been planning this from the very beginning. The so-called internal strife between the 7 disciples of the Battle Soul Pond was only because the Battle Monarch wanted to choose the most suitable disciple. Coincidentally, Fang Chun and the other 2 had shown their talents in the Battle Soul Pond and caught Zhan Wang's attention. According to Zhan Wang, the final winner of the 100-year competition would obtain 4 spots to leave the Blackstone prison. This was also the reason why the 5 kings disagreed. The 3 kings, led by King Qing, thought that they should send the top venerables out. They had the highest chance of becoming ancient gods. However, Zhan Wang and King Wu didn't think so. For countless years, the potential of the top venerables in the Blackstone prison had been squeezed dry. It was impossible for them to break through. Their opinion was to choose warriors with great potential. It didn't matter if their realm was low. Therefore, the contestants chosen by the 2 kings were those with great potential and had hopes of reaching the ancient god level. The 5 kings couldn't leave, so they could only give it their all. No matter who it was, as long as they were sent out, they had to keep their promise and cultivate hard until they became ancient gods and broke out of the Blackstone prison. Because this was their only chance. Although they still had to wait for countless years, and the hope wasn't high. But they had to fight for themselves. As for what the people sent out would do after becoming ancient gods, they could only leave it to fate. Therefore, they were betting. In other words, if the 5 kings work together to open a passage to the weakest area, the 4 of us can leave together? Barbarian asked. Qing Ho and Fang Chun were also excited. That's right. You won the final victory and obtained the chance to leave, Zhan Wang said. At the same time, Fang Chun also understood why Star and Moon weren't allowed to participate. The 5 great kings all left their disciples behind to protect them. If they got the chance, they could directly give their disciples a spot. Thinking of this, Fang Chun and the other 2 shook their heads. Having a good master was indeed different. All right, you guys go and prepare, Zhan Wang said. After I discuss with the other 4 kings, I'll come and pick you guys up. Whoosh! The Battle King entered the void. Fang Chun and the other 3 looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Ha, that's great. I can finally leave this damn place. If we can really leave, that would be great, Qing Ho said. Fang Chun's expression changed. He couldn't bring himself to be happy. Brother Chun, what's wrong? Star and Moon asked. Tian Xin is also in the Blackstone prison. I don't want to leave him behind, Fang Chun said. Immediately, the 4 of them fell into silence. Fang Chun asked the Battle King to help him find Tian Xin. However, after a few days, the Battle King returned. He asked the 4 great kings and found that there was no one called Tian Xin in their territory. This piece of news immediately made Fang Chun feel extremely disappointed. Even the 5 king tiers couldn't find him. What did this mean? Fang Chun didn't dare to imagine. In front of the Battle King Palace, on a mountain peak, Fang Chun stood quietly, looking down at the ground. Seeing this, Qing Ho and the barbarian sighed and shook their heads. Xing Yu walked to Fang Chun's back with light steps and held his big hand tightly with her small white hand. Brother Chun, maybe Tian Xin is cultivating in seclusion somewhere. The 5 king tiers can't search the entire Blackstone prison. Star and Moon comforted Fang Chun. The latter turned to look at his wife and said, I hope so too. However, he knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't very high. Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt dejected. Half a month later, The Battle King told Fong Chun and the other three that the 5 King Tiers had finished their deployment and could begin their operation. On this day, the Battle King led Fong Chun and the other three out of the Battle King Palace. After several days of hurrying, they finally arrived at the border of the Blackstone prison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wild wind blew past, hitting their faces and making them feel hot. When the Battle King arrived, the other 4 King Tiers had already arrived. How is it? The Wind Thunder Beast won't appear, right? The Battle King asked. Don't worry. We've already checked carefully. The Wind Thunder Beast isn't nearby. The Martial King said, moreover, even if he saw the anomaly and rushed over, we would have already sent him out. The 5 King Tiers surrounded the 4 in the middle. The Martial King took a deep breath, then looked at Fong Chun and said, I believe the Battle King has already told you everything, right? Fong Chun and the other 3 nodded. The Martial King continued, I hope the 4 of you will cultivate diligently after you get out. If you can reach the ancient god level one day, you will fulfill your promise and destroy the Blackstone prison and release us. Fong Chun cupped his fists at the 5 King Tiers. Seniors, don't worry. If an ancient god appears among the 4 of us, we will definitely destroy the Blackstone prison and save you. Ha! We will wait for you. No matter when, no matter how long. The 5 King Tiers laughed heartily, then joined forces to attack the weakest point. At this moment, there was no need to say too much. Everything was understood without words. Boom! This was the first time Fong Chun had seen the 5 King Tiers join forces. Even a casual attack was so shocking. So scary. Ching Ho was speechless. When can I become someone like one of the 5 King Tiers? The barbarian muttered to himself. Dong! Another shocking sound rang out. The barrier at the weakest point of the Blackstone prison finally showed signs of shattering. At the same time, an aura that permeated the entire Blackstone prison whizzed over. Channel condense. The 5 King Tiers joined forces to attack, commanded by the Martial King. The vast attack landed on the weakest point. Crack! A black hole rapidly appeared on the weakest point, then turned into a channel. This channel was completely formed by origin energy, and its aura fluctuated and was very unstable. It seemed like it could shatter at any moment. Fong Chun and the other 3 knew that even if they entered the channel, they might not be able to leave safely. After all, the 5 King Tiers had only tested it and had not personally experienced it. They did not know the exact situation inside the channel. However, Fong Chun and the other 2 had not reached the profound god realm, so it should not be a big problem. Go in. Following the Martial King's roar, Fong Chun and the other 3 were sent into the channel. Remember your promise, the Martial King said. Just as Fong Chun and the other 3 were about to step into the channel, a shocking roar suddenly came from the distant horizon. Not good. The 5 King Tiers knew that things were not good, and quickly let Fong Chun and the other 3 into the channel. Quick! They had to maintain the channel until Fong Chun and the other 3 successfully walked out. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Wind Thunder Beast attacked. Foolish humans. The Wind Thunder Beast sneered and attacked the 5 King Tiers crazily. You guys maintain the channel. I will stop him. The Martial King took a step forward and fought with the Wind Thunder Beast. Damn it! The other 4 King Tiers' eyes were filled with anger, but they had no choice but to maintain the channel. Fong Chun and the other 3 had already entered the channel and would be able to leave soon. In the meantime, they had to maintain the channel's stability. Quick, faster. The Martial King was anxious. Whoosh! The 4 King Tiers' attention was attracted by the battle between the Wind Thunder Beast and the Martial King, so they did not notice a black rushing into the channel at lightning speed. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. The black had already reached the entrance of the channel. He paused and turned around with a sinister smile, then disappeared into the channel. Martial art. Seeing this, the 5 King Tiers exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Wild Beast burst out laughing. Your plan is going to fail in the end. Boom! As soon as the Wind Thunder Beast finished speaking, an explosion sound came from the channel, and it shook violently. Not good. Seeing this, The martial king gave up on blocking the wind thunder beast and rushed over, joining forces with the 4 king tiers to maintain the channel. Crack! However, it was useless. The channel shattered and could not be reversed. Boom! In a moment, the channel was destroyed by the boundary wall. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The realm wall gradually recovered, and the weakest area looked brand new. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 rulers completely dimmed. Damned fellow! Their hearts were filled with anger. The destruction of the passageway meant that Fang Chun and the other 3 were all dead. Their plan had undoubtedly failed, and the source of all this was the wind thunder beast. Kill it! The 5 kings roared in unison. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2577. In the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void, there were 10 super heavens guarding all directions. The Great Devil's Sky, one of the 10 super heavens, was located in the east of the primal chaos void. The ruler of the Great Devil's Sky was the Sky Pillar ancestral family. They occupied the entire Great Devil's Sky and used all the resources there. This made the Sky Pillar ancestral family the indisputable overlord. They could even be ranked in the top 10 in the primal chaos void. Ever since the ancestral family's patriarch was discovered to have opened the Blackstone prison carelessly and exiled the enemy forces, the upper echelons of the human race punished him. Now, the Sky Pillar ancestral family had many rules and was no longer as ostentatious. At least, the Great Devil's Sky was peaceful. At the edge of the Great Devil's Sky, this place was close to the dark void. Rip! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a violent wind blew. It was as if the entire void was about to be torn apart, and the entire sky darkened. Crack! At the same time as the lightning flashed, a crack appeared in the void. An extremely cold aura emanated from it, shocking everyone. Bang! A black light flashed past, and then 4 figures shot out one after another, smashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. After the 4 figures appeared, a black shadow shot out from inside after a long time. With a loud bang, he fell into the dark void and disappeared. Then, the shattered passageway could no longer hold on and collapsed. Because Wu Tong rushed into the passageway at the last moment, the already unstable passageway exploded. Fang Chun and the other 3 also suffered a strong impact. If it weren't for Fang Chun activating the myriad sword body at the last moment to protect the 3 of them, they would have died. Among the 4, Fang Chun's injuries were the worst. His primordial spirit was severely injured, and his body was a mess of blood and flesh. The 4 of them fell into a coma in the huge pit. After some time, Star and Moon was the first to wake up. Brother Chun. Star and Moon hurriedly turned her head and saw the injured Fang Chun, and tears welled up in her eyes. After that, the barbarian and Ching Ho woke up one after another. The 2 of them were also heavily injured. "How are you?" After checking, Ching Ho breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right." Although his injuries were serious, his life was not in danger. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt relieved. Why did the passage shatter in the end? When they first entered the passageway, although there was some repulsion, it was still relatively stable. Based on their estimations, it should be able to withstand the pressure when they came out safely. However, just as he was about to exit, the passageway suddenly became unstable and shattered. "I'm not sure. Maybe something's wrong with the Blackstone prison," the barbarian said. Whoosh! The barbarian stood up and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. He was so happy that he jumped up and down. "Haha, I'm finally back." The barbarian laughed crazily and excitedly. Every day in the Blackstone prison was like a nightmare in the minds of the barbarians. He opened his arms to welcome his new life. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that I would be able to leave the Blackstone prison one day. The barbarian's excitement was indescribable. Ching Ho and Star and Moon were also very excited, but not like the barbarians. In the Blackstone prison, after the passageway shattered, the 5 kings went completely crazy. They crazily surrounded the Wind Thunder Beast and did not hesitate to destroy the entire Blackstone prison. In the end, the Wind Thunder Beast was severely injured by the 5 kings and escaped. The Wind Thunder Beast was very good at escaping, and the five kings could not catch up. Does the heavens want us to die? King Qing sighed. King Zhan, who was beside him, could not forget for a long time that his only disciple died in the passageway, just like that. Maybe there's still a chance. King Wu suddenly said, as long as we don't see the four corpses, it means that there's still a chance. Although King Wu's words made sense, the four kings knew what it meant when the passageway shattered. King Wu was just comforting himself. If I don't kill the Wind Thunder Beast in this life, I'm not human. King Zhan clenched his fists and said angrily, that's right. Kill the Wind Thunder Beast at all costs. From now on, the Blackstone prison was destined to not be peaceful, and the five kings were looking for the Wind Thunder Beast all over the world. In a very strange area, a young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The Blackstone prison has been in turmoil recently. What happened? The man muttered, I wonder how Master's wife and Martial Uncle are doing. If Fengshen was here, he would definitely be surprised, because the man in front of him was the disciple he had been looking for, Tian Xin. He had even asked King Zhan and the other four kings to help him search, but it was to no avail. Because of this, he was sad for a long time. Shaking his head slightly, Tian Xin curled his lips and said, I've fallen into this strange space-time vortex, and I don't know when I'll be able to get out. In the chaotic void, great devil sky. The star and moon trio carried Feng Chun out of the huge pit. He had been unconscious all this time. Let's find a place to stay first, Qing Ho said. Okay, there should be a city up ahead. Let's go take a look, Barbarian said. Not far away from them, three figures were running towards them at a high speed. Don't let that guy get away. Don't worry, senior brother. Even if his master comes, he won't be able to do anything, let alone him. Let's be careful. The three of them ran quickly and soon bumped into the star and moon trio. When they brushed past each other, the man called first senior brother suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he saw a face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. That face was so beautiful that he forgot where he was for a moment. Senior brother. The other two men gently nudged their senior brother and called out softly. Hearing the call, first senior brother finally reacted and lost his composure. However, his eyes were abnormally excited. There's actually such a woman in the world. If she can serve me. He didn't think further, but his face was full of smiles. Junior brothers, please wait for a moment. Eldest senior brother laughed sinisterly. Then, he strode toward Xingyu and the other two and blocked their path. The two junior brothers looked at each other helplessly. First senior brother was like this. When he saw a woman, his eyes would be glued to her. Beauty, this is the wilderness, and it's very dangerous. Why don't you let me protect you? First senior brother extended his arm and stopped Star and Moon with a smile. Star and Moon frowned. She didn't like this kind of look. Get lost. The barbarian raised his war hammer and scolded. You. First senior brother's face darkened at the barbarian's scolding. However, in order to appear gentlemanly in front of the beauty, he forced himself not to get angry. If it weren't for this beauty, you would have been dead long ago, first senior brother said. The barbarian sneered. Qing Ho looked at him with interest. Beauty, I'm a disciple of the Tianqing clan. In the great devil realm, I can do whatever I want. With my protection, no one will dare to do anything to you. First senior brother purposely revealed his identity. The Tianqing clan was the ruler of the great devil realm. Anyone who heard this would have a change of expression. Tianqing clan? Star and Moon's eyes flickered when she heard this. Her red lips moved slightly as she muttered. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? First senior brother smiled proudly. Qing Ho's face darkened. Since you're a disciple of the Tianqing clan, then you don't have to leave. The barbarian raised his war hammer and smashed it down. The hammer hit first senior brother's head, shattering it and killing him instantly. The two who were waiting for first senior brother were completely stunned when they saw this scene. You killed my first senior brother. The Tianqing clan will definitely take revenge on you, the two shouted angrily. The two of you can go to hell too. 2 consecutive strikes killed the two of them. The barbarian, put away his war hammer and looked at Qing Ho. He smiled and said, Brother, don't worry. Whatever the Tianqing clan did to you, I will avenge you 10 times, 100 times. We're now in the Great Devil Realm. This is the Tianqing clan's territory. It's better to keep a low profile, Qing Ho said. Star and Moon nodded. Let's find a place to heal first. We'll wait for Brother Chen to wake up. If it were before, they would have definitely fled the Great Devil Realm. But with their current strength, there was no need for them to do so. Once their injuries were healed, in addition to Fong Chun waking up, the four of them would have the capital to fight against the Sky Pillar Zone family. Chapter 2578. A few days later, Star and Moon and the others finally saw a city. From afar, Qing Ho could clearly see a towering city in front of him. The surroundings of the city were completely shrouded in thick black smoke, giving off a gloomy and terrifying aura. And this aura was exactly similar to the cultivation method cultivated by the Tianqing Zong family. Amazing! Even though he hated the Tianqing Zong family, he had to admit that the Zong family's foundation was too deep. If he wanted to fight against them, he would need to be very strong. There's a city ahead. Let's go in first. The barbarian put away his war hammer, and the aura on his body disappeared instantly. After all, before Fong Chen woke up, they could not act blindly, let alone let the Tianqing Zong family discover their traces. Soon, the three of them entered the city. Demon Calling City? Qing Ho fell into deep thought after seeing the three big words on the golden plaque above the city gate. After a long time, he suddenly patted his head and came to a realization. I once heard of Demon Calling City when I was doing odd jobs for the Tianqing Zong family. In his mind, memories of the past suddenly emerged. Rumor has it that in Demon Calling City, there's the skeleton of a top venerable from the Tianqing Zong family. Many martial artists came here because of its reputation, wanting to absorb the essence power in the skeleton of a top venerable. Over time, this city became known as Devil Summoning City. The meaning was self-evident, that was to awaken this true top venerable. Demon Calling City was overcrowded, and the wide streets were filled with an endless stream of people. Star and Moon and the others changed their appearances slightly and settled down in an inn. They paid enough origin stones to rent a very large courtyard. The barbarian looked around carefully, and after confirming that there was no danger in the courtyard, he completely settled down. The three of them put Fong Chen aside and carefully observed his situation. Qing Ho's palm was placed on Fong Chen's pulse, and he slightly sensed it. He frowned slightly. He could clearly feel a vast power bursting out from Fong Chen's pulse and attacking his finger. Seeing this, he increased his strength and used his own strength to resist the strange power in Fong Chen's pulse. However, contrary to his expectations, the more he suppressed it, the stronger the energy in his pulse became. Caught off guard, he spread his fingers open. Wong. Layers of obscure halos appeared around Fong Chen. When Qing Ho saw this, his pupils shrank and his face darkened. How is it? Star and Moon asked anxiously. The barbarian was also restless at the side. Brother Fong's condition isn't very good. The power in the passage is too strong, and it's comparable to the all-out attack of an ultimate venerable one. When the passage was destroyed, Brother Fong used his own power to wrap us up. That's why we were lightly injured, but his injuries were very serious, Qing Ho said. Hearing this, Star and Moon's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Although Brother Fong's condition isn't very good, we can still think of a way. Qing Ho hurriedly comforted her. Every day, Devil Summoning City was overcrowded. Some people came for the skeleton of the top venerable one, while others came to watch the show. There were even some who came to fish in troubled waters. Today, a big shot came to Devil Summoning City. Have you heard? The medical saint, whose name shook the chaotic void, has come to Devil Summoning City. I've heard about it. It's all over the city now. Everyone knows about it. I didn't expect the medical saint to come to a small place like ours. In a chaotic void, Devil Summoning City was a small place. Even the head of the Sky Pillar Zone family had to treat an expert like the medical saint with respect. However, he came to Devil Summoning City. As soon as he arrived, he caused a big commotion. In the depths of Devil Summoning City, there was a huge skeleton in a wide square. There was a powerful force surging around the skeleton. Far away, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the sky above the skeleton. There were two figures with powerful auras standing opposite each other. Medical Saint, what are you doing in the great devil realm? The medical saint, who was dressed in white, had a sage-like demeanor. His old face was full of wrinkles. After hearing the Zong family head's words, he chuckled and said, "What? The great devil realm doesn't seem to welcome me?" The Zong family head narrowed his eyes and stared at the medical saint. Although the other party looked thin and weak like an ordinary person, he wasn't. He was the famous medical saint, an expert ranked at the top of the venerable list. The medical saint is elusive and never shows up easily. Every time he shows up, something important happens. So I'm very curious. What happened in the great devil realm that alarmed the medical saint? The Zong family head spread out his hands and said, "Could it be the skeleton below?" When he said this, he didn't believe it. After all, to an expert like him, the skeleton of a top venerable was nothing. However, the medical saint actually nodded. "To be honest, Zong family head, I'm indeed here for this skeleton." The holy doctor grinned. He extended his finger and pointed at the skeleton below. "I found some annihilation pollen in this skeleton. I want to extract it." "I see." The Zong family head nodded. Although the oblivion pollen was precious, it was useless to him. So, he agreed to the medical saint's request without hesitation. "All right, medical saint, if you like it, please do as you wish." Hearing this, the medical saint said, "I owe you a favor." "Ha ha." The Zong family head laughed heartily. He might not care about other people's favors, but a favor from a medical saint was very important. "Thank you, medical saint." With that, the Zong family head's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Under everyone's gaze, the medical saint drilled into the skeleton of the top venerable. In the elegant courtyard, "Have you heard? The famous medical saint has come to Demon Summoning City," Ching Ho said excitedly. "Really? If we can get the medical saint's help, Brother Fong will definitely be able to recover quickly," the barbarian said. Star and Moon, who were at the side, looked worried. A powerhouse like the medical saint had an eccentric personality. How could he be so easy to talk to? But Ching Ho and the barbarian also realized the difficulty of the matter. Even if we can see the medical saint, I'm afraid the latter won't agree, right? Ching Ho spread out his hands. However, at this moment, the mysterious guy Cone Nail and the Sumeru Ring sent a voice transmission to Ching Ho. "The medical saint will be here soon. Prepare to welcome him." Hearing that, Ching Ho's body trembled, and he said in surprise, "Quickly get ready to welcome the medical saint." Ignoring the two people's stunned expressions, Ching Ho ran straight to the gate. And at this moment, the medical saint who was extracting the annihilation pollen from the top venerable skeleton suddenly felt a faint fluctuation. "Ooh!" The medical saint collected the last trace of annihilation pollen and scolded coldly. "Medical saint, how have you been?" A faint voice came from the air. The medical saint frowned. Who was it? Why could he not even sense the other party's aura? "Peak of void mystic, all shatters the world." These words came from the air again. Immediately, the medical saint's face shook, and his body began to tremble. "Great Emperor Void Mystic, is that you?" The medical saint cried out in surprise. "Medical saint, back then, did my master do you a favor?" The mysterious sky, Cone Nail's artifact spirit transmitted. Immediately, the medical saint understood that it was not Great Emperor Void Mystic, but his personal weapon, the mysterious sky, Cone Nail. Seeing the mysterious sky, Cone Nail, was like seeing Great Emperor Void Mystic. "So it's you," the medical saint said. "Great Emperor Void Mystic's great kindness to me back then, I will never forget it. It's good that you remember. Now, there's a matter that I need your help with. I wonder if you're willing?" The mysterious sky, Cone Nail's artifact spirit, continued to ask. "What is it?" "My current master was seriously injured when he was traveling through the space-time wormhole. He needs your help." "Current master?" After hearing these three words, The medical saint's heart was set off by stormy waves. Although he already knew, hearing it with his own ears still felt incomparably shocked. After a long time, his heart calmed down. Of course I'm willing. Soon, the medical saint hurriedly left the top venerable skeleton, followed the guidance of the mysterious sky, Cone Nail's artifact spirit, and came to the courtyard where Fong Chen was. Rip! Tearing the void, the medical saint walked out from it. Why did you make me take such a big detour to come back? The medical saint was very puzzled. According to the mysterious sky Cone Nail, he was asked to pretend to leave the great devil realm, and then secretly return to Devil Summoning City. It was very mysterious. Chapter 2579. Whoosh! Layers of ripples appeared in the void, and finally it returned to normal. Ching Ho and the other two widened their eyes and stared at the door, but they did not sense any movement in the void. Why are you still standing there? The mysterious sky Cone Nail suddenly transmitted its voice to Ching Ho. The latter was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around, he suddenly realized that an old man in white had appeared in the courtyard. It was obvious that this person must be the medical saint. Are you the medical saint? Ching Ho asked tentatively. The medical saint nodded. Ching Ho and the other two hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, medical saint." The medical saint waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. I'm here to treat an illness." "This way, please, medical saint." Ching Ho and the other two invited the medical saint into the pavilion. When he came in front of Fong Chen, the medical saint frowned slightly, and his face was a little stunned. "This is your new master?" The medical saint originally thought that the new master of the mysterious sky Cone Nail would at least be a martial artist of the venerable, profound god realm. Moreover, he would be an old monster who had cultivated for at least millions of years. Who would have thought that it would be this young man who had cultivated for less than 20,000 years? "Yes, it's him. Do you have a way?" The mysterious sky Cone Nail said. "Let me see." The medical saint was indebted to the great emperor Su Xian in the past. The medical saint swore that if there was a day where he could be of use to him, he would repay him. Now that the mysterious sky Cone Nail was here, he would naturally do his best to save this person. Sitting in front of the bed, his finger was placed on Fong Chen's pulse. Thump! Thump! The medical saint's finger rose and fell quickly with the speed of the pulse. At first, the medical saint's face was still calm, but soon it became serious. Ching Ho and the other two saw this and clenched their fists, their palms full of sweat. They were a little worried. What did the medical saint mean? His face was serious. Did it mean that Fong Chen's injury was too serious? Especially the star and moon? She was already in a mess. If it were not for the barbarian and Ching Ho's comfort, she would have cried. After a moment, the medical saint's serious face gradually relaxed. "I see." The medical saint muttered to himself with a smile on his face. When he first felt Fong Chen's pulse, he thought that his medical skills were superb and he could easily save him, so his expression was very calm. However, his expression soon turned serious. This was because he sensed the aura of the bloodline copper mirror in Fong Chen's bloodline, as well as the extremely rich bloodline of the wolf god. Most importantly, the wolf god bloodline in his body showed signs of transforming into the dark bloodline. This was incredible. A human warrior possessing the dark bloodline would definitely shock countless people. Ching Ho and the other two thought that the medical sage's grave expression was because Fong Chen's injuries were too serious. In fact, they thought too much. "Senior medical sage, how is my brother's injury?" Ching Ho asked impatiently. When he passed through the wormhole, he suffered the strongest impact, causing his bones to shatter and his internal organs to be damaged. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The medical saint said, "The most important thing is that his bloodline seems to be showing signs of drying up. This is the most important thing." Then is there any way? It was not important to say anything now. The most important thing was to save Fong Chen. Fortunately, his bloodline contains an extremely rich bloodline of the wolf god, so the drying time has greatly increased. This will also give you more time to find the herbs. After hearing the medical saint's words, Ching Ho and the other two were extremely excited. What herbs do you need? I will go and find them immediately, Ching Ho said. A total of 97 herbs are needed, but 95 of them are very easy to find. Only 2 herbs are very rare. The medical saint told the 3 of them all the herbs needed: fire dragon blood ginseng and red ghost lotus. Ching Ho asked. The medical saint nodded. When he mentioned these 2 herbs, his expression was somewhat serious. Not to mention the 3 in front of him. Even though he was known as the medical saint and had traveled to many places in the chaos void, he had only seen a red ghost lotus a few 100 million years ago. As for the legendary fire dragon blood ginseng, he had never seen it before. The fire dragon blood ginseng is nurtured by the blood of the fire dragon. It grows for billions of years, blooms for billions of years, bears fruit for billions of years, and finally condenses into a snow ginseng after billions of years. The medical saint said slowly, the fire dragon was one of the most powerful races of the demon clan in the chaos void. Moreover, it had gone extinct countless years ago. How could it be found? The fire dragon blood ginseng was nurtured by the blood of the fire dragon. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Such a rare herb could only be found in the big clans of the current era. Moreover, it would take such a long time to grow and condense into a snow ginseng. Gosh, the 3 of them did not dare to imagine. The 3 of them opened their eyes wide and looked at the medical saint. They asked softly, Senior Medical Saint, do you know where we can find the fire dragon blood ginseng? In the chaos void, all the places where the fire dragon blood ginseng could be found have been searched by the big clans of the current era. The only place where we can find the snow ginseng is the big clans of the current era. The medical saint shook his head gently and sighed. The 3 of them were shocked, and their bodies trembled. No matter what, I have to find the fire dragon blood ginseng for Brother Fong. Let's split up. I'll look for the crimson ghost lotus. The barbarian picked up his war hammer and prepared to leave. His condition can only last for 100 years at most. You have to find these 2 herbs within 100 years. The medical saint said, and then looked at Star and Moon. You'll be in charge of the remaining 95 herbs. These are easier to find. You can buy them from a chamber of commerce in the major cities. All right. Star and Moon's eyes were scarlet. She suppressed the sadness in her heart and said, You can go. Leave this to me. The medical saint waved his hand. The 3 of them walked out of the courtyard side by side. However, at this moment, the dark heaven cone nails tool spirit shouted. Wait. His voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire courtyard and stopped Ching Ho and the other 2. Were you talking about the crimson ghost lotus and the fire dragon blood ginseng? The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit asked again. Yes. Ching Ho asked, puzzled. Are these 2? As soon as his voice fell, a bright red snow ginseng and a lotus appeared in the medical saint's palm. The medical saint's gaze fell on the snow ginseng. Suddenly, his heart trembled. There was a faint blood on the bright red snow ginseng. This was the blood of the fire dragon. Ha ha, it's indeed the fire dragon blood ginseng. At the same time, his gaze fell on the refinement plant. This refinement plant was very special. There was a little gloomy aura in the stamen. At a glance, it seemed that there was a ghost hidden in the stamen. The crimson ghost lotus. The medical saint exclaimed again. He did not expect that the 2 most difficult herbs to find would be obtained so easily. I was busy searching the warehouse just now. I didn't hear you guys talking. The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit said with a smile. There are many of these 2 things in the warehouse. Use as much as you want. Hearing this, the medical saint's face was aghast. However, he soon felt relieved. He thought that the warehouse mentioned by the dark heaven cone nails tool spirit was the great emperor Su Xian's warehouse. It was not surprising that a peerless powerhouse like the great emperor Su Xian possessed such treasures. This is great. You can find the remaining 95 herbs together. The medical saint said. The dark heaven cone nails tool spirit fell into silence. After a while, he said awkwardly, These herbs are too low level. There doesn't seem to be any in the warehouse. The medical saint curled his lips. Ching Ho and the other 2 were helpless. However, they were very happy in their hearts. Sister-in-law, you stay here and accompany the medical saint to look after Brother Fong. The two of us will go search for the herbs." Ching Ho hurriedly left. Half a month later, all the herbs in the few top chambers of commerce in Devil Summoning City were sold out. At the Ancestral Chamber of Commerce branch in a 9-story pavilion. "President, there's something I need to report to you," a man in black said in a low voice. The president closed his eyes and sat on the old-fashioned wooden armchair, listening quietly. "Recently, two mysterious men have appeared. They have been buying healing herbs from the various chambers of commerce in Devil Summoning City." "What kind of herbs are there?" "Intermittent grass, black-blue water grass." After hearing the man in black's words, the president opened his eyes and frowned slightly. "These herbs are relatively common. They are buying them in large quantities. What is the meaning of this?" The president pondered. Could it be that the other chambers of commerce are retaliating against our ancestral chamber of commerce? Thinking of this, the president said, "Pay close attention to the movements of the other chambers of commerce. At the same time, find someone to keep an eye on the people who are buying the herbs." Chapter 2580. With the help of the medical saint, Fong Chen's injuries were initially under control. Now, as long as he could find a large number of herbs, he would be able to start healing. A month later, Ching Ho and the barbarian returned to the courtyard. The two of them took many detours to ensure that no one was following them before they carefully returned. "We bought all the herbs in Demon Calling City." Ching Ho took out all the herbs he had purchased and handed them to the medical saint. The latter examined them briefly, then shook his head and said, "The effects of the flame dragon's blood and the scarlet ghost lotus are very overbearing. If you want to neutralize the effects of these two herbs, you'll need a large number of supplementary materials." The medical saint said, "You'll need to buy at least 10 portions of this scale." Hearing this, Ching Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and nodded heavily. Senior medical saint, Demon Calling City no longer has these 95 herbs. If you want to buy them, you'll have to go to other cities. I hope you can take care of my brother during this period." Ching Ho cupped his fists. "Don't worry." The medical saint nodded. Glancing at the unconscious Fong Chun, the scene of great Emperor Su Xian rescuing him back then appeared in the medical saint's mind. When he thought of this, he felt dejected and heaved a sigh. Even a supreme powerhouse like great Emperor Su Xian could fall. Was there a true immortal in this world? Was the ancient god realm really the end of the martial path? Distant Demon City, a city thousands of miles away from Demon Calling City. There were a total of 5 cities at the edge of the great demon sky. Each city was as big as Fiend Summoning City, but they were not as prosperous as Fiend Summoning City. This was because Demon Calling City had the skeletons of top venerables, which attracted countless martial artists. Ching Ho and the barbarian came to distant Demon City and asked around carefully. They learned that there were a total of 3 chambers of commerce in this city. Among them, the Zhong family branch was the strongest. The other 2 forces were slightly inferior. However, they didn't care as long as they could buy these herbs. Ching Ho played with the spatial ring in his hand and chuckled. "Fortunately, Senior Medical Sage sponsored us with some source stones. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to afford it. According to the Holy Doctor, he would need at least 10 sets of herbs to neutralize the flame dragon's blood and the scarlet ghost lotus. But now, they had only obtained one after plundering the entire Devil Summoning City. They still needed 9 more. A single portion cost 1 million high-grade origin stones. 10 portions would be 10 million high-grade origin stones, which was an enormous sum. Ordinary profound God Realm sovereigns were also unable to take out so much. I'll go to the Zhong family branch. You go to the other 2 merchant associations." Ching Ho and the barbarian discussed for a while and finally decided. The 2 of them split up, and Ching Ho arrived at the Zhong family branch. "Sir, what do you need?" As soon as he entered the 9-story pavilion of the branch, a staff member ran out happily and asked politely. Ching Ho handed a list to the staff member. The latter looked at it and said, "There are a total of 95 herbs on it. We have all of them here. How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you have," Ching Ho said indifferently. He wore a bamboo hat on his head that blocked the probing of primordial spirit appearing very mysterious. I'll need to ask our president. After saying that, the staff member quickly ran to the second floor. In a spacious room on the second floor, a middle-aged man was fuming. Take a look. How much profit has our merchant association made in this year? The middle-aged man swung his hand and threw a booklet on the table. He was very angry. The profits of the other cities are several times ours. The president continued, and our merchant association is the one with the least profit among all the branches in the great devil sky. Tell me, what have you done in this year? The president was also a little anxious. After a period of time, the presidents of the various branches would go to the Tianqing ancestral residence to participate in a meeting at the headquarters. At the meeting, the presidents of each branch would have to report on the situation in recent years. Under such circumstances, how could he have the face to report? Thinking about the business situation of the merchant association and the trouble it might bring to him, the president was very angry. I don't care what method you use, you must suppress the other two branches, the president roared. Thump, thump, thump. The staff member did not knock on the door and rushed in. Get out. The president was already very annoyed. We saw the staff member. He frowned and scolded him directly. Sir President, seeing that the president was angry, the staff member hurriedly explained, there's a customer downstairs who has placed a very large order and needs. Before the staff member could finish, the president waved his hand impatiently. Do you still need me for this kind of thing? Go find Manager Lee and let him handle it. The staff member's body trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. He nodded and quickly left. Wait. Suddenly, the president said, how large is the order? 1 million, the staff member said. 1 million mid-grade origin stones? This kind of order is considered a large order? The president's face darkened. Looks like you've really been idling around all these years. Even 1 million mid-grade origin stones is considered a large order. The president was completely enraged. The branch's business was not good to begin with, and in the past year, it had plummeted. Now, even an order of 1 million mid-grade origin stones was troubling him. No, the staff member stammered. It's a high-grade origin stone. He muttered softly, but the president still heard him. What? High-grade origin stones? Are you sure? The president did not believe it at all. What a joke. In distant Demon City, no one other than a few major families had the ability to place an order of 1 million high-grade origin stones in one go. I'm sure. It's high-grade origin stones. With that, the staff member handed the order to the president. The latter's expression was normal at first, but when he saw the order, his face flushed red, and he jumped up excitedly. The president shouted excitedly. It's really an order of 1 million high-grade origin stones. Ha! I can finally hold my head high in the headquarters meeting. Is it the Zhang family or the Li family's order? The staff member shook his head. Neither. It's a mysterious person. Oh! The president's eyes flickered, and then he said, bring me to see this mysterious person. In the hall, Qing Ho waited for a moment, and the staff member quickly brought a middle-aged fatty down. Sir, this is the president of our branch. The staff member introduced each other. I'm the president of the Zhang family branch. Are you the one who placed this order? The president asked. Qing Ho nodded. Our branch only has this much in stock. If you need it, prepare it for me now. With that, Qing Ho waved his hand, and a mountain of origin stones appeared in the hall. Seeing this, the president's eyes were dazzled, and he shouted excitedly, Don't worry, I'll prepare it for you now. He did not trust others, so he prepared it himself. A few days later, the president found Qing Ho. This is your order. Originally, it was 1 million high-grade origin stones, but since you placed such a large order at once, I'll give you a discount. 900,000 high-grade origin stones will do, the president said. After Qing Ho paid enough origin stones, he took the spatial ring and left the Zhong family chamber of commerce. Seeing Qing Ho's disappearing figure, the president's eyes flashed with killing intent. Rip! His figure disappeared into thin air from the hall. After Qing Ho got the herbs, he met up with the barbarian at the agreed location. How was it? Ching Ho asked. Everything went well. The barbarian shook the spatial ring in his hand. Including your share, a total of 3. We can go to the next city. Okay, let's go. The two quickly disappeared from demonic Beast City. Hoo. Walking on the wasteland outside demonic Beast City, Ching Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and quietly rushed toward a remote place. After a long while, the two of them arrived at a desolate wasteland. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Ching Ho stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Voila! The branch president appeared from the void. The Zone Clan's merchant association is truly black-hearted. Ching Ho commented. The Great Devil Realm is the territory of my Zone Clan. Do you think you can leave safely without paying a little protection fee? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2581. This was the traditional philosophy of the Zone Family Chamber of Commerce. The Great Devil Sky was their Sky Pillar Zone family's territory, and they were the rulers here. As long as an outsider bought a large amount of herbs, it would attract the attention of the Chamber of Commerce. This time, Ching Ho had bought 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones worth of herbs, which was enough to attract the attention of the branch president. Ching Ho was a bit surprised to be discovered, but he quickly regained his coldness. He walked out of the air and smiled at the two. Pay protection fees? Hearing this, the bad-tempered barbarian swung his hammer. Boom! A wild aura surged from the barbarian's body. The latter's cultivation had already reached the limit of the mystic light realm, and he was only a step away from the mystic true realm. In the Xianjun realm, he could be considered as an invincible existence. You dare to ask your grandfather for protection fees? The branch president was originally very angry, but his expression changed when he felt the aura from the barbarian. Mystic light realm? The branch president cried out involuntarily. Immediately, he leaped up, wanting to escape. Leave your life behind. The barbarian roared as the hammer in his hand whistled through the air and smashed into the branch president's head. Crack! The latter's head shattered. Let's go. Ching Ho didn't want to cause any trouble, so the two quickly left. Just like that, the two of them disguised themselves and changed their appearances. Then, they continued to plunder medicinal herbs in other cities. Since the Dr. Saint had given them so many origin stones, it was enough to buy herbs. 3 months later, all 10 portions of herbs were gathered, and Ching Ho and the barbarian silently returned to Demon Calling City. In an elegant courtyard, the Dr. Saint sat on a stone bench and sipped tea. Star and Moon had smiles on their faces as they poured tea for the Dr. Saint. Over the past 3 months, she had seen her husband's injuries get better with her own eyes, and she admired the Dr. Saint even more. Senior Dr. Saint, we've gathered all the herbs. Ching Ho and the barbarian rushed back and took out their spatial rings while panting. Can we start now? The barbarian asked. The Dr. Saint simply sorted out the herbs he had bought, and after a while, he grinned and said, Wait for me here. The medical sage's methods were very brilliant. However, even with that being the case, Xing Yu and the others were still extremely nervous. During this period, many cities around Devil Summoning City were greatly shaken. When the chairman of the various chambers of commerce gathered together, they discovered a shocking secret. What? Your chamber of commerce's medicinal herbs were also swept clean? The Devil Summoning City branch master asked with widened eyes. It's not just our branch. All the branches in the surrounding cities have been swept clean of these 95 materials. For a moment, all the branch presidents looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Who is it that is buying so many medicinal herbs? Under normal circumstances, such a situation would rarely occur unless someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Is it possible that our competitors are secretly buying the herbs and waiting for an opportunity to raise the price? Only this kind of situation would make sense. However, after pondering for a moment, the Devil Summoning City's branch chief shook his head. I've carefully studied these 95 herbs. They seem to be used for healing. Those two mysterious people first appeared in Devil Summoning City. Many branch presidents gathered together, trying to guess the identity of Ching Ho and the barbarian. After a long time, there was still no conclusion. The more they discussed, the more serious their expressions became. This is very likely a siege against our Chamber of Commerce. Everyone must be careful. After returning, pay close attention to the movements of other competitors. Many branch presidents dispersed. At the same time, when the Devil Summoning City branch master returned, he secretly sent people to strictly check everyone in the city. Time passed. The medical sage had been treating Fong Chen's injuries in the pavilion for more than 10 days. Why is it taking so long? The barbarian asked anxiously. What are you panicking for? With the medical sage's help, nothing will go wrong. Ching Ho curled his lips. I'm just worried. The barbarian had a bad temper. He would rather fight to the death than wait anxiously like this. Star and Moon, on the other hand, was unusually quiet at this time. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the pavilion where her husband, who she missed dearly, was undergoing a test of life and death. Brother Chun, you must hold on. Star and Moon clenched her fists tightly, praying for Fong Chun in her heart. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge commotion in the pavilion. Star and Moon and the other two hurriedly looked over, but the commotion soon disappeared. What's going on? The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, the medical sage used a strange method to grind the last batch of herbs into powder and fused it with the scarlet ghost lotus. Hiss! In the center of the scarlet ghost lotus, the ghost-like shadow was absorbing the herb powder. After about half an hour, the scarlet ghost lotus finally absorbed half of the herb powder. At this time, the medical sage's gaze fell on the fire dragon blood ginseng. Buzz! Suddenly, a scorching flame appeared on the medical sage's palm. Then, he placed the fire dragon blood ginseng on the flame. In a few breaths, the fire dragon blood ginseng was completely melted. Rip! The remaining half of the herb powder was sprinkled on the fire dragon blood ginseng. Condense. When the time was right, the medical sage called out to the medical sage. Then, he placed the two herbs together. Hiss! Hiss! A powerful aura rushed over. The medical sage's body exuded an aura that made people tremble and suppressed the two herbs. After a while, the overbearing effects of the two herbs were completely neutralized. Wisps of white halo surrounded the herbs. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the holy doctor's face. Then, he kneaded the two herbs into a ball of light and sent it into Fong Chen's mouth. The herbs melted as soon as they entered Fong Chen's mouth. The gentle effects flowed slowly into his body and soon spread to his limbs and bones. The scarlet ghost lotus and the fire dragon blood ginseng's effects were so strong that they could almost revive the dead. The value of these herbs is comparable to the entire fortune of an ordinary profound god realm supremacy. Usually, even the medical sage could not take out such herbs, let alone others. The effects of the herbs were so strong that they could be seen as soon as they entered Fong Chen's body. His broken bones were gradually regenerating. His damaged internal organs were also recovering quickly. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also mending. In short, his body was recovering in its best state. I still underestimated the effects of the fire dragon blood ginseng. After checking Fong Chen's body, the medical sage sighed. According to this state, he will probably wake up in less than 3 days. The medical sage could not help much in the following days. He could only rely on Fong Chen himself. However, the medical sage did not leave. Instead, he sat aside just in case. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fong Chen's muscles and bones seemed to have been reborn. They were much harder than before. The myriad sword body was automatically released, and streaks of sword chi surrounded his body. The power of the soul path wrapped around his head. His aura was shocking. Is he going to wake up? The medical sage raised his eyelids and looked at Fong Chun. At this moment, the latter's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The myriad sword body was transforming. His primordial spirit seemed to be transcending. At the same time, in the distant Shura universe, the doppelganger, who had fallen into a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. Back then, the power in the passage was too strong. It passed through the main body and injured the doppelganger's primordial spirit, causing it to fall into a coma. He's awake, the bone progenitor shouted excitedly. Fang Chun had no time to pay attention to the bone progenitor. He stomped his foot and went above the clouds to look down. Now that the mortal world had been completely perfected, the cultivation world was also rapidly healing. Once that layer of clouds was completely healed, the cultivation world would be truly perfected. Rumble. In the Shuri universe, the violent origin energy surged. Countless martial artists exclaimed, "Dong!" In just a few breaths of time, the clouds healed. Fang Chen's body had undergone a qualitative leap. He was ecstatic. The cultivation world was finally perfected. When the mortal world was perfected, Fang Chen's strength had reached a qualitative leap. Now that the cultivation world was perfected, Fang Chun benefited a lot. Great Devil Realm, Devil Summoning City. When the Shuri universe's cultivation world was perfected, the original body's eyes suddenly opened. The whole room trembled. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2582. The power of origin in the void was like the power of faith, wildly pouring into Fang Chen's body. Sword chi crisscrossed around his body, overturning the entire pavilion in an instant. Dong! When the pavilion collapsed, Ching Ho and the other two rushed in immediately, but when they saw Fang Chen wake up, they were extremely excited. Brother Chun. Star and Moon called out softly. During this period of time, although she looked very strong on the outside, she was still very fragile on the inside. However, she had been persevering and did not want to give up. Now, the moment she saw Fang Chen wake up, her tense spirit finally relaxed, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Ha ha! I knew that when Senior Medical Saint took action, nothing would go wrong. Ching Ho and the barbarian also high-fived each other and laughed. Only the medical saint looked at Fang Chun in surprise. The latter's eyes exuded a fierce aura, which made the medical saint feel a trace of fear. Where am I? Having just woken up, Fang Chun was a little stunned and did not know where he was. Seeing Star and Moon rushing into his arms and crying, he gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. Brother Fang, you're finally awake. This is the great Devil Realm. Ching Ho said, Yes, when the passageway was destroyed, you risked your life to save us, but you were seriously injured and fell into a coma. Fortunately, Senior Medical Saint took action. Otherwise, the barbarian did not finish his words, but Fang Chun already knew. In his mind, he vaguely remembered what happened before the passageway was destroyed. As for what happened after the passageway was destroyed, he did not know. Thank you, Senior Medical Saint. Although he was curious as to why the Medical Saint had saved him, he still politely cupped his fists and thanked him. Star and Moon's emotions finally stabilized a little. She left Fang Chen's arms and looked at her husband happily. No need to thank me. Back then, Great Emperor Su Xian did me a favor, and you are his successor. I can't just sit by and do nothing, the Medical Saint said bluntly. Hearing this, Fang Chun was slightly moved. How did the medical sage know that he was the successor of Great Emperor Su Xian? This was a secret. Other than himself, even Xing Yu did not know about it. But soon, he thought of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Master, you fell into a coma, and the situation is not good. Coincidentally, the medical saint came to Devil Calling City to look for the annihilation pollen, so I informed him. The mysterious heaven cone nail's artifact spirit explained. Fang Chen nodded lightly. He didn't expect that he would be saved because of Great Emperor Su Xian's kindness. This time, you were severely injured and on the verge of death, but it was a blessing in disguise. I can feel that your body seems to have undergone great changes, the holy doctor said. Before Fang Chun could check his body, Ching Ho and the other two rushed in. Hearing the medical sage's words, he began to examine his body. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but after doing so, he was shocked. First of all, the body of 10,000 swords, which had already reached level 10, had mutated. What is this? He could feel that his flesh and blood seemed to be condensed from sword chi. This feeling came from the depths of his primordial spirit. Could it be that after the body of 10,000 swords reached its peak, it transformed into a higher level of physique? Of course, this was just a guess. Fangchen didn't know the specifics. With a thought, he released the domain of 10,000 swords. Buzz! The entire domain of 10,000 swords completely enveloped Devil Calling City in an instant. In an instant, all the martial artists walking on the streets in Devil Calling City slowed down a lot. Rip! Fangchen hurriedly withdrew the domain of 10,000 swords. The martial artists who were moving slowly regained their calmness. They didn't feel the change just now. What a powerful domain of 10,000 swords. Fangchen's heart palpitated. Fortunately, he withdrew it quickly. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the powerhouses in Devil Calling City. Once my domain of 10,000 swords is released, even the supremacy of the profound God realm will be affected. Fangchen sighed. After this life and death test, his body of 10,000 swords had undergone a special change. The domain of 10,000 swords had reached an extremely powerful level. The City Lord's mansion. The City Lord of Devil Calling City was discussing something with someone. Suddenly, he felt his hand holding the teacup slow down. His expression changed drastically. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he appeared above Devil Calling City. What a terrifying domain of 10,000 swords. It can actually affect me? The City Lord looked around and finally set his eyes on the courtyard where Fangchen was. Is it coming from there? The City Lord's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the elegant courtyard in the next instant. Rip! The City Lord easily broke into the courtyard and saw the medical saint. Medical saint? Seeing this, the City Lord's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly cupped his fists and apologized. Senior Medical Saint is here. This junior was reckless. The City Lord was terrified. If he had known that the Medical Saint was here, he wouldn't have dared to break in even if he had 100 guts. Now, once the Medical Saint was angry, even the patriarch of the Zong family couldn't protect him. The City Lord trembled, waiting for the Medical Saint to deal with him. You can go. The Medical Saint waved his hand and said indifferently, Thank you, Senior Medical Saint. The City Lord fled in panic. Your domain is quite interesting. The Medical Saint also looked at Fangchen with interest. The more he interacted with the latter, the more he was shocked to find that he couldn't see through him. Senior Medical Saint, you flatter me, Fangchen said modestly. After chatting with the Medical Saint for a while, the latter said that he still had some matters to attend to and needed to leave. Your injuries have healed, and my mission is completed. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can use my name. The Medical Saint said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will leave the Great Devil Realm first. Before leaving, the Medical Saint also reminded Fangchen not to offend the Tianqing Zong family. After the Medical Saint left, Qing Ho and the other two surrounded Fangchen. Brother Fang, are your injuries all healed? Fangchen nodded. Just as the Medical Saint said, this time it was really a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. With my current strength, I can almost sweep away all the top venerables, right? Fangchen murmured. Limit venerables stood at the peak of the chaotic void. They had many and strange means, which are not something that top venerables could compare to. From a certain perspective, they had already jumped out of the profound god level and were sandwiched between the ancient gods and the profound gods. This could be considered a buffer. If he took another step forward, he would become a supreme ancient god expert. This was a fundamental change that couldn't be made up for with numbers. Therefore, although his strength had soared, Fangchen didn't have any confidence that he could defeat a limit venerables. Of course, not having the confidence to defeat did not mean that he didn't have the confidence to fight. Fighting and defeating were two completely different concepts. He had come into contact with some limit venerables and had some understanding of their strength. For the Zong family patriarch, although he couldn't defeat him, he could at least hold on and resist for a while. It's time for revenge, Fangchen murmured with a deep gaze. At night, all the presidents of the Zong family chambers of commerce around Demon Summoning City came to the City Lord's residence. Although it was night, The city lord's residence was brightly lit. In the meeting hall, the city lord's face was solemn. After listening to the various president's reports, his face became even gloomier. You're saying that someone is secretly obstructing the Zhong family chamber of commerce? The city lord asked. Many presidents nodded. Have you found the mastermind? City lord, after our investigation, the mastermind is in Demon Summoning City. The Demon Summoning City's branch president said. Oh. The Devil Summoning City branch president told the Devil Summoning City lord the specific address. The latter's face changed greatly after hearing the news. I'm warning you, it's best not to act rashly. That place is not something you can touch. The city lord said, I don't care if the Zhong family chamber of commerce is dead or alive, but if your actions cause Demon Summoning City to be destroyed, you know the consequences. City lord, who exactly lives there? Many branch presidents asked in confusion. Just who was it that could make the city lord so terrified? Looking around at everyone, the Demon Summoning City lord finally took a deep breath and said, Earlier, there was a powerful aura that was released from that courtyard. I followed the aura and entered the courtyard. Guess who I saw? Who? The medical saint. The city lord's words shocked many presidents. What? The medical saint is cultivating in seclusion there? It can't be. Didn't the medical saint leave? Why would the medical saint be there? Although they were very puzzled, they still believed the city lord's words. Now, do you understand why I stopped you? The city lord said. Chapter 2583. The medical saint was famous for his fighting prowess, ranked in the top 100 of the Chaos Void Venerable list. His strength left others in the dust. Even the patriarch of the Zhong family had to treat such an expert with respect when he came to the great devil heaven, let alone the branch presidents. Thinking of this, everyone's heart throbbed. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, if the medical saint was angered, everyone would die. Even his own family could not protect them. Thank you, City Lord. Many branch presidents stood up and cupped their fists to thank him. In the elegant courtyard, Star and Moon sat cross-legged in the pavilion, combing their hair seriously, while Ching Ho and Barbarian went out to gather information. As for Fong Chun, he was checking his body seriously. That day, he only checked the changes in the 10,000 Swords body and the 10,000 Swords domain. Now, he could finally examine it seriously. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fong Chun opened his eyes, his face full of joy. This time, what excited him the most was not the change in the 10,000 Swords body, nor the strengthening of the 10,000 Swords domain, but the additional information in his mind. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Back then, when he was still weak, he obtained the mysterious sky cone nail. At that time, he could only activate it once per realm. Now, as his strength increased, the number of times he could activate the mysterious sky cone nail also increased. Moreover, after this transformation, Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance was automatically removed from the mysterious sky cone nail. This proved that he had obtained Great Emperor Su Xian's recognition and could accept the inheritance. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Fong Chen's heart was burning with excitement. In his mind, the dense information transformed into small words. At the beginning, there were 4 big words: True Void, Mystic Scripture. True Void, Mystic Scripture. Fong Chun was a little stunned, not knowing what this True Void, Mystic Scripture was. Continuing to read, although there were many words, most of them explained the cultivation method of the True Void, Mystic Scripture and some annotations. About an hour later, Fong Chun finally finished reading. He finally understood that the True Void, Mystic Scripture was not a cultivation method, but it was better than one. This was a heart cultivation method. According to the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian, if one wanted to step into the level of ancient god, one had to cultivate one's heart. There were 3 levels to the cultivation heart. Once one reached the first level, they would be able to step into the ancient god realm. So strong. After finishing reading the explanation of the Void Mystic True Scripture, Fong Chun could not resist sighing emotionally. According to what it said, when the Void Mystic True Scripture was cultivated to the later stages, one could actually cultivate heart force. This was a type of power that was even stronger than origin energy. It was similar to the power of faith and the power of will. The strength of one's heart force depended on the level of one's heart. Great Emperor Su Xian had created the Su Xian True Scripture. Before he died, he had just broken through and reached the third level in his cultivation heart. However, he left behind some regrets, believing that above the void mystic True Scripture's third level, there was still a realm. In other words, the cultivation heart was not only at the third level. Even Great Emperor Su Xian didn't understand it. To the current me, it's too profound. Fang Chun said, if one wanted to cultivate the void mystic True Scripture, one had to have their primordial spirit reach the 9 yuan realm. At the same time, their cultivation had to reach the profound God realm. However, although Fang Chen's cultivation was a little weak, his fighting strength was not bad at all. Let's give it a try. He sat cross-legged and silently recited the void mystic True Scripture's incantation. Waves of air flowed within the meridians in his body. Immediately after, the hot flow surged. He felt that his state of mind had undergone a huge change. As expected, upon seeing this, Fang Chun continued to cultivate. The void mystic True Scripture was a heart cultivation method. It did not seem to be of much help to one's strength, but it was actually very helpful. Back then, Great Emperor Su Xian relied on the void mystic True Scripture and the mysterious heaven's cone nail to look down upon the chaotic void. After cultivating for half a month, Fang Chun finally stopped cultivating. With the help of the mysterious heaven's cone nail, he had already crossed the threshold of the void mystic True Scripture. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the first level of the cultivation heart. Master, don't underestimate the void mystic True Scripture. This heart cultivation method is the old master's proudest. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said, Old Master once said that when the cultivation heart reaches a certain level, one can create cultivation methods and divine arts at will. Moreover, if you can cultivate the void mystic True Scripture to the first level, you can definitely defeat an ultimate venerable. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Defeat an ultimate venerable? It seemed that he did not know enough about the void mystic True Scripture. Now that you have completely accepted the old master's inheritance, you are completely compatible with me and can fully activate me. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said, However, Master, your cultivation base is too weak after all. The power in your body is limited and you can't hold on for too long. In the past, Fang Chen's strength was too weak and could not activate it. Now he was also too weak. However, the reason had changed. It was not that he could not activate it, but that he did not have enough power. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. After more than half a month of investigation and probing, the branch presidents of many chambers of commerce joined forces and were finally ready to put pressure on the elegant courtyard. City Lord, we have already checked. The medical saint should have left. The branch president of Fiend Summoning City said. Are you sure? The city lord of Fiend Summoning City asked with fear in his eyes. We can basically confirm that the medical saint is a powerhouse. If our people secretly observe in the dark, they will definitely be discovered. However, it has been more than half a month, and there is no movement at all. How could an expert like the medical sage stay here for the sake of a few weak cultivators? That's right, maybe it's just a coincidence. Amidst the discussion of many branch presidents, the city lord of Fiend Summoning City gritted his teeth and said, In that case, let's go and take a look together. All right, everyone was a little excited. They quickly stood up and followed the city lord to the elegant courtyard. Buzz. In the void, there were traces of imperceptible ripples. Fang Chun, who was chatting with Star and Moon, raised his eyes and glanced, then said, Are they finally here? These days, someone had been spying in the dark. Fang Chun had long noticed it, but he did not make a move. He was fishing for a big fish, and now it was finally time to reel in the net. He nodded to Star and Moon and then walked out of the courtyard. Qing Ho and Barbarian saw that something was wrong and also followed out. Countless powerful auras emerged from outside the courtyard. They were still probing, not sure if the medical saint had really left. Since you're already here, why hide? Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Creak. The door opened, and many branch presidents, led by the city lord, entered the courtyard. They looked carefully and found no trace of the medical saint. They were finally relieved. Who are you? The city lord asked. And who are you? Fang Chen asked back. Why are you targeting our Zhong family's Chamber of Commerce? The city lord berated. Many branch presidents asserted that the two mysterious fellows from back then were among these three people. Thinking of the medical saint here, they were basically certain. Targeting the Zhong family's Chamber of Commerce? Fang Chen was stunned. Humph, still want to quibble? In a few months, you have bought 95 kinds of medicinal herbs. You want to use this to disrupt the market and attack our Zhong family's Chamber of Commerce? Dream on. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. Could it be that Qing Ho and the barbarian bought medicinal herbs for him, and these people mistakenly thought that they were targeting them? Zhong family's Chamber of Commerce? Fang Chen murmured, so what? Humph, do you really think you can be arrogant in our Zhong family's territory with the medical saint's protection? The city lord's face was gloomy as he said coldly, since you dare to cause trouble in the great devil sky, you should be prepared to die. The medical saint has already left. No one can protect you today. Many people had already shouted, wanting to tear Fang Chen into pieces. The latter's face was indifferent, and he did not show any fear from beginning to end. So, you are all people of the Zhong family? Fang Chen asked, flicking his fingers. Now you know fear? Our Zhong family is the overlord of the great devil sky. Anyone who has any ideas about it will have to bear the consequences. The city lord sneered. You only have two paths now. The first is to kill yourself to atone for your crimes. The second is to make a martial Dao oath to submit to our devil-summoning city. Ha! Fang Chen laughed mockingly. As expected of someone from the Sky Pillar Zhong family, he was still so arrogant and domineering. He looked at the people of the Zhong family mockingly, gently shaking his head. But I don't want to choose either. Boom! The people of the Zhong family released a berserk aura. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Devil Summoning City. You will pay an unbearable price for your arrogance. The city lord said, in that case, let me be the first. Chapter 2584. The last time the demon summoning city lord came here, Fang Chen expected that he would come again. Sure enough, as soon as the medical saint left, he came. Moreover, the reason for dealing with him was a little funny. Interesting. The demon summoning city lord sneered, and the demon summoning city branch president beside him took the lead. His aura fluctuated as he quickly rushed towards Fang Chen. Die! The branch president exerted all his strength. His fist was covered with a golden halo, and his aura was very powerful. Crack! Everyone thought that the punch of the demon summoning city branch president was enough to kill Fang Chen. However, when his fist came in front of Fang Chen's face, it seemed to be imprisoned, and he couldn't move forward even if he tried his best. His expression changed drastically, and the power in his body surged as he desperately moved forward. However, not only was his fist unable to move, but his body was also imprisoned. Fang Chen looked at him mockingly and said coldly, too weak. As soon as his voice fell, he blasted the branch president away with a glance. Bang! The latter's body flew out and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. His body was in a very sorry state. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of many branch chairmen to constantly change. They retreated, their hearts filled with fear. Demon Summoning City Lord. Among all the people present, the Demon Summoning City Lord was the strongest, and they asked him to take action. The Demon Summoning City Lord nodded gently, his eyes revealing a cold look, and took a step forward, walking towards Fang Chen. You've gone too far, said the Demon Summoning City Lord. Too far. Fang Chen sneered. For your Tianqing Zhong family, nothing I do is too far. They didn't recognize Fang Chen, but the latter had always remembered what the Tianqing Zhong family did to him. I said, No one dares to behave atrociously in Demon Summoning City. Not even you. Boom! In the void, a strange fist light whizzed out. His aura soared into the sky, and a black, evil aura emerged around the Demon Summoning City Lord. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was overflowing. Crack! The 10,000 Swords domain surrounded Fang Chun, and the fist radiance of the Demon Summoning City Lord could not get close at all. It was directly imprisoned and then dispersed. Damn it! The Devil Summoning City Lord let out a low growl, then stomped his foot and shot towards Fang Chun. However, a miraculous scene appeared. The powerful Demon Summoning City Lord in front of Fang Chun was like a child facing an adult, unable to fight back at all. Pa! A crisp sound rang out as Fang Chun's palm slapped the Demon Summoning City Lord's face. A red handprint immediately appeared on the latter's face. I'll kill you. As the Lord of Demon Summoning City and a member of the Sky Pillar ancestral family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The Lord of Demon Summoning City howled at the sky and attacked madly. Let's collect some interest first. As he glanced at Qing Ho and his wife, the star and moon, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. Pucci, his palms stretched out as fast as lightning, and the Demon Summoning City Lord's body was imprisoned, unable to move, allowing the former's palm to penetrate his chest. Crack! Almost without any resistance, the Demon Summoning City Lord's body crashed to the ground, and his body and soul were destroyed. Oh no! At this time, many branch presidents realized the horror of Fang Chun and fled in panic. But could they escape? A powerful Soul Dao aura was released, and in the void, a series of death spears that made people tremble whistled out. Crack! At the same time, all the branch presidents' heads were pierced by the death spears. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chun killed all the invaders. Whoosh! Looking at the corpses in the courtyard, Fang Chun's expression gradually eased, and his murderous intent had also been restrained. Back in a Blackstone prison, I swore that one day I would take revenge. Fang Chun turned to look at the other three and said, "Now, the time is ripe." At the same time, the death of so many branch presidents and the Demon Summoning City Lord naturally attracted the attention of the Sky Pillar Zone family. At the Zone family headquarters, the elder in charge of the Chamber of Commerce directly ordered 5 mysterious True Realm deacons to deal with the matter. Someone is challenging the authority of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Kill without mercy. These were the original words of the elder in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. The 5 mysterious True Realm deacons came to Demon Summoning City through the teleportation formation. After killing the Demon Summoning City Lord and the others, Fang Chun and the other 3 came to the square in the depths of Demon Summoning City. Here, there was a huge skeleton. Is this the skeleton of that top honorable? Fang Chun asked. Yes, the Demon Summoning City came about because of this skeleton. Rumor has it that if someone can awaken a trace of the true spirit in the skeleton, they will be able to obtain its inheritance, Qing Ho said. This is also the reason why many martial artists are willing to come to Demon Summoning City, Barbarian added. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly shrouded the skeleton. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. A moment later, he sensed a dark energy roaming within the bones. What a powerful force! Fang Chun exclaimed. He didn't expect a skeleton to contain such power. No wonder Demon Summoning City valued it so much. Absorb. Soon, Fang Chun made a decision. He briefly explained it to Qing Ho and the other 2. Brother Fang, don't worry. The 3 of us will protect you. Barbarian raised his war hammer and said solemnly. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chun leaped and jumped into the skeleton. Suddenly, countless martial artists around the square were surprised. Who is that? How dare he enter the skeleton? He's dead, he's dead. The Demon Summoning City Lord will definitely tear him into pieces. Ha ha ha! This idiot! Does he think he can obtain the inheritance by entering the skeleton? Some people mocked, while others were angry. Step back. Barbarian's aura fluctuated as he raised his war hammer and smashed it on the ground. Suddenly, the square cracked, and the cracks quickly spread, appearing under the feet of many martial artists. Everyone panicked and retreated. Barbarian's action caused many people to be dissatisfied. This is too much. The skeleton belongs to Demon Summoning City, not you alone. Why do you have to tell us to step back? That's right. Who do you think you are to be qualified to act like a tyrant in Demon Summoning City? Kill him. Someone in the crowd yelled. Suddenly, some agitated martial artists rushed towards Barbarian. The latter sneered, "My brother is absorbing the power in the skeleton. Unrelated people, leave quickly, otherwise..." He didn't finish his words, but he made it clear with his actions. Bang! Barbarian raised his war hammer again and smashed it on a person close to him. That person's head was shattered, and his brain splattered everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. With a few consecutive strikes, he killed all the martial artists who rushed towards him. Barbarian's domineering strength completely shocked everyone. Who is this person? Isn't he too strong? Even the Demon Summoning City Lord isn't his match, right? From his aura, he seems to be a mystic light realm martial artist, but his true strength must have reached the mystic true realm. Unbelievable. The Demon Summoning City Lord probably knows about this. He hasn't appeared yet, probably because he doesn't dare to offend these four. At this moment, the hearts of many martial artists were filled with fear. Some people even left, but most of the martial artists were filled with curiosity and retreated to a safe place to continue watching. Ching Ho and Star and Moon grinned. With Barbarian here, these people didn't dare to act rashly. Fang Chen was absorbing the power of darkness within the giant skeleton. This skeleton was a member of the Sky Pillar Zone family when he was alive, but why does his body have the aura of the blood race? Fang Chen looked at the internal structure of the skeleton and was puzzled. Wisps of vague, dark aura floated in front of him, resonating with the dark aura in his bloodline. Absorb. Fang Chen didn't care too much. He opened his arms, and his bloodline surged. The dark aura was instantly absorbed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura within the skeleton was completely absorbed. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and felt that his bloodline seemed to have become stronger. The bloodline copper mirror has changed my bloodline greatly. One day, my bloodline will evolve into the darkness bloodline, Fang Chen said. His bloodline shook and the dark aura appeared. Without the support of the dark aura, the skeleton was already on the verge of shattering. If the skeleton of a peak sovereign is made into a weapon, the grade won't be too low, Fang Chen murmured. Chapter 2585. Demon Summoning City. In front of the teleportation array. Voila! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation rumbled. 5 figures with powerful auras walked out of it. Greetings, deacons. The people guarding the teleportation array clasped their hands at the 5 deacons. The 5 of them nodded indifferently and spread out their divine senses. They instantly discovered what was happening in the depths of the plaza. Too arrogant. The leading elder Zong Tianting snorted coldly and walked away. The other 4 elders also followed closely behind him. At this moment, the plaza was filled with people. Many cultivators were looking at the skeleton carefully. They were curious if that guy could get anything from a skeleton. Look, it's the deacons of the Zong family. I recognize the person leading them. He seems to be Deacon Zong Tianting. Oh my God, Deacon Zong Tianting came to Demon Summoning City because of these guys. Ha, they were so arrogant before. They're dead now. Someone shouted, and all the cultivators turned around and looked at Zong Tianting's group. At the same time, they opened up a path for them. Zong Tianting walked to the front, and the other 4 deacons followed behind. Stop. The moment Zong Tianting stepped into the square, a reprimand entered his ears. Suddenly, everyone looked at the barbarian. The latter carried the war hammer on his shoulder and looked at Zong Tianting with a frown. He seemed to be unhappy. What did you say? Zong Tianting thought he heard wrong and asked again. You're here, and your ears don't work anymore? I told you to stop. Don't you understand? The barbarian yelled mercilessly. How dare you? Before Zhong Tianting could say anything, the four deacons behind him roared and released their powerful auras. My brother is absorbing energy from the skeleton. You can't disturb him, so... As the barbarian spoke, he waved his war hammer casually, and a black line appeared under the feet of Zhong Tianting's group, isolating them from the plaza. Seeing this, Zhong Tianting's face completely darkened. He was the deacon elder of the Tianqing Zhong family. He had a noble status and was respected wherever he went. However, a mystic light realm cultivator dared to look down on him. Zhong Tianting smiled sinisterly and said, "It seems that my Zhong family has not come out for a long time. Some people have already forgotten the dignity of my Zhong family. It just so happens that killing all of you will help my Zhong clan establish our prestige. Enforcer Tian Tung, you don't have to deal with trash like him. I'll take his head for you." One of the law enforcers took the lead and rushed towards the barbarians. "Early mysterious true realm?" The barbarian sneered. "Can you withstand my hammer?" Boom! A vast hammer fell from the sky, and a terrifying power rushed toward Lin Fan. Bang! The law enforcer, who was charging toward the barbarians, suddenly felt a powerful force pressing down on his body. His hands instinctively moved to block the attack. With a cracking sound, pain spread throughout his body. A miserable shriek came out of his mouth. Both his arms were broken and badly mangled. There was even a deep wound on his shoulder. "I'll kill you." As a law enforcer of the mysterious reality realm, he had never suffered such humiliation. Being hit by the barbarians, he thought that it was because he underestimated his opponent. His heart was filled with anger. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he launched a fierce attack towards the barbarians. "You're courting death." The barbarians once again struck out with his hammer. Crack! Zhong Tianting did not even have time to help before the mysterious reality realm law enforcer was killed by the barbarians. Zhong Tianting clenched his fists. His face was gloomy and his heart was filled with killing intent. No wonder the Lord of the Demon Summoning City and so many branch presidents died in your hands. Seems like you came prepared. Zhong Tianting said coldly. "However, you want to be enemies with my Tianqing Zhong family?" Rumble. Just as Zhong Tianting finished his words, the skeleton on the square suddenly shook and then collapsed. Rip. The skeleton disappeared into thin air. The skeleton disappeared? Many martial artists trembled and turned pale with fright. Only Zhong Tianting knew that the skeleton was taken away. "Hand over the skeleton and kill yourself here," Zhong Tianting said expressionlessly. Fang Chun walked towards the place where the skeleton disappeared. The people of the Zhong family deserve to die. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out. Zhong Tianting's eyes were filled with fear as he quickly retreated. But it was too late. The ray of light carried an unparalleled force and pierced through his head. After that, he continued to kill the remaining 3 people one after another. Crash! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists fled in panic. Their inner breath was overturning rivers and seas. It was too shocking, killing a mysterious reality realm elder with a flick of his finger. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that this person was a mysterious god realm sovereign? Only then would he dare to kill Elder Zhong Tianting so unscrupulously. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhong Tianting's action was tantamount to completely offending the Tianqing Zhong family. However, Fang Chun did not care. "Let's go to the Zhong family's headquarters," Fang Chun said. At this moment, his tall and straight body emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The 4 of them left the demon summoning city through the teleportation array. The news spread quickly in the demon summoning city and the many surrounding cities. However, before the news reached the headquarters, Fang Chun and the other 3 arrived first. Zonglong City, the core of the Great Devil Sky, was also the most prosperous place. This was already the second time Fang Chun came to Zonglong City, but the situation was completely different. Fang Chun vaguely remembered that last time, Demon Sky Sovereign went all out to delay Sovereign Hei Qi and the others, and he was almost killed by the Zhong family patriarch. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Blackstone prison opened and he was sucked in. Speaking of which, Fangchen had to thank the Zhong family patriarch for being where he was today. Standing in Zonglong City, Fangchen felt a lot of emotions. Brother, the Zhong family has an extreme sovereign. Can you handle it? Barbarian asked in a low voice. After all, with the strength of the four of them, it was still difficult to move the Zhong family. The Zhong family had existed for countless years and had a deep foundation. It was not something that a few martial artists could compare to. Zonglong City was vast. In front of the Zhong family's headquarters, there was a square that stretched as far as the eye could see. The battle between the younger generation was taking place. Back then, the Zhong family's most outstanding disciple, Zhong Xiangshan, who was 9th on the Xian ranking, had died in Dark Cave Mountain. After that, the Zhong family had been looking for his successor. After 100 years, they finally found him. On the main stage, several profound God Realm sovereigns were sitting. They watched the battle on the stage and nodded in satisfaction. Zhong, who is getting stronger and stronger. He's really a rising star. Yeah, it won't be long before Zhong, who completely surpasses Zhong Xiangshan. Speaking of Zhong Xiangshan, many of the elders had complicated expressions on their faces. Bang! Just as the elders were talking, there was a bang in the square below. Zhong, who had sent his opponent flying with a punch. Too weak. Zhong, whose aura was strong as he stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, looking down at his opponent with a condescending look. Among the younger generation of the Zhong family, no one could last more than 5 moves against him. He had the right to be arrogant. It won't be long before I can enter the top 10 of the profound ranking, Zhong, who thought to himself. What Zhong Xiangshan? He can only serve as a foil to me. While the sparring between the disciples was in full swing, on the other side, in the Zhong family manor, the dense black sky blood water emitted a terrifying aura. It enveloped the entire pavilion. Within the pavilion sat a black-robed elder. He stroked his beard and chuckled. Looking at the time, it should be about time for the sparring to end, right? He then glanced at the black sky blood water in the pond. Zhong, whose potential isn't bad. If he can get first place this time, I can make the decision to let him soak in the black sky blood water for a while longer, demonic sovereign said. It's a pity that Zhong Xiangshan, who I had high hopes for, fell in the Dark Cave Mountain. Otherwise, with his potential, he might have reached the sovereign realm by now. Thinking of this, demonic sovereign was furious. It's all because of that bastard. I hope you suffer a fate worse than death in the Blackstone prison. Demonic sovereign cursed. Rip. An imperceptible ripple appeared in the air. Then, a powerful array enveloped the manor, isolating it from all detection. Chapter 2586. Matian Supremacy sensed something and looked up. A familiar voice came from the void. Matian Supremacy, after so many years, you're still as shameless as ever. Who is it? Matian Supremacy threw out a punch. The majestic fist light hit the powerful array and quickly dissipated. Matian Supremacy's face turned gloomy. He was a top Supremacy, an expert on the same level as Supremacy Heichi. He could see the extraordinariness of the array at a glance. Pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you can. Matian Supremacy sneered. Whoosh. Fang Chun walked out of the void. What? Matian Supremacy, don't you recognize me? Fang Chun shrugged and asked with a smile. The moment he saw Fang Chun, Matian Supremacy thought he had recognized the wrong person. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chun. Primordial spirit couldn't be changed. Matian Supremacy remembered Fang Chun's soul, Dao, aura clearly. He could basically confirm that the person in front of him was Fang Chun, who was banished to the Blackstone prison. It's you? Demon Celestial Venerable exclaimed. His heart trembled. He couldn't imagine how he could appear here safely after entering the Blackstone prison. Could it be? Matian Supremacy shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Blackstone prison was so powerful that even a peak Supremacy couldn't break it, let alone others. Could it be that there's a loophole in the Blackstone prison? Soon, Matian Supremacy denied his own thoughts. Trying hard to calm his heart, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Kid, I don't care how you escape from the Blackstone prison. Today Matian supremacy, will destroy your body and soul. Matian supremacy said eerily. What a joke. Fang Chun said, back then, I said that if I could leave the Blackstone prison one day, I would definitely come back for revenge. Now I'm back. Revenge begins now. Hearing the word revenge, venerable demon, celestial, simply laughed his head off. Do you think that you can challenge my Sky Pillar Zone family just because you've broken through to the mysterious true realm? Demon Sky Venerable mocked. How can you imagine how strong the Zone family is? The Sky Pillar Zone family was too powerful. In the entire Primal Chaos Void, his overall strength could be ranked in the top 10. Apart from the 5 great contemporary great clans, the Heavenly Pillar Zone family did not fear any faction. Now, a mysterious, true realm cultivator was threatening to take revenge? Why don't you give it a try? Fang Chun said, Oh, I almost forgot. I'm afraid you won't be able to see that scene, because before that, I'll have to kill you first. Courting death. Supremacy Demon Celestial was thoroughly enraged by Fang Chun. He stretched out his hand, and a thick black aura wrapped around his palm. The void shattered, and the world shook. Bang! At this, Fang Chun also threw out a punch to fight against the demon god. Crack! The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. However, with the array that Fang Chun had set up in advance, no sound could be transmitted out. Dang, dang, dang. Supremacy Demon Celestial steadied himself and stared at Fang Chun with his pitch-black eyes. No wonder you have such courage. It turns out that you have some skills. However, if that's all, you still have to die. Supremacy Demon Celestial sneered. His figure turned illusory as he used his trump card. Azura Sword Technique. Whoosh! Fang Chun's speed was extremely fast. The hidden star sword left behind a series of afterimages in the void. Crack! Violent power swarmed out, and after colliding with Supremacy Demon Celestial in the void, the latter was sent flying. Dong! The crazy power output suppressed Supremacy Demon Celestial in the pavilion. Ah! Supremacy Demon Celestial screamed crazily. However, what greeted him was a shocking sword. Pucci! The hidden star sword carried the might of the Azura sword Chi and stabbed toward Supremacy Demon Celestial. The latter's defense was instantly broken and his body retreated. In just one exchange, Supremacy Demon Celestial was defeated by Fang Chun. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He stared at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. He didn't dare to imagine. In less than 200 years, not only was this guy not dead, but his strength had also grown to such an extent. If the news of a profound reality realm cultivator suppressing a top supremacy spread out, the major clans would go crazy. Unfortunately, Fang Chun wouldn't give Supremacy Demon Celestial the chance. He used the Azura sword technique again. Every time the hidden star sword was swung out, it would draw upon the power of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Supremacy Demon Celestial was in a sorry state. Black Sky Bloodwater. Supremacy Demon Celestial roared to the sky. He spread out his hands, and the black sky bloodwater in the pond surged into his palms. Buzz! In an instant, the pond dried up. The black sky bloodwater flowed in his palms and condensed into a black sphere. Condense! Supremacy Demon Celestial's eyes were scarlet, and his face was ferocious. I want you to die. With a low roar, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Fang Chun with the black sphere in his hand. Bang! In the battle with Fang Chun, he successfully threw the black sphere onto the ladder. Explode! Supremacy Demon Celestial quickly retreated while controlling the black sphere to explode. Here you go. Fang Chun grabbed the black sphere and threw it back to Supremacy Demon Celestial. At the same time, the Thousand Sword Domain spread out and imprisoned the latter's body. No! Supremacy Demon Celestial's face was filled with fear as he screamed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black sphere exploded. The entire mansion was shaking, and the array formation was swaying. A moment later, the mansion turned into ruins. Supremacy Demon Celestial was already dead, and his corpse was lying in the dried-up pond. Revenge begin. Supremacy Demon Celestial's death was just the beginning. Splash! Fong Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the square, not far away from the mansion, no one felt the tremors of the mansion. They didn't even know that Supremacy Demon Celestial had died. Supremacy Demon Celestial, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supremacy list, had been killed by Fong Chen just like that. With Fong Chen's current strength, there were very few top Supremacies who could fight with him. In the void, Fong Chen looked down at the ground. On the martial arts stage, Zhang Hu was the only one with unparalleled might. No one dared to fight with him on the stage. His strength had been recognized by everyone. Who else? Zhang Hu looked down at the world, his aura shaking the sky. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Zhang Hu. The many elders on the rostrum also nodded. It seemed that the sparring between the disciples had come to an end. They were also preparing to contact Supremacy Demon Celestial to have Zhang Hu soak in the black sky bloodwater. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the square. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Zhang Hu stared at Fong Chen and asked. The person who will kill you. With a flick of his finger, a bright light pierced through Zhang Hu's head. Kacha! Zhang Hu's head exploded, and blood flowed like a river. Zhang Hu, a prodigy of his own family, was killed the moment he rose. Boom! The square was in an uproar. On the rostrum, many elders shouted angrily. Stop! But it was too late. When they rushed onto the stage, Zhang Hu was already dead. Who are you? Why did you attack our Zhong family's disciples? A profound God Realm elder asked in a deep voice. Fong Chen shrugged and said, Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everyone from the Zhong family deserves to die. Domineering and domineering, he looked down on the world. At this moment, Fong Chen's aura reached the peak. Since he wanted revenge, he would do it in a dignified manner. He would show the Zhong family that he was invincible. He would make them despair and hate him. He would make them die in regret. The profound God Realm elder was enraged and immediately attacked. Whoosh! With a punch, the void shattered. Before the profound God Realm elder could even get close to Fong Chen, he was sent flying. Die! Using the Zhong family's secret technique, the elder's figure flickered and changed unpredictably. Petty tricks. No matter how he changed, Fong Chen would deal with it by remaining unchanged. 3 breaths later, he made his move. Using the Azura sword technique, Lin Fan slashed at the void. Instantly, blood dyed the sky and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Tongue. The other elders on the rostrum all stood up. Their faces were extremely solemn. Who was this person that killed a sovereign with a single slash? How could he be so powerful? I don't care who you are. Since you dare to cause trouble in our Zhong family, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. The leading elder roared in anger. The other elders' auras shook as they attacked together. Since none of you have the slightest bit of regret, I will turn the world upside down. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Chapter 2587. Killing his enemies with a flick of his finger. He was invincible. At this moment, Fong Chen was like a demon god. He would kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. The square instantly fell into a frenzy. The profound God Realm elders of the Sky Pillar Zone family attacked together, completely trapping Fong Chen. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, exuding an aura of disdain. Kill them until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. Kill them until not a single armor is left. Swoosh! The Azura sword art was fully activated. Violent sword light whizzed out, and the sound of swords rang out incessantly. The myriad sword body was activated to the extreme, and the powerful myriad sword domain instantly enveloped the entire Zonglong city. All the profound God Realm elders who rushed towards Fong Chen were more or less affected, and their movements became sluggish. The spectators in the square were dumbfounded. Oh my God, who is that guy? How dare he provoke our Zong family in the great devil sky? The Zong family is invincible. That guy is dead for sure. He's just a guy who's trying to please the crowd. There's nothing to be afraid of. Many people hated Fong Chen to the core, but they couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chun had just appeared, and he killed the rising star of the Zhong family, Zhong Hu, with a flick of his finger, which infuriated the Zhong family. "Kill him!" The leading elder roared in anger, and at the same time, he used the Zhong family's secret technique. Swoosh! The hidden star sword burst out and hacked on the body of a nearby person. His head was immediately chopped into pieces. Buzz! At the same time, Fang Chun used the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique, and his strength was unleashed to the extreme. Too weak. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. No one present could withstand Fang Chen's massacre. Pucci. After holding on for a while, the Sky Pillar Zone family finally couldn't hold on any longer. "Go and call Demon Sky Supremacy," someone shouted. They had already secretly transmitted a message to Demon Sky Supremacy, but the latter didn't respond. This made them very anxious. Demon Sky Supremacy? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Supremacy Demon Celestial had long died in his hands. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds." One of the profound God Realm elders rushed to Fang Chun with scarlet eyes and a ferocious face. He was prepared to die with Fang Chun. "You're not qualified." Fang Chun started a massacre. His wrist shook, and the hidden star sword nimbly pierced into the man's chest like a snake and beheaded him. In a short 15 minutes, Fang Chun already killed a total of 18 profound God Realm elders. This battle was destined to shake the entire chaotic void. The mansion has been sealed, and Venerable Demon Sky is trapped inside. Soon, an elder hurriedly returned and shouted loudly, "Break the seal and save Demon Sky Sovereign." Among the many elders present, only Venerable Demon Celestial could resist Fang Chen's sharpness. Form the battle formation. Seeing that Fang Chun was about to kill them all, the leading elder roared. Immediately, many elders moved and surrounded Fang Chun. Buzz! A raging battle intent whizzed out, breaking through the clouds and the sky. This was the strongest battle formation of the Sky Pillar Zone family, and it could increase the strength of many elders to an extreme level in a short time. "Kill him." Under the lead of the leading elder, all the elders attacked with all their might, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Fang Chun glanced at the elders who were forming the battle formation, and there was no fear in his eyes. They didn't even have a top supremacy, and they wanted to fight against him. Although he was killing to his heart's content, Fang Chun had been watching the depths of Zonglong City. He had a premonition that there must be a strong enemy in the independent space where the Sky Pillar Zone family was. Moreover, he had a guard against the Zone family head. He knew that he couldn't completely destroy the Zone family, so he could only destroy as much as he wanted. Demon Sky Supremacy has fallen. A deafening sound came from a mansion in the distance. The array was broken, and many elders rushed into the mansion. They suddenly found that the pond had dried up, and Demon Sky Supremacy's corpse was lying in it, lifeless. Suddenly, many elders' faces changed, and their hearts were filled with shock. What? Demon Sky Supremacy has fallen? Hearing this, the elders who were in the midst of an intense battle cried out involuntarily. Even Demon Sky Supremacy had died in the hands of this guy. Who was he? Why was he targeting the Zong family? Who are you? What grudge do you have with the Zong family? The leading elder roared. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, he beheaded an elder. Fang Chun said coldly, "Hundreds of years ago, you banished my wife and my fellow disciples to the Blackstone prison. Black-Red Supremacy brought me here to ask for them, but we were stopped by Demon Sky Supremacy." Before Fang Chun could finish his words, he heard an angry roar. "You are Fang Chun?" The leading elder shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You have fallen into the Blackstone prison. How could you appear here?" Not only the leading elder, but almost all of the elders were astonished. It was too unbelievable. The Blackstone prison was recognized as the strongest prison in the Chaos Void. Even a limit supremacy could not break it with brute force. They had seen Fang Chun being sucked into the Blackstone prison with their own eyes. But now he had appeared in Zonglong City alive, and he had massacred the Zong family members. What was going on? Many elders were in a state of madness. Mysterious true realm cultivation, but his combat strength is so strong that he can kill a mysterious god realm supremacy. This is too unbelievable. Fang Chen's existence itself was something inconceivable. Nothing in this world is impossible, Fang Chen said with a shrug. Did you think that I would die in the Blackstone prison? Looking at the ferocious faces of the elders, Fang Chen sneered. Unfortunately, I am lucky. Not only did I not die, but my strength has also increased by a lot. Now, I am back for revenge. You are just the beginning. Boom! Fang Chen burst out with unparalleled strength again. He rushed into the Zong family members with a sword and started a massacre. Before this, for the sake of safety, Fang Chen had placed Xing Yu and the other two in the spirit sealing pagoda so that he could avenge them by himself. Given his strength at the moment, it was impossible for these ordinary venerable ones to block his attack. Even a top supremacy would die in the face of the star concealing sword, unless the Zong family patriarch intervened. Pucci. One sword killed one person, leaving no trace. Many elders of the Zong family were fighting a bloody battle. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a storm raged. Dark clouds covered the clear sky in an instant, and the space was extremely oppressive. Dong! A bolt of lightning swooped down and exploded in the depths of Zonglong City. The violent power of lightning spread rapidly, and the space in that area shook because of it. Buzz! A shocking aura broke through the sky. A void gate appeared at the place where the lightning exploded. Crack! A terrifying aura emerged from the void gate, and the ordinary members of the Tianqing Zong family knelt on the ground when they saw it. Die, you brat! In the next moment, a cold voice came from the void gate. At the same time, a ray of sword chi, carrying an extremely powerful force, pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chen. Pretending to be mysterious, Fang Chen stood quietly and suddenly slashed out with his sword. Bang! The hidden star sword fiercely chopped down on the long rainbow of sword chi and instantly smashed the long rainbow of sword chi into pieces. At the same time, countless powerful figures walked out together. Their pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Great Elder, please take action. The remaining elders cried out miserably. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously in the great devil sky will have to pay a heavy price. The white-haired elder who was called the Great Elder said calmly. However, his words were filled with threats. Brat, the Tianqing Zong family is a super family in the chaos void. How can you shake it alone? In a moment, you will understand exactly how foolish your actions are. Die, you must die. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. When I catch you, I will strip your primordial spirit and burn it with fire every day. I will let you suffer the cruelest punishment in this world. Fang Chen stood on the ground with the star concealing sword in his hand. Today I will overturn the great devil sky and make the Tianqing Zong family a laughingstock. Chapter 2588. The peak sovereigns of the Tianqing Zong family finally couldn't hold themselves back and came out. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the isolated space. The head of the Zong family should be there, right? Why didn't he appear? Was it because he didn't care? Or was it because everything was under his control? Arrogant brat. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Immediately after, a top-notch venerable one attacked. Great Sect Fist. With a furious roar, the top-notch venerable one clenched his fists, and layers of halos appeared around him. At the same time, the bloodline of the Zong family in his body erupted. The Great Sect Fist was one of the ultimate techniques of the Zong family. The general principle of this fist technique was to use movement to control movement. Wong, a fist that looked like it was made of gold, swooped down from the sky. It carried a lightning-like appearance as it smashed towards Fang Chen. Dong! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stood still and activated the 10,000 sword body to the maximum. With a boom, the medical saint's golden fist landed on his body. The entire ground was shaking, but Fang Chen was safe and sound. Instantly, a series of exclamations sounded. Countless members of his own family opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chun. Heavens, how can his physical defense be so strong? Without a doubt, Fang Chun's physical defense had surpassed that of peak sovereigns and reached the level of peak sovereigns. Not only the ordinary members of his own family, but even the first elder and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen a mystic light realm cultivator's physical defense being so strong. This brat's potential is too high. We must kill him. The first elder rubbed his hands and thought to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If they let such a person go, it would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. He would definitely become a huge threat to the Tianqing Zong family in the future. Great Sect Indestructible Technique. The top-notch Venerable One who attacked earlier did not expect Fang Chen's physical defense to be so strong. After a short moment of shock, he quickly recovered and a violent aura came from his body again. The Great Sect Indestructible Technique was one of the strongest divine techniques of the Tianqing Zong family. Only peak sovereigns had the right to cultivate it. Ordinary sovereigns didn't have the right to cultivate it. Great Sect Indestructible Technique? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He smirked, and a vast power came out of his body. No matter how many techniques you have, I only have one sword. The Azura sword skill was too powerful. This was Fang Chen's strongest attack so far. Whoosh! A resplendent sword light streaked across the sky and shattered the top-notch Venerable One's attack. The Great Sect Indestructible Technique was destroyed. Bang! His body. SSSS, the Zong family's members as T Zong family. Their family was, and even Zong family had. T SS elders his S. 1 SS have its TSSS's. That's right. Now that the family head is in seclusion, we can't just sit around and wait for death. His physical defense can ignore the full-powered attack of a top-notch venerable. Moreover, his sword technique can ignore the defenses of top-notch venerables and pierce through everything. It's too terrifying. Some of the elders had already started to feel fear in their hearts. If the situation permitted, they wouldn't want to be enemies with Fang Chun. He couldn't understand how a mystic light realm cultivator could be so powerful. The great elder's expression changed. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and said, "Invite the Ancestor Pagoda." Hearing this, many of the elders were shocked. Boom! All the top venerables attacked at the same time. Their bloodlines trembled and violent auras spread throughout the entire Zonglong city. At the same time, a strange aura entered the independent space. Wong. A powerful vibration came from the independent space. Fang Chun frowned as he stared at the actions of the Zong clan's elders. Not good. They're inviting the Ancestor Pagoda. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Stop them. Fang Chen's figure shook. Then, he stomped his foot and rushed over with the hidden star sword in his hand. Whoosh! Each time the young fellow swung the hidden star sword, an extremely forceful sword light would strike a top-notch venerable one. Crack! Every beam of sword light left deep wounds on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had killed the top venerables with his absolute strength. Another top venerables also spat out blood. He was severely injured. Ancestor Pagoda appear. Finally, after struggling for a while, a vibration came from the independent space. The moment the small pagoda appeared, the entire world seemed to lose its color. Fang Chun instantly felt a strong pressure. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he ran far away. Light of the Ancestor Pagoda. The great elder controlled the Ancestor Pagoda. A blinding light shot out and locked onto Fang Chun's body. Even though Fang Chun used the space-time collapse technique to dodge it, he still couldn't dodge it. The blinding light hit Fang Chun's body, and the latter flew out like a kite. So powerful. He felt his primordial spirit tremble. If the mysterious sky cone nail didn't block it at the critical moment, his primordial spirit would have been severely injured. What is this? Fang Chen's face was gloomy. The Ancestor Pagoda of the Sky Pillar Zone family is very powerful. With your current strength, You can't resist the power of the Ancestor Pagoda. Quickly retreat, the mysterious sky cone nail said anxiously. However, you don't have to worry. The Ancestor Pagoda consumes too much power. They can only activate it once. The Great Elder saw that even the light of the Ancestor Pagoda could not kill Fong Chun. His face was extremely gloomy. Ancestor Pagoda dragon pattern. Suddenly, the Great Elder roared. The other elders poured their power into the Ancestor Pagoda. Buzz, a strong aura came out of the Ancestor Pagoda. Fong Chun felt his scalp go numb. Not good. Run. Almost instantly, the mysterious sky cone nail urged. When Fong Chun used the space-time collapse technique to escape, he suddenly realized that the Ancestor Pagoda had sealed the space. I can't escape. Fong Chun's face was a little anxious. The Ancestor Pagoda's pressure was too strong. It gave him too much pressure. It was a heavy pressure that came from the depths of his soul. Buzz. The Ancestor Pagoda released a terrifying green aura. This aura condensed into a ferocious demon beast in the void. It opened its bloody mouth and dived toward Fong Chun. It's too strong. I can't resist it. The power of the Ancestor Pagoda was beyond Fong Chun's expectation. Roar. Seeing that the ferocious demon beast was about to arrive, the huge savage king demon tiger and beast appeared in front of Fong Chun. He roared at the sky and aimed his bloody mouth at the ferocious demon beast. Dong! A sound that shook the sky came. The demon tiger and beast resisted the full power of the Ancestor Pagoda of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Blood spurted out. Roar! The demon tiger and beast's claws exploded. Its body was badly mutilated. Its body flew out directly. At the same time, the ferocious demon beast also quickly collapsed. The dazzling light around the Ancestor Pagoda quickly faded. Let's go. Fong Chun put the demon tiger and beast into the demon ceiling pagoda and quickly fled. Who? The elders controlling the Ancestor Pagoda had pale faces as they fell to the ground. They didn't have any strength left. First Elder's eyes were red, but the Ancestor Pagoda had already sucked all of his energy. He could only watch as Fong Chun fled. Damn it. First Elder cursed. The Ancestor Pagoda kept on shrinking until it returned to its independent dimension. The vast power in the air didn't dissipate for a long time. The commotion caused by the battle was so big that it alarmed the entire Great Devil Sky. All the cultivators looked toward the Zonglong city. The scene gradually calmed down. First Elder and the others looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Their expressions were solemn, and their hearts were filled with worry. The Ancestor Pagoda was the foundation of the Sky Pillar Zone family, and they wouldn't use it easily. However, a mystic light realm cultivator had forced them to use the Ancestor Pagoda. Let's wait until the Patriarch comes out of seclusion, First Elder said. The news soon spread across the Chaos Rift, stirring up a great uproar. A mysterious expert with a sword had stepped onto the Great Devil Sky and charged into the Sky Pillar Zone family and started a massacre. He killed one person with every step and didn't leave a single trace. Peak sovereigns were like chickens and dogs in front of him. They couldn't even take a single blow. He had forced the Zone family to use the Ancestor Pagoda, but they still couldn't stop him. He was suppressing the Zone family by himself. If you want to read a novel, please visit